Let me get down. Let me get down. Let me get down. Let me get down. Let me get down.
Welcome back to the Xfinity Run It Back esports series. We have a bunch of collegiate teams across 3 esports vying for supremacy today. We've got League of Legends, we've got Rocket League, and we've got Valorant, which League of Legends is new this year along with Seattle University. It's a pleasure to be here as your host throughout this entire day today, and it should be an incredibly fun one. First things first, we've got these wonderful little headphones on. Thank you to HyperX for sponsoring this. Along with FlyQuest, we'll be giving the winning League of Legends teams shirts, and as well Evil Geniuses as well for being a supporting member, especially of the Valorant. The colleges that we have today are the University of Oregon, Oregon State, Washington, University of Seattle, University of Cal Berkeley, UC Davis, New Mexico, and New Mexico State University. Now, as we get into our first game that we have today, League of Legends, we have gotten through the entire group stage, of which there were 6 teams, and now we've gotten all the way to the end, and we have 2 lovely casters alongside me. We've got Abocats and we have Llama, and I think alongside those 2 we should have an amazing game before us.
I'm excited. I mean, we've got Fearless here for the first time, where obviously picks in games 1 or if in game 2, if it goes to a game number 3, if necessary, are just nullified for the following game. So I'm excited. 2 teams that earned their way in the grand finals by 2-0. It's going to be a good day.
Mm-hmm. And Abocats, these two teams that we have before us, Cal and Washington, they have not dropped a match so far, and now they're undefeated teams going up against each other. Do you kind of have a favorite between these two?
High elo. They both appear to have a lot of cohesion. They play very heavy carry comps, lots of assassins, lots of roams. They know when to do their 4v2s and 3v1s. So really clean stuff from them. As far as a favorite goes, I'm definitely looking more towards the Cal side. They have a bit more experience, a bit more playtime in these type of tournaments. UW is still a little new, but I think it's going to be a very interesting game.
And as we go into the bracket, Llama, you can kind of walk up. He got here to begin with.
Yeah, and for both these two teams, it was kind of similar but different routes, where they each played another team in that semifinals to get towards where they are, but both were 2-0, so finding ways to make it clean in both of them relatively clean semifinals. For UW, you talk about a team that comes in as the #1 overall seed. That's because they have just a little bit higher average ranking, but they play kind of traditional, by the books, with a lot of heavy carries, like Abocats was mentioning. On the other side, I think for Cal, they have a lot of spice in their composition, so teams, it feels like, are never ready, and definitely caught their opponents off guard there in the semifinals of UNM.
Yeah, and as we could actually go over the specific rosters of Washington, I think that's a perfect time to get into the more hyper carry, the talking of those individual champions, and you can also talk about these certain players and the impacts that they can have in the lanes.
100%. We're definitely going to be seeing a lot of mid dominance, a lot of pressure from the jungler to keep that mid lane prio. You know, we're going to see lots of champions like Ari, Aurora, and potentially some control mages like Syndra or Talia, just to maintain as much map pressure as possible.
Mm-hmm. And Llama, I can kind of turn that over to you to talk about their opponents, Cal.
Yeah, I think Cal, like we said, they're a little bit lower average rank, but they're the 2 seed. I mean, it's no surprise that they've made it all the way to the finals here. And I think with them, the position we're going to be looking at is jungle. I mean, Vino has been able to play so many different things up towards this point, finding those different angles. And when you're talking about a fearless draft, when things in game #1 or game #2 are banned for the rest of the series, all of a sudden, it opens up a hero depth pool that all of a sudden Vino has so many different champions they can play. Maybe they go traditional for game #1, take something off the board for UW, and then all of a sudden they're set and ready to go for the rest of the games in the series.
And I think that Fearless draft actually does spice things up because, as I said way before, neither of these teams have really lost a match, so they haven't had to prepare for that longevity. And I think this should be a really exciting game, and we can actually truly test the team's mettle when it comes to that long term. Abocats, do you have kind of any theories as to maybe when, you know, the barrel starts to get dry, where these teams can turn to?
Definitely. Just like you were saying, both these teams haven't really encountered another opponent to really test them or challenge them in that way. You know, a lot of these games previously have been one-sided just because of the skill level of both UW and Cal. I think where we see some difficulty is where, you know, Vino has a really strong champ pool, but the really strong assassins right now, you've got your Talon, your Kiana, and your Graves. The team wants to be funneling as much gold as possible into him, and once UW understands that they need to play a really dominant control strategy like Jarvan and Ori to just completely CC lock him down, that's where Cal might face some difficulty there.
Mm-hmm. And Llama, I want to hear your thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point because for UW, they have all this control and they've been playing just a standard type of game. So we don't actually know what's deep within their playbook. They have shown very little to their opponents. They said, you know what, we're just going to play control mages through mid. We're going to select Orianna for the shockwave, and then we're going to run whatever Complex can pick up for the AD carry. That's scary to me to say they can win with the regular stuff, meaning what they've been playing in ranked, what they've been practicing, what maybe is off meta, especially in a fearless best of 3 where winning one game can change it all. That's what I'm going to be looking for. It's not necessarily the games UW can win cleanly with easy stuff, because that could just happen. They could just win this series 2-0 by that. But I want to see like the game 2, game 3, and what they're really locking in.
Yeah, it should be some really exciting late game action, I think, as we're starting to hopefully wind in on the game. We can start to get into the Fearless draft eventually, because I think that's the exciting part that we mentioned. But so as we go into this game, how did you guys theorize on the opponents that these two teams placed? Obviously, there were 2-0s, but is there anything or any particular player that really stuck out to you? I want to go to you first, Lama.
To me, I feel like it was Vino, and I think we talk about that jungler role. It has so much control over the course of the map. You get to choose where to gank, you get to choose where to funnel the resources, and like Abocats was mentioning, the team choose to funnel resources into you and put so much trust in your jungler. So that stands out to me of, that's a leader, that's someone you can trust to make counter picks, and that's someone you can also trust to make really powerful ganks.
Yeah, and as we get the draft started, I'll leave some thoughts to you, Abocats. So hopefully you guys have an enjoyable game, and we'll see if this really does go the distance.
Boy, game number 1, Abocats, I'm excited. We've got Fearless Draft, of course, so everything selected here in game number 1 will no longer be available for game number 2. We've already got some control mages off the board. We're seeing Jinx get taken away along with the Vex. Anything stand out to you other than the Talon ban, which is a pretty obvious?
Yeah, it's kind of like what I heard from some of the UW staff, that they really wanted to lock down that jungle role. We see the Talon, we see the Kiana, and we see the Graves, so they're truly limiting the amount of hyper carries that Cal can put on the board there. And it looks like their first pick from the UW side was that Jarvan, so they're really going for that control style. And as we can see here, they just locked the Orianna as well, so really strong combo from the side of UW.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, the Wombo combo of the ages now. Jarvan is pretty interesting. He's got the flag and drag, he's got some mobility in the kit, but he's also one where after you pop that ultimate, you are kind of a sitting duck. You're not necessarily, you're kind of a 1v1 fighter where if it's a team fight, you jump in, you use your ultimate, all of a sudden you can be taken out quickly. So it's going to be on the Orianna to follow that up, get that combo going, because if it's disjointed at any point, either one of those targets can be ISO taken down.
That's an absolutely great point. And I definitely think that UW has a lot of trust in Minhyuk to follow up, to not die in lane to that Ahri pressure, as we discussed before. Very strong mid lane from the side of Cal. So I think that the combo is UW's bread and butter. That's what they're known for. That's what they're good at. And hopefully they can make something happen against what seems to be a comp that's trying to counter this Jarvan and Ori with that Wukong Ahri there.
Yeah, I like the Wukong. I think Ahri actually provides a lot of damage to build up on top of what you already have. I'll be interested to see what they select for the bottom half for Cal, but right now, I mean, this is heavy damage with engage. It's really everything you want in a composition, so maybe they can look for a little bit more frontline, because as we know, sometimes Wukong, as soon as you pop the clone, then you're kind of just out of health.
No, yeah, and with these 3 Dash champions in jungle, mid, and bot, it's really going to be on UW to try and lock them down. You know, they don't want to go and use Jarvan ult E with Ezreal and then get caught out, like you were saying, by these Dash champions. So they'll definitely be looking for something like an Ornn, just take control of the fight there with those kind of champions.
And I like that during these bans, it's actually targeting some of what Red Snow's pool is for UW, to be able to limit what is that top lane dominance and say, if you're already going to have damage in other places, we're going to try and thin away that top lane pool. On the Cal side, they decide, all right, Ezreal, Nami going to be taken off the board. That's a little bit too much engage for us with what Nami provides with the bubble and the wave as well. And on the other side, take away my personal favorite champion, Kayle. They had to do it to me.
A little bit of unexpected, I believe, from UW, because I would hope that they would never let that scale 2 of 16 there. But what do you predict comes for the supports from both sides? I'm thinking that UW's going to lean more towards a Karma pick here.
Yeah, and I mean, UW has played Karma throughout the tournament, so I don't think it'd be super surprising. And there you go, the mastermind Abocat strikes again, and there comes the Karma. On the other side, I think Cal may go for something a little bit more tankier. Braum is still in the pool to provide a little bit of frontline, but they also could flex this Corki and Ari to some other places, so we'll have to see where the Corki wants to go. We've seen some weird resurgence of like Corki top. Instead, it looks like the Jax is going up in the top lane.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of Corki dominance from Cal in their custom games. Just taking a look at what they've been playing recently, that definitely leads me to believe that they will play more of an engage or peel support. Like you're saying, Braum is completely disgusting this patch. This also leaves Leona open, akin to that.
Yeah, anything in between. And again, this is their final selection, but you've also got to think down the line. If something doesn't completely work with your composition, maybe you save it towards next game. But as we predicted, Braum gives them a little bit of frontline, really good in lane. It's going to be beside the Corki, so that's a really good dual lane. And on the other side, it's the top lane pick. That's all that's left here. And Cassante is really good. I mean, he scales, he's got armor, he's got engage. He's pretty much got everything. And oh, yeah, he's unkillable too.
And as we've seen from some of UW's previous games, Red absolutely loves Cassante. He loves that true damage. He loves the lane dominance. Being able to counter a lane bully like Jax is going to be really great for him. I think we're going to definitely be seeing a lot of fun lanes. Pressure from the Ahri into the Orianna, duels in the top lane, and we may see some invades with such aggressive junglers here.
Yeah, I really want to see what the junglers do. I think especially for UW, you've got a lot of juicy targets. I mean, although Corki and Ahri, they can have their own escape routes, and as long as they have a plan with their other members of their team, they can make those escapes happen. But if Jarvan can clear quickly, can battle for those neutral objectives, and then get down either quickly to top or bottom, can do a really good job of helping that gank. And then the other place I'm looking at is top lane. I mean, these are two champions that, in their own right, can find themselves team fight wins. If you let the Cassante pop off, he is just going to be absolutely delivering blows and slamming your team members up against the wall. While Jax, he's kind of that solo lane threat, where you could have a team fight on the other side of the map where Jax is just beating down your turrets and taking the entire nexus.
Yeah, like you're saying, this really it opens up the avenue for Cal if they get behind to split push or take macro advantages in other spots. And I definitely think that we're looking for the Red Snow on the Cassante to not let the Jax get ahead, you know, not ego in lane, and just play for the late game where I believe the side of UW edges out slightly.
Yeah, the Karma makes it quite interesting. I feel like a lot of power. It's sort of a niche pick, but players that know how to play it, it can really help out the team in those team fights, especially because of the combos you already have. Not only do you have that kind of wombo combo that you drafted right at the beginning with the Ori and the Jarvan as well, but you've got this Ezreal that can kind of just sit behind his Cassante brick wall and keep free firing. And that ultimate, I think it's kind of, so many times we think, okay, it's just a damage ultimate. But I like to think of it as a vision scouting ultimate. You know, if you have that up, if you have it available, you can send it flying across the map and just see where a jungler or what the team fight objective is at. And then you can decide, okay, do we make a decision to flip it now, or do we just stay where we are?
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to that Karma there, this pick generates so many shields, so many heals, and also the CC in that route. And it almost forces the enemy Cal Corki into considering having to go for a Serpent's build, which is very detrimental to the build path for a champion like Corki that needs to go with Sheen item, that needs to build high damage.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch the builds as well, because I mean, as you mentioned, Corki's been growing some resurgence, but there's a couple different types of builds that are emerging for him. Jax, obviously, you can kind of go for a little bit heavier towards the team fight, or you can go a little bit more Hullbreaker, go over towards those turrets and start smashing them as well. The question is going to be, I think, for not only the Karma and the team, but how you kind of want to build around this team fight, because it seems like, as you mentioned, Jarvan and Wukong have those abilities to kind of dice up the map, find those different ganking opportunities. But again, you kind of need your team with you. It can't just be a really solo dive. You need to plan it out. And that's why I'm watching mid lane. This 1v1 is going to be really exciting to watch to see who gets ahead and therefore who can get a gank quick enough.
Absolutely. And at parity, Orianna edges ahead.
Yep.
It's really on the Ahri in this matchup to pressure the Ahri out, poke them, make sure that they can't get prio, because ultimately, whoever gets prio controls the river and gets the grubs, gets first Drake, and it just goes from there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really snowbally game. You lose one objective, and it really could be the end for you. That extra little bit of gold, and maybe you get an Inferno Drake, something like that first. That can change up a matchup as well, where if it's that close of a mid lane matchup and Ori has that extra addition of a Mountain Drake extra shield or an Infernal attacking on top of it with that damage, it could be really, really tough. So I'm also excited to see kind of where the two teams play towards. I know it's kind of in the meta right now, just say, okay, you take the dragon, we'll take the grubs, we'll split it 50-50, it's all even. But I want to see some team fights, and these teams have been fighting to make their way here. So I'm excited to see the first game of this Fearless draft.
Me as well. And just like you're saying, the grubs and the Drake, point of contention, but kind of split up in that early game. What we've seen from both teams is that they don't want to give up anything. The side of Cal, they've shown objective dominance, not letting their opponents take anything, even going far to invade after grubs or invade after Drake. Very heavy ego. And UW as well, they like to secure at least one grub, even if they can get control of the Drake. So two very aggressive teams in terms of those early objectives. So we'll see how that goes.
And I'm hoping it gives us a lot of team fights, but I'm also hoping it gives us some strategy, because this is going to be a real taste of what these teams have been experienced throughout the semifinals to make their way here. Again, both of them had to make it here through battling through another team, both of them 2-0'd. So they haven't experienced that loss yet. So you have to assume the coaching staff behind these amazing teams, the players themselves, are not only prepping for this game, but as you have to do in a Fearless best of 3, you're prepping for the entire series. And we have to remind ourselves that all 10 of these picks that were selected here in this first game can no longer be played. So the strong points, like you mentioned, of the Braum, where you talk about the Karma that's been so strong for UW, all of a sudden is not available.
I know, and that's the most exciting part for me, Llama, because to me, this looks like the 5 strongest champions from both sides, Cal and UW. They're both looking to win this game 1 and just go from there.
Yeah, I think that's the goal, right? You're in a best of 3, it's not a best of 5. So although there is a little bit of leeway, you lose this first game, and especially with putting out, like you mentioned, probably your best 5 on either side, well, game 2 could seal the deal on the series. And, I'm excited about this one, but I know as well we've got some other game titles later. It's going to be a super fun day here for the Xfinity Run It Back tournament. We've got one player that is restarting their game, so just waiting a little bit longer to get into game number 1. But Abocats, it's an exciting first draft, and tell me a little bit about this Cassante Jax top lane dueling matchup.
Yeah, this type of matchup is definitely skill-based, and it can really get out of hand with a champion like Jax. Cassante, Resno on that Cassante really has to look to buffer his W, and both those players are going to be playing that mind game, because allowing the Cassante to buffer that will just push the trade right into Red Snow's flavor, and it's a very volatile matchup, and I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you got that Counter-Strike on the Jax side that is often so good in the team fights as well, where this is why we're talking about it, because although Jax has the chance to go on a solo adventure and break some turrets, it feels like Jax is a little bit of their front line. You've got Wukong, who is a little bit squishier, but he's probably going to be diving in. Braum has a shield in front of him, but he's still only a support. So being able to get that full front-to-back team fight, which I think is what both teams are looking for. I think they're going to lock eyes down the river and see who can get that better engaged first. It's going to be up to the Jarvan, the Wukong, to find those wraparound plays. And if they can, all of a sudden that front-to-back, it's kind of to whoever is more in front. We've already talked about it, where UW has been so much better. It feels like the 5v5 team fights, although they both got here on a 2v0 in that semifinal matchup.
And like you're saying, I do think UW edges out a little bit in the front to back with the Karma and the Cassante, as well as the Orianna ult. And Cal is going to definitely be looking to dodge that. They will lead with the Wukong and they will peel with the Braum, but Jax, Ahri, and Corki will be looking for side angles. They'll be looking for spots to capture Complex after he's used his E. So they're really looking for weak points in the UW defense.
And I think when you talk about weak points, as much as kind of UW wants to play this front to back and has Jarvan that has that ability to go forward, they don't have a ton of mobility tools. Where you talk about Wukong has the clone, Ahri has those dashes, and more importantly, Ahri can be used as a flanking champion. If she lands a charm on one of your clutch members, that can be the end of the fight just like that. So it's going to be on these carries, I feel like, because a lot of the damage from Cal comes from the Corki, comes from the Ahri, and if they're not finding those positions, they have a very bursty comp, that if they catch you out in the open, if you're mispositioned for a half second, that can be the end of the fight. But they can't let themselves to say, okay, we've got to find the perfect engage. We've got to dream it up, we've got to map it out, and this one is going to be it. Well, dream it up all you want. It's map number 1. We're hopping into it.
Actually, both teams went for a 5 point here. Both to get some vision, get some damage off. Vino gonna get a little bit poked out by his bot there. Miniok also expecting missed on that Corki to be looking for a ward. Very nice stuff from both teams.
Just dancing it out, some early vision. It does look like Fizzbot is going to start up in the top side of the jungle, and it looks like Vino is going to try and match him as he roams his way on out. A little bit forward vision, though, from Complex and Molin. I'm going to be interested to watch that bottom lane matchup and see, can the Corki survive? You've seen, he picked a barrier. He's a little bit scared of getting dived on with all that early Ezreal Karma damage. So that 2v2 is going to be exciting.
Yeah, no, we see the electrocute coming out from the Ahri, so if Complex gets caught by an Ahri charm there, it's going to be devastating for him. So he definitely wants to go defensive summoners there. And we see that both junglers have vision of each other, so they both have the knowledge that they're going to be going towards the bot lane. So it's going to be making it very interesting, levels 1 through 3.
Miniok, good little bit of trading, and yeah, that vision is actually important. Tracking where those two junglers are coming from, where they're going to. Tringe, we'll see who gets the level 2 here first, but again, those roams are going to be critical as the first one to get out and especially clear those camps can get the gank angle first.
Big trades out from the mid lane. Already proccing that electrocute there. Gets the level 2 first. Aggression from Red Snow as well. He's going to try to buffer that W against the Jax counter-strike there.
Early
Very nice
damage
stuff
there.
from both teams.
Longer range from Miniok, who finds a good bit of damage, and this is what we talked about. The Ezreal Karma early lane getting a little bit of turret damage already. If they can get some plates and scale that lane up ahead, boy, that lane can get out of hand and transfer to the team fights, and Vino is caught on a ward.
Very nice vision from the side of Miniok. I believe that was who used the ward there. Fizzbot going to be a little bit slower on the Jarvan, trying to make his way towards the bot lane. Fringe also getting mid superiority in that Cryo there. So bot lane from the side of UW has to be really careful here of the ganks.
We pushing into the tower for the top lane of Geo, as both duos down here in the bot lane going to be set up nicely. And Geo, I think, just has to be careful in some of these early levels, making sure not to get caught out, and a nice little bit of jump in damage.
Oh, Miniok taking quite a bit of damage from the Ahri there. Gets the charmed by Tringe. Gonna get electrocuted. Are we gonna see a kill here in the mid lane? Gets a Q off. First blood towards the side of Cowl. Unfortunate stuff for Miniok there.
Both junglers down here towards the bottom side, but I think they're just going to face check and back off. And yeah, you mentioned it. Just a perfect setup there. You're building up over time. Those previous electrocute procs build up, build up, build up. And Orianna's going to lose a whole entire wave.
Oh, we're going to see a gank coming out from Miniok. Oh, has to flash out there. Vino, perfect Q on the Wukong. Tough start if you're Miniok in the mid lane there. That is not where you want to be as the Orianna player.
I mean, and Fizzbot was there, but decided to just not help out. Maybe wasn't close enough. Both summoner spells gone now for Miniok in a very Orianna play that, you know, you're very immobile, and another gank maybe coming back to mid.
Yeah, like we discussed before, Vino and Tringe just playing for each other completely, trying to maximize as much gold as possible, put on that early game pressure. They know what their win cons are. But a bit of a rocky start for UW. Tringe playing this wave perfectly, getting that to slow push towards him. Going to be a really tough lane for the next 2 to 3 minutes for the Orianna player.
Now, where Orianna is losing, UW is winning everywhere else. In top lane and in bottom lane, they built up about an 8 and a 10 CS lead, respectively. So, that extra damage from the Karma, they've got the level advantage.
Oh, big Q out from Complex. Definitely going to be looking for some kind of dive here soon if they manage to get a little bit more damage. Have to be wary of the Wukong, but they do want to establish some leads, as you were saying, somewhere else.
First Drake coming in is going to be Hextech, it looks like. And we'll have to see how that goes. Obviously, got to get 4 to get that Dragon Soul, and that's one of the biggest objectives. But the question is, I mean, you could also go, if you are Cal, for those grubs. Try and build up that Jax side lane, get the more turret damage with those grubbies. And boy, Miston, they're just having a tough time down here.
Yeah, I do wonder about those grubs, whether Cal will value that Jax side lane more. Minyo with a little bit of a level under there. Can't afford to make the trade while the Ahri has the R. Has to be very careful here.
Boy, they're just cut off from the wave. Losing so much CS down here in the bot side, and you talk about the top as well. I mean, winning everywhere else but mid lane, and is sort of helped out. Here comes the Ahri.
We do have vision, it looks like, from the side of UW, but Fizzbot not really able to make anything happen. It looks like he's going to try to match here. Mullen goes for the root on the Karma. Fizzbot going to follow up with the knock-up. Gets a knock-up on Vino. Complex had to follow up with a Q there. Gets the clone. I do not think that anything will happen. Oh, Geo also on the level lead. It looks like a duel's going to break out in the top lane as well.
I like that fight, though,
Very
from
close
UW.
stuff.
I mean,
Yeah,
Fizzbot said, just come at him. I'll play a little bit defensive. And although they can't get the kill, again, it's the built-up aggregation. Look at the CS differential. 36 to 57. We're only 6.5 minutes in.
You know, Complex definitely needs to push this wave in if he wants to continue getting this, building up this advantage as we move into the mid game. We are going to see Fizzbot maybe get caught out by the Ahri and Vino as well there. A lot of pressure coming out from the Ahri.
Snow's putting on some pressure as well. You mentioned that level advantage, gets the shield and a little bit of armor in the inventory as well, as about an 8 CS lead there as the wave pushing in. So Minyolk has reset, is back to 6, and is still waiting for that flash to come back. I want to see if Vino is going to try and wrap this and punish the flash going down, because although they got the flash down, although they got that first blood, they got nothing else. UW is actually about in a 200 or so gold lead right now.
And I really like that from them. They know they maybe got off to a little bit of a rocky start, letting that first blood go to the Ahri, but they're trying to play as tight as possible, understand their advantages, and scale Complex, scale Cassante, make sure that they just don't give up anything.
And as they build up their team fight, still controlling this bottom lane is ideal, and neither team has decided to pull the trigger on a neutral objective. 3 coming to mid, though.
Oh, that support gank from the back of lane is nasty. I wonder if Minyolk is going to be able to catch that out on the vision. It does look like Fizzbot sees it there. Grub dominance going to go towards the side of Cal. Does this mean that UW is going to make their way towards the Drake? They do have the prio for it, but they're not moving quick enough.
I think they're just trying to chip away at that bot turret, feed a little bit more gold into Complex, and see how many turret plates they can take, and eventually they're going to rotate down. Fizzbot going to start it out.
Oh, we do see a dive in the bot lane, I believe. Fizzbot taking the Drake, but so much pressure from Complex and Mullen. Really nice job. They know that the Braum is on a rotate, so just taking as many resources as possible. What a smart play from them.
It's not going to end up being 2 plates. We'll see if they can dive back in and force the Braum away. First Drake towards UW, and first Grubs to Cal. They got all 3 of them is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's going to be tough in the late game when that Jax has so much attack speed, all that damage on the turrets from the Sheen. So this game could go any way. You know, either team could play it for team fights. Cal now has the option to play it for macro. Very scary stuff.
And it's quite interesting for UW that the places they've been able to expand their lead, although Corki has a ton of burst damage, right now, the CS difference is so large that in a team fight, it might get scary. Top lane.
Oh, all out from Red Snow. Hits the flash. Gets the Q onto Geo. Very beautiful stuff from Red Snow. Matching Cal 1-1 now.
That is really tough. I mean, kill over to the Cassante, who's already up 20 CS. UW's so good about building up these single lane 1v1 advantages. Miniok Charm.
Oh, Charm out from Tringe. Oh, goes back in with a phase rush. I don't know if Miniok should be going that aggressive. Oh, Mullen hits the Q there. Are they looking for a team fight to happen? Gets the root off. Complex gonna hit another Q. Big damage from Complex. Orky trying to match there. Oh my goodness, Complex with the Qs, the 3 Qs in a row. Goes for the ult there. Is this for lane pressure, do you think?
Yeah, I think you're just trying to keep it up. You've already taken 2 turret plates, and look at the level advantage. Complex is 7 here.
Just so much damage from each of those Qs. With those Sheen Fox and the Phage, he is so ahead in damage.
Miniok taking a little bit of pressure, but yeah, you just got to give this up. I mean, Mist is down to a 5th of their HP bar. This is a 3rd turret plate given, and Complex and Molin continue to put on a masterclass, and all of that early game pressure, teleport coming for the Orianna.
Oh, are we going to see a 3-man dive coming out from the side of Cal? I believe they have vision on the chickens, or Miniok may have an idea. Fizzbot, don't get caught out here. Don't go in with that Q. Oh, we are going to see a fight break out. Getting absolutely dope.
Oh.
The Wukong ult comes out. Miniok has to flash there. Fizzbot not helping out his laner there. A little bit scary.
That was a little bit nightmarish, but a beautiful shockwave of the dreams hits all 3 of them. And that stun is just enough to get them going. Geo on the dive.
Well, Red Snow also going to get caught out here. He has the Q3. Going to E away. Can he get away with the W buffer? Red Snow played this perfectly. Hopefully he just backs off here. He is strong, but I don't know if they can make anything happen. He doesn't really want to take this fight.
I mean, Snow just says, all right, let's go. Nice flag and drag there from Fizzbot to get themselves out, but Snow didn't even have to pop the ultimate to survive. That just goes to show you how far that top lane and that bot lane are ahead here. It's now surmounting to almost a 1.5k gold lead at 12 minutes, and this Cassante is going to be such a problem in team fights. If you're Cal, you have to think ganks, ganks, ganks. We need to get something going, especially on this Orianna, and if we can't, it's just more wasted time. While Vino goes up to try and gank top lane, Fizzbot rotates down to bot.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many ganks from either team. You know, we've tried to make something happen in the mid lane multiple times on that Wukong, and Fizzbot has hovered over the bot lane several times, but both teams playing very conservatively, trying their best not to die. But that has resulted in Cal, like you were saying, in a large gold deficit with all that lane pressure.
This is the charm there. Not able to get it. Geo might be in some trouble, actually.
I think he's taking massive damage now that Red Snow hops the all out. I don't think Geo has flash. Goes down so quick now that Red Snow has that item lead. Lane dominance from Red Snow here as he's 2-0, 108 CS.
And bot lane turret is almost about to fall. I mean, this top and bottom set has been really good. And it's, for UW, we talk about they've got a lot of high-ranked players, but it's how they play in cohesion as a team to win some of those fights and how Fizzbot has affected this map. Just hovering down towards bot, forcing Cal back, saying they don't want to fight a 2v3. I mean, they've barely been able to touch the
wave. Bit of an invade here. Fizzbot gonna get ulted by Vino. He ults in. Bit of a mistake here. Has to flash out. Vino gonna flash towards him. Red Snow with the peel. W's the Wukong there. Gets charmed though. Is Fizzbot gonna be able to make it out? It looks like he's going to get sacked as Nino goes in. Red team claims the feat of warfare. How have UW done it? Ori gets out there, but beautiful peel from Miniok and Red Snow.
Oh, man.
Break that fight down for me.
I mean, that one, a little bit of an overextension. I can get the idea that you want to catch Fizzbot off, but you are so deep in the jungle. And if you were watching the rotation, Red Snow had actually just taken a back. So they were there to help the defense. They end up trading a 1 for 0. You mentioned the feat of warfare. And by the way, that whole time they're just chipping away at this bottom lane turret.
Yeah, Complex and Mullen are so ahead there. You know, we do have Braum with the redemption, so team fights are going to be skewed coming towards the Cal favor with that item, but still, Complex is just so far ahead. 50 CS is an absolute brutality, and with this prio, I do think that UW is going to be able to obtain the Cloud Drake there. I believe that's the second Drake.
It's a good Drake buildup, and I think it's a win condition for whatever the Drakesel is going to be. Anything will truly help them out, as it's just going to bolster their team fight. It's going to be, I think, uncontested. A lot of level differential, a lot of money differential here.
Yeah, we do see Tringe getting that control where they're going to contest it. Oh no, Vino gets a steal. Big steal from Vino. We're going to see a team fight break out here. You see the massive Braum ult. Mist coming from the back with the damage. But Complex gets the kill onto the Wukong. Nolan going to go down here. Big damage from Complex. Fizzbot gets a knock up there. Did we see the Orianna ult come out from Minyo?
I mean, that was an interesting one. Minyo did pop that Orianna ult there towards the end. Charm is nice, but won't get anything too spicy. It was just the entirety of the team of Cal being like, okay, we stole the Drake. Oh crap, we're all in the pit. And all three of them are just like, okay, we've got to pop Bramble. We've got to let the Corki try and free fire. And that front-to-back team fight that they really drafted for just broke apart. And all the while, guess what? Complex gets to move freely, gets to free fire the fight, and takes the first turret.
I do believe that gives UW the boots here. It's going to be a very big gold advantage. Or it looks like we're reviewing the fight there. He got a lot of big damage in, but just instantly got caught out by the peel from Fizzbot. Really great ult and knockup.
Yeah, that Cataclysm was honestly a fight saver. If it wasn't for that, the Corki was just able to free fire on the backline, was just dealing a ton of damage. And even better than that, they got some of the very critical summoner spells out. Vino, Tringe, both with now a flash down. That could be something you look towards to gank.
Complex, look at that damage. What a master of those Ezreal Qs there. Now, going into this mid lane, what do you think the objective is for both teams here?
I mean, for UW, they've got control of the entire map. I think you have to sort of flex down towards that bottom lane, try and pressure towards that high-value tier 2 turret, but also just keep winning where you're winning. Snow is winning this one, and he's up a level.
That is disgusting play from Red Snow. Just countering every move of Geo there. He really doesn't stand a chance, even under tower. Are we going to see an all-out here? Geo pops the ult. Red Snow has a Q3, taking a bit of damage, but we are going to see a dive here. Both top laners flash. Oh, big damage onto the Karma from the turret, but nothing can be done here as Geo's having a really hard time in this top lane.
See if Molin gets out here, and the Braum was looking to try and get something. And the Corki is hovering, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, a nice dive. Snow with a level advantage at the start of it, still with a level advantage after. 50 CS up. Again, the Jax we mentioned in draft, if it falls behind, it feels so bad to play. It feels like you're out on your own island, but the island is constantly being an active volcano site, and you've got nowhere to stand. Vino steals one and will get out.
Vino gonna get caught out here, I think. Pops the ult to get away. That's gonna be down for about a minute and a half. I wonder if UW is gonna try to take some advantage with that. And historically, UW has been weak in these mid games where they are ahead. Sometimes they let advantages get to them and give up too many shutdowns. So we're really looking for them to not let that happen, just extend that lead, like you're saying.
I mean, if it means anything, objective bounties are already on the table for Cal. That's how far they're behind here at 18 minutes. They just haven't been able to find the picks. And sure, Tringe has a ton of damage. Tringe is ahead in lane. Tringe is actually equal level of Minyo. But the problem is, this Ahri is just not going to be able to match the burst damage, especially if there's a Jarvan that's going to be sitting right on their face. And you saw that with the fact of the Rift Herald fight, just going in, taking it for free. Fizzbot still has that Rift Herald in the inventory.
Yeah, a lot of vision dominance for the side of UW, and with the Herald still in Fizzbot's inventory, I believe they're going to be trying to save that for macro pressure. Going to try to pop that. Hopefully when the next Drake comes up, next objective, just maximize the advantage that they can with their Herald there.
You get to see as well. I mean, this Cassante already feeling super good. Iceborne Gauntlet in there has got the upgraded boots along with the rest of the team, and has a teleport. I think that's pretty critical. Both Geo, Tringe, Snow, and Yolk all have their teleports available right now, so that teleport can be matched. I also think for UW, you can use them to make plays, but Cal is just getting suffocated out all across the map right now.
Oh yeah, Complex playing really safe, knowing his damage, taking as much gold as possible. Oh, we do see the all-out countering the jump from the Jax. Oh, Geo just getting crushed even in the tier 2 lane. Oh, Menial might get caught out here. Gets ulted by both Rom and Vino. Fizbot gonna try and heal here. Not gonna be able to make anything happen. Redemption comes out from the Rom. Complex gonna try to get some damage in. Fizbot also goes down. Double shutdowns for the side of Cal. That's not what you want to see. Red Snow's gonna try to make something happen. Big shield for Complex by Molin. Big Qs by Complex here. We do see the charm coming out. Complex, he might get doped by Vino here. Has to back up a little bit. Front to back. Where is it going? Complex misses the Q here. Getting doped by Braum. But Red Snow's front line is just so strong here. Hopefully UW can get some kills to make up for those shutdowns there. Oh no, we see the TP out from Geo. Even behind, he's going to be so strong. Complex has to flash out. He's going to die to Vino there on the Wukong. Really bad fight for UW here as they're going to try and peel out. We do see the teleport coming out from Menial. Puts the ward down, but it's still a little bit far behind. They ping off. Fringe knows that Menial is coming. They have the Orianna ult. Don't die. Molin, oh no. Geo also going to get dove under this tower by Red Snow. Oh my goodness, I don't think I've ever seen a messier or long fight extend through the bot lane as Fizbot, I think, is going to finish off Vino there. How did that just happen?
Oh man, I mean, that was a minute-long fight all across the map, all across the world. First, it starts in top lane, and I like the idea to kind of assault and go for that dive because you have Red Snow who is so far ahead. A good Cataclysm stalls up the fight in their own jungle, but those shutdowns critically go to the Ahri who stays alive for so long. It is a second Drake here, Mountain Soul up and available for UW if they get more, but that follow-up fight, sure, Complex dies, and it looks like Fitz might be dying too here in the jungle.
A lot of aggression from Fizbot. We did see him pop both the Flash and the Cataclysm there. So he's going to be out of commission for a lot of the team fights for quite a bit, but it looks like UW is trying to establish some vision dominance as we move towards the Otacon fight, and they are just starting it. Oh, we do see that Vino is down right now. Yeah. He's not going to be able to make the Otacon fight as they pop the Herald. Like I was saying, Fizbot goes in. Red Stone going to try and peel for him, being the absolute front line. Taking no damage. He gets charmed. He's going to take a little bit there from Mist. Forky still has a lot. Red Snow holding them back 1v4. He goes in the all-out. He's going to hit the W. Massive true damage from Red Snow. Mist going to go down there. Geo's going to try to get some damage onto Red Snow, but just absolutely gets chunked by Complex and Menial. Oh my goodness. Cal is falling out of this game.
They just get everything. Like, unfortunately, the goal difference is too large right now. I think they're going to get a double Herald charge, and that's going to be correct as they go in.
Are we going to see an inhib take from the side of UW? What is this, 22 minutes? Baron has not spawned yet, and we are taking inhib in the top lane of all lanes.
I mean, I guess everybody falls, and, you know, the consequences of that previous team fight, Vino, you mentioned being down. They can force that Otacon. They can force them into the funnel. And then, boy, Red Snow is just level 15, 3 levels ahead of Geo, and is just 1v5ing. And then where Cal chooses to take that team fight, it is right at the opening of a channel where they just get funneled and funneled into Ezreal Q after ultimate, after opportunity. And it is just a really nice chase down. UW is up 9k. Objective bounties back on the board for Cal.
I mean, you just put it perfectly, and we can really see how the lane lead, those 2 or 3 kills early game, have completely snowballed for Red Snow. We see he's 3 items. That's a 2 full item lead on Geo. Geo's not going to be able to make any impact onto Red Snow now that he has those gauntlets, that unending despair, and such a big shield from the Karnak Brukern.
That's one of my favorite items, and especially on a Cassante who already doesn't need more shielding and help from the items, but, I mean, full control. Vision is another thing that UW controls. I mean, Cal can walk out and try and grab some, Vino can use the clone to get some vision, and we'll actually reclaim the wolves, okay? You take small wins where you can.
Vino just scared to walk into his own jungle, has to have Fitz accompany him. That's a bad sign if you're Cal. Oh, Fitz gonna go in onto Minho there. Minho, I believe, popped the ult. Gonna get caught out by both Vino and Fitz. Fizzbot here for the peel. Can he save Minho? Oh, the Cataclysm isn't quite right. Gets the shutdown onto Minho. We are gonna see a TP coming out from Red Snow. Mullen gonna follow up with the shields here. Bit of a catch out by Cal. Shows that they are still in this to win this. They can still catch out someone.
The question being, though, again, the gold didn't go onto Tringe. Do you try and force Baron right now? I mean, it's a 5v4. This could be your chance to flip the fight, and everybody is spread across the map. However, your Jax is down bot. He has a teleport to get there, and it looks like Cal may be pulling the trigger.
They are starting it. I do believe this is a good macro play from them, but does UW know? I don't think they know. This would be really bad if Cal just got away with the Baron here. Mullen trying to get vision. They know now. Fizzbot gonna have to go for the steal. If anything, Complex and Red Snow gonna go for the what is not a worth kill onto Geo. Oh no, the objective bounty and the Baron. Quite a troll play from UW in terms of macro. They're just gonna try to get some kills here. Fizzbot going in onto Mist. Gets absolutely destroyed by the Q out from Minho. Oh, quite a troll play from the side of UW. They really can't let that happen. They need to establish more vision dominance, but they are getting a lot of kills here against University of Berkeley.
I mean, for Cal, they actually got both of the objective bounties. They got the turret and the Baron, but it might just be the end of the game. The spawn timers are at 30 seconds for both Tringe and Fitz. They're going to destroy the inhibitor, and they're going to look to close it.
I think that you are correct. I do believe that we might see an end here. We see a move towards the mid lane with Red Snow. But it does look like Complex pulls back. I think that he's going to start the Baron by himself. And it looks like they might just be trying to get the triple inhib there. Maybe get some of those super minions. They know that Red Snow is such a strong front line, so they can afford to take it. It does look like Vino still has that Baron buff, so that is something they have to be wary of. Did Cal close the gold gap? Oh, Tringe gonna come in with a charm there onto Mullen. Red Snow by himself, 1v4. Complex has to help them a little bit. Minho also there, providing a little bit of shields, but I wonder why they're just pulling back, not fighting here. They cannot give this 1k. Red Snow has to pop the all out, goes back under turret. I'm a little bit confused about what's happening here for UW being so ahead.
Yeah, I think a Complex went and soloed that Drake, got them the third Mountain Drake, but had no mana left for that team fight. Now returns with a full bar.
They're giving a lot of gold up to Cal here, as it looks like the gold gap has shrunken from 10k all the way down to 8k.
And it's been fluctuating. I mean, after that last team fight, it was down to 6k, and then UW is able to get that inhib number 2. So some super minions pouring into the base. That's what you've got to watch for, even if you've got the Baron buff. And UW, again, one Drake away from a Mountain Soul. That will make their composition and this level 17 Cassante theoretically unkillable.
This is very good in terms of macro for UW. They are ahead. They are taking control of the bot side jungle against Vino. Oh, Fizzbot hits the knockup against Vino. Complex also here, but he's going to get doped by Vino. Massive shield from Mullen. I do believe Vino's going to go down here as Complexes are just dealing massive damage. Are they going to go for the end here?
I mean, there's still a lot of frontline, still a lot of damage. But that Baron buff, it's worn off. So unfortunately, there's super minions to deal with, and they're going to pour into the base.
Red Snow, an absolute titan of stats at the moment. 1v3 against Mist, Geo, and Fitz. I believe the third inhib is going to go down for the side of Cal, as UW's just going to try and siege down both these turrets. This fight is going to be really important. They got to put damage on the turrets to try and end here. UW just going for the turret damage there. Trin trying to get some poke out onto Complex, playing such clean front to back from Now we're going to see a fight break out here. Complex with a massive Q's, heals out from the Braum. We're going to see the Redemption get popped. Olin has to flash out. Complex getting dove by both tags, and UW takes it, getting the Nexus. Game 1 goes to UW.
A performance
Wow.
that snowballed all the way from the beginning. University of Washington earns themselves a Game 1 victory and are just one step closer to hoisting the tournament trophy and the amazing shirts that come with it. Abocats, I mean, it was a rough start. They lost their Orianna multiple times to a couple of ganks, but that bottom lane and top lane, once they were ahead by like 50 CS, even though that Cal had some really good team fights towards the end, it was UW's wallet. They just smacked him with it.
No, I 100% agree. Once UW understood where their advantages were, it really was over for Cal. And although Mino did get caught sometimes on side lanes and that early level 1 kill, he began to understand his role, that he was there for support, and he really leaned into that. And that's how a team like UW can pull off such a dominant win, knowing their roles, knowing their objectives, playing to it, and following through.
And I think, like I said, this is a scary victory for UW because it wasn't one where they had to pull out anything special. It was just a hands check. They're like, okay, you pick Jax, we'll pick Asante. Who's going to win that 1v1? Us. We're going to pick a dominant bot lane. Who's going to win? Us. Sure, you can take a little bit of scraps towards the mid lane, but I would say if that second dragon wasn't taken by Cal, it could have been an even worse set of a snowball. Don't get me wrong. It was some good rotates from the Wukong. I think Cal fought back where they could. And again, this is their first game loss of the tournament, so now they get a chance as a team to talk it over and what they want to do in response.
No, yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
Not a word about the bangs?
The smartest Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
everybody, to Xfinity's Run It Back esports series. You're here with Llama77 and Abocats after the Game 1 victory from the University of Washington. And Abocats, they were able to decipher really well how they wanted to win that game. And most of all, they had Cassante. Draft Cassante, win games. It's just that easy.
No, it was absolutely great. It was a masterclass in top lane dueling coming out from Red Snow there. He played cleaner than I think I've ever seen him play.
And that's tough to say because he had some clean games going into the semifinals, and you get to see it here on some of our replays again, especially this team fight. I like the ideas from what Fizzbot was able to do to sacrifice their body, great cataclysms. The team cohesion was entirely there, but every time there was a good team cohesion play, we were jumping up to top lane for these solo kills.
No, yeah. Just knowing his damage and really taking control of the lane there was so important.
I think as well. No, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. After you.
I was just going to say that I think it was incredible that Minhyuk was still able to find sources of damage in this game, and especially that team fight right there. A huge shockwave to rope back in 4 there after you had kind of faltered a little bit early on. I like that, you know, they use themselves as a utility piece and say, okay, I might have fallen down early, but I'm still part of this team.
Yeah, and as we see there in that last fight, Minhyuk and Fizzbot Red Snow just completely one-minded going towards the Nexus, as the side of Cal going for Complex for some reason, not trying to defend their Nexus there.
And Complex is a slippery guy. I mean, multiple times in that game we saw, oh no, Complex is out on an island, and then he just dashes away, maybe dies, but the team gets the win result at the end of it, which I think was so impressive. Each player was playing very selfless, each player was playing to win, and they had a lot of solo lane success in that game number 1. The good news for Cal is game number 2 is right here for us. And when you talk about Fearless, everything that was picked in game number 1 can no longer be picked in game number 2. So you can't just select Cassante and hope for the best.
No, yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting what UW decides to draft after picking after showing up so dominantly with those comfort picks, how Cal is going to challenge them going into this game too. I think that with Complex on that Ezreal, that is definitely his strongest pick. As we saw, Q after Q, dodging every ability with the E, and even when he was sacrificed, it was always worth it. It's going to be interesting what we see in the bot lane there.
I'm excited to watch the bot lane. I'm also excited to see where not only the mid laners go, because I think we've seen a lot of just regular control mages that have some sort of engage throughout the entirety of the bracket, but I want to see where the junglers go, with Jarvan and Wukong, two very meta engage picks taken off the table. Where are they going to go? Now, UW did their homework, and with a couple of bans in that first round, they took away Talon. They knew it. It's pretty much everything that their opponent plays in ranked solo queue and in the semifinals, so I suspect we'll be getting an early Talon ban here again.
No, yeah, I definitely think that the side of UW wants to hold back Vino from being able to go into one of those hyper carry roles. That Talon, that Kiana, that Graves, they want to cut the legs off Cal's jungle as much as possible. And so really going into this next game, I believe it's about who gets Shinzao first. Yeah. Shinzao being the number 3 pick in terms of those meta junglers that can knock up, who can gank early, who scales decently. That's going to be definitely an important champion in this next draft.
Yeah, we saw some Vi in some of the semi-final games as well, but I don't know what it is. I guess I'm just a Vi hater. Vi may be a little bit too squishy for me. Has a lot of follow-up engage, but you really need to have the team around you and plan around those ganks. And I think maybe for Cal, as we head into game number 2 draft, it's going to be interesting to really watch how they kind of prioritize their team fight, because it felt like they had somewhat of a front-to-back team fight in that last game, but they were really looking for that picks. And when you don't get picks, when you don't get ganks, and your team fight falls apart like that, all of a sudden, then you have no team fight to back up against. So bans are coming in rapid, quick here. The Talon taken off the board. The Kiana, that's no surprise, from University of Washington. On the other side, it's a little bit more traditional. Again, the Vex has been something Washington has been playing a lot, and the Jinx is just powerful right now.
No, I definitely think it's smart for both teams to keep these kinds of bans. They're definitely trying to keep Complex off that jinx. Now that Ezreal is not going to be able to be picked anymore, and like we said, UW matching those hyper carry champions, as Fiora gets potentially picked for the side of UW, I was definitely expecting Cal to ban that out of Red Snow side, as he is so dominant on that Fiora.
Oh yeah, Red Snow, looking a little bit at the profile, it's like 90-something% of Red Snow's online ranked games are with Fiora, and hold on just a second, this would be fun, because I would get my favorite champion out there on the Rift, but Fiora already there, similar to the Cassante, a lot of dueling potential, a lot of 1v1 that Kale can scale up, but boy, those early levels are going to be tough against Fiora if you lock that in now, and it is locked, so we've got our top lane. Unless you want to flex the Kale somewhere else.
And I'm afraid that Cal might be running it down with this draft pick, knowing that Red Snow is so strong on the Fiora. He's mastered quite literally every single one of those matchups. Kale is going to be easy for him. Levels 1 through 5, I believe.
Yeah, it is going to be no fun. And I think it's even worse because you're going to a little bit of comfortability here. But I think, Cal, when you talk about revealing the hand, UW has done their homework. They know what to play against. They know how to play against it, and especially a Kale where, as much as I love Kale, boy, those early levels can be horrendous if you're fighting into a duelist, and they pick Varus early. I like the damage that it's able to provide, but this is showing so much of your draft. Now UW can pick the Ashe, can look for something that can stun up that Varus now in the team fights, and they've got 2 quick counters, and they've even got the Seraphine to boost alongside of it.
And Varus Vladimir pick, we don't see the support pick out from the side of Cal Blue. Varus, such a strong early game champion, and the match from Complex and Mullen to kind of defend against that. What do you believe that Cal is going to move towards in terms of their support pick?
I mean, this is tough. They don't really have a front line right now, and the tougher thing is we've also got to recognize we're in Fearless, so you can't really pick a Braum. Braum, I think, would be really good in this composition to give them a little bit of protection. So I think it's quite interesting. Maybe you look for just a little bit of engage. You have a lot of front to back. You have the Vlad, who can provide a lot of damage. If you're looking for something a little bit tanky, I think you select the Alistar. Give yourself a little bit of engage. We'll see if it's banned away, because UW still has one more, and they're actually targeting some tankier things for the front line as well. So I think for Cal, you're looking for some sort of front line, and for UW, I think you're looking to take it away.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that assessment there. Leona would just get kited, not really an option for Cal there. Alistar can dash in, so they're definitely going to want to go more towards something that can counter those kiting champions, but also engage. And we do see somewhat of a nuclear scaling comp in the Vladimir, Varus, and Kale. So kind of opposite towards first game, where Cal wanted to be the early game pressure, and now UW wants to be that early game pressure and not let Cal scale.
So they've got the Nautilus. It's similar to the Alistar, but does it in a different way. On the other side, Syndra being hovered right now, that's a lot of pressure in the mid lane, a lot of damage, where Cal is going to save their mid lane pick until, or excuse me, they've already got the Vladimir there. So we know what that matchup is going to be, but the Nautilus provides a little bit of front line. Those hooks, I think, give you a little bit more safety, actually, than the Alistar. Instead of saying, I'm going to send my body in and let's just team fight after me, you can play it a little bit cautious. If you land that hook, you go. If you don't land that hook, you play it a little bit slow.
No, yeah. The Nautilus pick, combined with the Varus, is going to be very scary against such squishy, pot-out champs like Ashe and Seraphine. It doesn't look like UW has much of a front-to-back front line here. We do see some duelists, some assassins coming out in that Nocturne pick, but a bit confused about what UW's game plan is going to be in the mid-game.
I think they're saying we want no mid-game. I think this is 2 polar opposite drafts. UW says we will win in the first 20 minutes because we're going to dive you with Nocturne. We're going to send it with Ashe. And on the other side, you have got scaling to the limit that if that does not work out, all of a sudden, you've got the Vlad. You've got the Varus. You've got the Kale. My concern is, I mean, the Nocturne combined with Ashe, and you talk about the damage of Syndra, and then you add in the little bit of spice that is Red Snow, who played just a phenomenal 1v1er in that last game, now gets a Fiora, who is even better at that. It is going to be really tough to weather the storm for Cal. If they can weather the storm, though, the late game should be easy.
No, absolutely. And an interesting last pick from Cal in that Kayn. A little bit strange given the comp. Kayn is one of those champions that wants to fight a lot early and get those orbs. And I'm also questioning if he's going to go towards the blue side here, because having that blue pressure, not being able to be slowed by Ashe or Syndra is going to be so potent if that's what he chooses.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, but I also think, like, there's an angle where Cal says, we'll take reserved fights towards the beginning. We'll see if we can get that Vlad a solo killer tool. We'll see if we can get the rotate from the Kayn to sort of engage and get that gank that they kind of materialized in that game number 1. But if they fail at it, I mean, it is a really big gamble. If you miss out on some of these early ganks, you're relying on a Kayn that all of a sudden falls flat on their scaling if they don't get a successful gank, and then a Kayle and a Vladimir who are kind of exposed to the 1v1 potential of Fiora winning lane, roaming, and then taking team fights everywhere else. I think it's an interesting gamble, especially because Cal, you're down 1-0 in this series. You lose one more game, the series is done, and UW is the winner.
No, yeah, it's a very dangerous game for Cal. They have to toe the line perfectly, trying to take every advantage that they can. And I do believe that Vladimir loses the Prio game early. So we're definitely going to see a lot of chemistry between the Nocturne and Syndra to take that river dominance, or establish it rather.
Yeah, they're going to look to control the river, and I think for UW, if they're looking at last game, they're not super scared. That's what this really draft tells me, is they want to fight, they trust in their 5 players, and they trust that they can not only win lanes, but they can get this Nocturne around the map. I think for Fizzbot, had a couple lackluster first couple minutes. You mentioned not necessarily protecting your mid laner. There were times where they could have gone in and they didn't. But now you send full trust in your jungler and say, our game is in your hands. If you can get to level 6 quick enough, if you can land those ultimates and turn the lights out, all of a sudden we win team fights. So it is all on you this game to get yourself set up and help out and aid all those other lanes.
No, 100%. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Fizzbot this game, especially after that level 6, to just be ganking. Make sure that there's definitely going to be some invading. Nocturne, one of those very strong early invade champions. I 100% agree with what you're saying.
I think Nocturne is fun, and I think this is just a have fun type of comp, right? You give your top laner a Fiora as well. You have the Ashe arrows that, again, it's similar to the Nautilus hook where you can throw it out. It's a pretty lower cooldown once you get that ultimate stacked up with some CDR. Throw it out. If you land it, especially on a carry, you can go on something like a Vlad that could be a little bit immobilized by that arrow. I'm curious though, Abacats, what's your idea on this Seraphine?
I think that this bot lane is going to be quite volatile, and that's where the counter pick of the Nautilus comes from. Ashe Seraphine, it's a combo there. There's lots of slows, there's lots of roots. It's really meant to combat the poke and the root that you get from the Varus, as well as establish some shielding, some healing, but mainly deal damage from afar and match what the Varus does. And the Nautilus is there to counter that. So such extreme volatility in the bot lane there.
And I think the Nocturne adds to that. I mean, you look at the Kayn that can kind of get those rotates down, but I'm really scared. I think if this Nocturne hits 6 first and can really find all those openings, Fizzbot was so good about rotating things on through. And for University of Washington, there was only a moment where they were trailing in that first game, where they had actually gotten that first blood on them towards the mid laner and weren't able to recover until they did. I'm interested in your thoughts on the neutral objective game, because last game, you said it, both these teams have loved to fight. You look in the semifinals, they were yoinking away neutral objectives like a kid on Halloween grabbing some candy out of a bucket that says only take one. We saw you out there, kids that did that, but I digress either way. What is your thought on the battle on who wants who to start out this second game?
I think that UW plays a reactive comp. Nocturne is one of those champions that goes in after enemy jungler has taken a bit of damage from the objectives, whether that's the grubs or whether that's from the Drake. And that's really what the Nautilus is the answer for. It's the counter to the counter in a sense.
Yeah. It's all that chess match.
No, exactly. It's all these mind games, who goes where, and we see that Cal is not going to have prio this game, at least through levels 1 through 5, because of the Vladimir, because of the Kale. Potentially they might have it in the bot lane, but I believe that we will see first Drake and potentially Grubs goes toward the side of UW.
Yeah, I mean, you just get so much control. It feels like even with that Nocturne ultimate, even if you're not getting kills off of it, it's like, okay, do we take a team fight with a very front-to-back heavy where if we lose our Kale or lose our Varus, or even lose our Vlad, like our damage at different points could be lacking, and even the threat of those lights being turned off very quickly can sometimes dissuade opponents from objectives, so I really like that, but it's all about that mind game. The chess match between these two has evolved from the semifinals towards here. And again, we were talking about the homework to go back to the bans. Once again, Talon, you've got Gangplank, you've got Kiana taken off the board. UW said you are not going to get your ideal jungle champions that you've been using to win for this entire tournament.
Yeah, I think that both teams are not completely on comfort picks, except for Mist on the Varus and Red Snow on the Fiora. There is a sense that neither team is completely where they want to be at. You know, they're being challenged by each other in a sense, and I think it really is why Feelers has been so successful in these kinds of levels, which just makes for such entertaining games.
I mean, this game too is going to be exciting, and you know, there's a possible game number 3 on the horizon. Cal would have to win this game number 2, and we're hopping right on into it. A 5-player dash up towards the top side to stay a little bit safe and make sure nothing like their Kale gets dove early.
Oh no, Red Snow. I hope he does not get caught here. 5-man in the top lane. It seems we may have seen some mental break come out from the side of Geo. Just does not want Red Snow to get ahead at all there. And it does look like a 5-point from UW, so they will be able to establish some vision dominance now that they know that's 5-man from the side of Cal. Which are getting a little bit of poke there.
Just a little bit of damage to lead off the charge. Nice deep word. And W Observers. Shout out to all of our production team working very hard behind the scenes to bring you guys all the action for not only League of Legends, but all 3 of our titles we've got going here today for Rocket League and Valorant later. Of course, this game number 2, exciting to watch. 2 completely yin and yang compositions, and ooh, complex. I like the angle.
Very scary stuff. Both teams very squishy here, especially in the early game. Complex does get that W oak out. His bot farming very quickly. As it does look like Kane in the top lane started wraps into Krugs here. So Fizzbot will have the level 3 advantage if he chooses to gank either the mid lane or the bot lane here.
And I think Vino's just trying to hover around this Kale. You mentioned those first couple of levels. Can be really tough to get off the ground. Kale heavily scaling, you talk about the Vlad is there as well, and doing some good damage to Minyolk.
Oh yeah, the summon area there, or rather the phase rush just allowing Vladimir to close the gap against Minyo. Unexpectedly, a lot of damage, and we do see the invade level 2 from Fizzbot. This might be a little bit scary. I do think that the Kane is going for his Raptors. Kane does do Raptors quite fast. I don't think that they have vision on this. This could be the point where the game turns completely.
Blue buff stolen away.
Go for it. Wow. Very unexpected play by Fizzbot there. He is down a little bit of CS. I wonder if that affects the tempo. I do think that will lead to Mullen getting cooked here. Yeah, gets hooked and rooted by Nautilus there. Going to take a lot of poke out from Mist. Both teams a little bit at parity with that damage. Got to play a little bit careful, Mullen.
And Complex is pretty decently healthy other than Vino being in the area. One of the big things is, of course, Kayla's going to start behind a little bit of CS, but this roam to help out the Vlad, I think, is definitely important.
I believe Vino's going to try and get that blue buff from the side of Fizzbot. Mino definitely understands it. There's definitely some communication happening in between both of those players. It could be that Vino might just go up to the crab here because he knows that if he tries to contest blue buff, that Fizzbot is just going to absolutely level dominate him here. But we do see Fizzbot, Vino, going to break out a fight. Vino gets the smite off onto the blue buff here. Fizzbot going to go very low here. I think we're going to see Fizzbot go down for the level 1.
Wow. What a call.
Goes towards Cal. Oh no, Red Snow, what are we doing here? It's a 3v1. Vino's going to go back in with the E there. Oh no, and we're losing so much CS for the side of Red Snow. Very strange jungle pathing from Fizzbot has led him to being down a kill. Now down CS for Red Snow. It's quite a brutal situation if you're Fizzbot. I feel really bad about this, but we do see some advantage for Complex against Mist.
Another fight back in the jungle as well. Fizzbot trying to get back to his jungle camps, but the initial start of that fight, Fizzbot just didn't have the smite available because used one down over in the opposing jungle side. So Vino says, this is mine for sure, but after I steal it, I know I can take this 1v1 fight. Cal is up about 200 gold, but it's starting to get a little bit out of hand in bot lane. 20 CS differential here again at 5 minutes time.
I mean, but we do see Vino making up for it with a 20 CS lead in the jungle. I really disliked that play from Fizzbot. If he wanted to steal the blue buff there, I think he immediately needed to go take his own. Oh, we do see a pause coming out here.
Ooh, the golden sepia tones. Either way, during this pause, can talk about a little bit of the state for what's going on for these two teams. Obviously for Cal, ideal. They go into the jungle, they get this first blood, they find themselves a lot of early pressure onto Fizzbot, who is kind of trying to play that reactive style as you mentioned, but losing a lot of camps because of it. And we're back in, no more pause, it was quick.
Yeah, it's just quite upsetting to me. And we see Fizzbot trying to take back some advantage. He's stealing the wolves, likely gonna go for the Gromp, but Vino is heading straight towards it, gonna do those wolves. Or he's thinking about doing those wolves and taking that Gromp and heading towards Drake. So Fizzbot is going to get caught again. I don't think Mino can cover him for him this time. He has to know. I would like for Fizzbot to just head down towards the bot lane, potentially. He does have the control ward there. Complex has to follow up. Nolan also walking up towards the fight here.
Okay.
Oh no, Fizzbot going to get caught out. Has to flash out here. Get the root off. Complex doing as much damage as he can, but both the jungle and the support flash towards. And I believe Fizzbot's going to go down. Mullen taking a lot of damage, but Complex gets the kiting, gets the damage in. Going to take a lot of damage from Mist, though. It does look like Feet of Warfare goes towards the red team, California. Complex going very low here as well. Might get towered of by that Varus and that Kayn.
You decide to back off. Mina's going to go for a chase down.
Oh, Minion flashes, does not hit anything though. Gets the ult off. Big shutdown for Minion. Fantastic rotation. He is without flash though. Likely going to get caught out by Tringe. Pops the phase rush. Fitz moving towards him. He can make it out. That would be best case scenario. Hits the stun. Looks like Tringe does not have the XP for the level 6 ult there. It's moving back down towards. Mullen covering for Minion there.
Minion went massive. Oh, Complex.
Oh, Complex. Very greedy, greedy, greedy.
I think we'll stay alive, but boy, on the hinges of death, and Minion is actually the true savior of this game. Down flash, down teleport, but gets into the jungle with a level advantage on Tringe, hits that Scatter the Weak, and takes down Vino, who's been on a tear. Now Minhyuk with that level advantage and no flash is a clear target.
Minhyuk, you have to know that something is happening here. We're going to see Fitz move towards him. Ult gets popped out by the Vladimir. They're going to try to make something happen.
Fizz.
Gets a root off. Minhyuk going to go down here, I believe. Cringe hits the second Q there with the ult. Unfortunate stuff. Fitz just absolutely ready for those rotations. Minhyuk, or Molin, just falling a little bit behind in timing.
Unfortunately, yeah, Fizzbot as well, not level 6. You mentioned that CS differential, the Kayn getting ahead, getting that kill, then finding ways to rotate out. Fitz has to be a little bit careful here, but is super tanky. You mentioned that supportive roam, it's giving them so much. Void Grubs and First Drake are up and available, and it looks like Fizz should be uncontested. Kayn is finishing up her top side.
This could be a mistake with the Vladimir rotate and Fizz just hovering so close. Does look like they're going to give, though, Tringe just a little bit too low to contest this. This does leave the Grubs open for the side of Vino. Now we do see that level 6. Oh, Minhyuk coming in with the stun there. Red Snow now popping the ult onto the Kayn. Is Vino going to go for the Grubs or try and help the Kale here? It does look like he gets the last Grub and tries to peel. Oh, flash out for Vino there. Big damage coming out from Red Snow. Oh, gets the W off. Gonna flash towards Minhyuk. Gonna try and go for the trade. Nice trade. Molin also here in the top lane. Are they gonna try to make the dive happen? Vladimir here as well. I don't think they can do it. Flash out from Vladimir. Complex also getting rooted here. Will Tringe do anything with the flash there? Has to try and cover for Minhyuk as Miss gets the tower dive on Complex. So much action happening all over the map.
Yeah, once again, two different sides of the fight. Up top, for UW, it's actually a good follow-up. Even though they get the takedown from the Kayn, I love what Minhyuk is doing. This is a bounce-back game on a Syndra, on comfortability, up 8 CS, and up a kill as well on their mid lane fight. For Geo, you are past that level 6, you're up to level 7. Snow has been doing a lot of work to balance things back, but the Fiora expended so much, and Vino is right behind them for a possible 2v1.
Yeah, I honestly hate the way that Fizzbot played this game, just allowing for Vino to take as much advantage of him as possible and even get such an early red. 10-minute red is just incredible for this kind of champion.
I think the worst thing too is for Fizzbot, you didn't hit level 6 until after when you needed to. A lot of those early game ultimates and ganks have gone to the wayside because you chose to go in and try and invade.
Oh yeah, and Minhyuk getting a lot of damage onto this KO. Red Snow getting ulted on by Tringe, but I believe it was a defensive ult from the side of the Vladimir.
And Red Snow still with an ultimate of their own.
Vino taking some damage from Minhyuk, but not quite enough. He's going towards the assassin build, so the team fights may take the wayside compared to these 3v1 dives, these 2v1s, these 4v2s.
Said not a word, buddy.
Close. Oh, Molin giving a little bit away. Staying at parity with Miss for the most part, though. This gold lead is not that significant. It looks like only about 400 for the side of Cal.
Also important to note, UW was actually able to take that first Drake, Cloud Soul. Cloud Drake, rather.
Trying to go in on Vino here. Gets the fear off. Red Snow, you got to peel for your laner. Oh, big R does not hit. Minhyuk's going to come here as well. Oh no, they get the last smite off onto the Void Grubs. We do see the kill getting popped. Red Snow pops his ult as well, but Minhyuk has to make something happen. Do they have ult? They do not. Oh, gets a stun. Maybe something happens. Flashes from Minhyuk. Has to hit that last auto. Some work here, but Molin gonna get ulted and pops the charm there. I do think that Molin and Complex are gonna get dove here. The Bear is just doing so much poke damage out on to the side of UW. Really unfortunate.
I think the only weird thing is they saw Minhyuk trying to go for a wrap, so it scared them just a little bit off of that fight. Drake is spawning here in a minute and 15, and Cal is playing this game to perfection, shutting down the Nocturne. Those Kayn ultimates are just perfectly timed so that the Ash arrow sails straight by him. Vino might be, I was going to say, in a little bit of trouble, but is just Kale can dash back over the wall.
And I'm wondering if that flash or that smite was a bit of an ego from the side of Fizzbot. Just didn't want to give up that CS. But we are approaching objective timers here. I believe that the next Drake is up soon, within the next 2 minutes.
Let's see what this top lane fight looks like. 40 seconds until the next Drake. Teleport on Cal for Geo. And Snow hasn't really been able to win the 1v1. Even though the Kale hasn't gotten a ton of kills, it's not died either. So 2 assists feels pretty good. Your Vlad is scaling up nicely. And that CS differential on bot is pretty much nothing because of the gold that Cal has been able to build up. They're up almost a full 1,000 gold over UW. The question being, what can Mean Yolk have? We said it, it's complete opposite from the game last game, in game number 1. They are the power point. They have all the gold. They have 3 of the team's 4 kills.
Yeah, a bit of a pain point here in the jungle. Just trying to make something happen around Mean Yolk now that we know, if you're UW, that he is the carry. Mean Yolk has to be a little bit careful here. Vino's going to go in. Going to try to hit that W there. A little bit of tower shots, but Mean Yolk beautifully dodges the W there. No wave for Tringe. We do see the Drake up now. Fitz taking so much vision here. I wonder where the side of the Ashe is at the moment. Oh, just right on top of Mullen there.
Yeah, it actually looks like UW has first priority. Red Snow could be looking for something. Vino's here.
Oh no, you have to know that Vino was there, Red Snow. Scary stuff. Just gonna get popped out. And a kill for the Kale is just not where you want to be if you're UW. Mean Yolk gonna hover this 3v2 here. Just trying to stay at parity with this Vlad. This is a tough game if you're UW, despite the objective advantage. There's so much pressure coming from the side of Cal.
I think the one good news is it's Hexel, so if you can actually unlock that, all of a sudden it becomes easier. Complex, a little bit of trading. Again, you have still about a 25 CS advantage down here in bottom lane. We'll go to about 20 as Mist one-shots that wave through and through. But they're winning everywhere else. Geo is up to the 2nd evolution of Kale, has a kill under their boots, as you mentioned, and the Vlad is starting to scale up. UW needs to attack them with some ganking angles.
Yeah, and this is just very difficult. You know, we definitely expected for the Fiora to have utter dominance. Oh, Vino gonna get caught out here. Complex has the shield, but what's gonna happen here? Has so much lethality from the side of Vino. Gets caught out. Big shutdown for Complex there. Makes it out just barely alive. That's exactly what you want to see if you're the side of UW. Cal overextending into the red buff. Big mistake from the side of Vino. That tempo is going to be lost for the next 40 to a minute.
And that stinks as well because it's right back onto Complex, who had just finished the Kraken Slayer. Geo, by the way, to do some level tracking, is up 2 levels here against Red Snow, who had just such a phenomenal game in that last one. We'll get the level 10 off the wave.
Really got to be frustrating if you're Red Snow, especially during that, I think it was a level 2, level 3. Losing all that experience has led up to this point. Like we talked about in game 1, every little bit, every kill, every experience, all the CS snowballs. But we do see ult get popped from all sides, as we see Nocturne ult, Red Snow pops his ult, as well as the Kale ult for defense. W in from Vino, Red Snow queuing out. Mean Yolk gonna try and cover for Fizzbot. Fizzbot has to flash out here. Mean Yolk also gonna get flashed on by Fitz. Has to flash away as well. Oh no, Fizzbot just went back in slightly and gets caught by the W there. So frustrating. Oh no, the flash out from Vino as well. Mean Yolk gonna try to get that damage in. Gets absolutely destroyed from the side of Vino.
I mean, this is a front-heavy team fight. And for UW, they're betting on the Kale that they can actually take it down, and more than that they can get more to be pulled in. The problem is, Two early flashes invested from Fizzbot and Miniok mean there's no way to escape. Also important, as we watch this team fight up top, Complex is going to flash down bottom to try and chase down the Varus. So another flash down from this composition, but on the chase down, a perfect hook, cutting out those entryways and playing as a full team. Vino was actually in a little bit of trouble there with the health bar, and yet was able to continue to tank and continue to vamp.
Oh, we do see the ult coming out from Mullen. Complex going to try to make some damage. Caught out on the mist. Redemption coming out from the side of Fitz, but double kill for Complex. They're just going to try to get back out here as Vino might be pathing a little bit down. Mino placing a little bit of vision onto that blue side. UW is still not out of this game.
Able to force that turret down, and you mentioned it's still pretty close. I mean, it's barely a 1,000 gold lead for University of Cal. It is interesting to see as well, because of that Nutra objective trade, it feels like UW is almost even in this game because they have those 2 extra Drakes. If they get a Hextech Soul, this composition, especially with an Ashe, is going to be incredibly tough to deal with.
100%. Now that Complex is fed and Mino is part of that carry status. Oh, ult coming out again. We see the KO ult getting popped, but this spot hits the fear. Big kill for Red Snow. You do see Fitz and Vino hovering. You guys have to know that they might be following up here. Be very careful. Oh no, yeah. With that Kaney. Just can't walk up here. Don't do it. Don't do it. There's no vision. Oh no, Red Snow. Had to know it was going to happen. Gets hit by that W. Going to get hooked there. Flashes against this 2v1. Will he make it out? It's going to be a Hextech Flash coming out from Fist there.
Oh.
Potentially make it out here. I don't know. Let them on a long chase, but did not seem worth the investment for the Flash. Root coming out from Miss, but misses there. It's just putting so much pressure all across the map with that Hextech. Or that Hex Flash.
And Red Snow, I feel like it's opposite of the pressure as the Rift Tail is going to be dropped down mid here. I think just trying to get Drake control for now. We'll see.
Are out from Complex onto Mist. Clean stuff. I don't think that the Herald's going to be able to get anything off here. Do they continue for the fight? Mino coming in. Gets the stun off onto Fizz. Gets the charm from Molin. Cringe going to go in here with the ult. Big ult. Hits both Fizzbot and Mino. It's everyone. Big damage from Mino though. Complex going in with a peel. Cringe taking a lot of damage here. Is he going to have to flash out? Flashes out there.
11 HP. 11 HP. That's the difference maker there. And that was a really big gamble for UW because it's going to be mid-turret take off of that Rift Herald charge. And Cal is going to go for the Drake. Minyok's here but has no reinforcements.
Definitely can't be walking up like this. We do see the Nocturnal get popped out though. Does the kill still have ult? No. Actually does pop it there. Fizzbot gonna go down. Complex needs some heal from Red Snow. Gonna absolutely shred through the side of Vino. Neither team has the smite there. It's gonna be, it's anyone's Drake at the moment. I think Complex is just trying to burst it down. Watch out for the Varus Q though, guys. That's third Drake going towards the side of UW. Gold is currently at parity. We do see the KO close to Rabadon's here though. It's anyone's team at the moment.
UW, though, gets the big win, gets the Drake. Otacon is available up top, and, you know, this Kayla's been playing the game perfectly. Only one death on it. You talk about that Nashor's complete is on the cusp of finishing off the death cap, and the Divine Judgment in that last fight was what actually took out the Nocturne. Both junglers were actually down the fight. Neither had a smite, so lots of vision control, a really good battle back, and once again, who do they feed when things go wrong? They feed Complex. A 6-kill Ashe, and Tringe has to be a little bit careful here.
I believe Tringe has ult and Ghost here. Matched with Minyok's ult and Flash. A lot of damage from Minyok though, very aggressive. He knows that Fizzbot is hovering him here.
Minyok also knows that bottom turret is down, so Vlad didn't have a ton of protection. But with this even gold, Cal scales very, very well. We've said it a ton of times already, but this Kale, this Vlad, and this mid-jungle duo can find itself into really good combos. It's going to be a lot on Complex to see if they can survive. Ashe doesn't have a lot of mobility, so you need to rely on things like Fizzbot's ultimate and Red Snow to tank away to let Complex give opportunities to Free Fire.
No, 100%. And Complex has just been kiting this game perfectly, and Mullen has been following up with the peel in a super great way. Now going towards this Otacon fight with Red Snow and Fizzbot so weak, what do you think is going to happen? We do see the teleport coming out from Minyo. I wonder if this is just to match what, like the hovering that Gio and Fitz is doing. Oh, big stun from Minyo onto Vino. They're going to start this with Vladimir encroaching from the mid lane here. I don't know if this is a great idea from UW. Covered from all sides. We're going to see Vino absolutely destroys Vino. Fizzbot going in onto the KO. We see some big damage from Mist. Tringe coming from below. He's going to pop the ult there. Complex has to flash out. He knows that the damage is too much. He's trying to get some damage onto Fitz, but Fitz is so tanky. Oh, Otacon going towards the side of Cal. Red Snow, so much damage though. And Red Snow and Complex are able to finish up the fight there. That's an ace for the side of UW.
I mean, that is just incredible. A perfect grand challenge if I have ever seen one from University of Washington. You called it though. Vlad was coming very, very late from mid, but UW delayed long enough that the fight was able to build back up. But what's critical about this fight is Fizzbot dies first, so they know they have no smite, they have nothing in their kit, except they have to duel. They're all straight up against the wall, and Tringe finds them, but Snow is able to win the 1v1. You'll look at where that challenge was popped, he hits the side of him, regens, and goes right back in for the finish up. After you take down that Vlad, everybody else was so spaced out that it allowed that fight to go your way. Otacon, a couple of kills, and a 2k gold lead to the Dogs.
Perfect description of how that fight went down there. You know, Red Snow and Complex just played that perfectly. Oh, we're going to break out another fight. Fizzbot going to go onto Vino. Has to flash out there. Big charm coming out from Mullen. Massive 4v3 in the mid lane as Kale and Vladimir are side laning. Just unexpected fight coming out from the side of UW.
I mean, you've got this Profane Hydra on lock here for Fizzbot, so every time you've got the ultimate, go, go, go. You get the flash out of Mist, you get the forward pressure, and you get the kill. Tringe may be very far forward here.
There's no place that Tringe dies with where he's at compared to where Red Snow is. Oh, Kale has to pop the ult here as Mino gets a big stun, but it's incredible damage coming out from Complex. 8, 1, and 4, 700 gold shutdown. Red Snow stopping the back of Tringe there. Really big stop here. He's able to continue it. I don't know if Red Snow wins this fight. Tringe playing it perfectly with right into that wall. Red Snow has to flash from Tringe. Red Snow gets a kill. Oh my god. Red Snow is back in this
use
game
the flash their own.
completely. Complex hitting the W. Big stun, big slows. Nocturne's gonna pop the ult in. Nocturne going towards the side of Theo on that Kale. Hits the fear. Gio has no tail ult to defend himself. UW just completely 4v1ing this entire game.
I mean, there's always a way back in with Nocturne. And it feels like Fizzbot, you talk about the mental reset that you have to do after getting slammed in the early game. What this means is not only a 6k gold lead, it is blown open for UW, but they're going to get the Hex Tech Soul. They're going to get insane damage on Complex, who is already 8, 1, and 6. This Fiora is now a solo lane threat, and all of the scaling that Cal is trying to build up collapses if you don't have map and vision pressure.
And just look at this mob of champions approaching through the Hextech gates onto the Baron here. Stopping the back from the side of Red Snow, but Cal knows that they have to try and match this Baron play with how ahead the side of UW is. It's like they placed the control ward down there.
Now, objective bounties are on board, so if Cal, if you can find a way to win a fight, get a couple shutdowns, it could completely flip this game. The problem is you are battling into that Hextech Soul, and along with that, you look at big flashes that are up. Everybody but Complex on the UW side has their flash up. nobody but Vino and Fitz on the other side has a flash up. So the Vlad can't really make a big play, and especially if you're Fizzbot, you can turn the lights off, and Red Snow can try and zone him out.
And look at this. Minyok has beautifully scaled, very quietly, unexpectedly, gotten his, oh my god, ult out from Minyok onto Vino. Is Fizzbot going to follow up on this? This could be a little bit dangerous. He knows that there's Peel. Very, very good discipline there. And it looks like we've already started the Baron. That may have been cover for Fog of War. Red Snow waiting in the corner there. Hits missed with the ult there. One shot. Red Snow has done it beautifully. Goes into onto Vino. Hits the parry. Kale has to pop the ult there to help save him. Red Snow just instantly popping in with the help of Minyok though. One stocks Geo as well. It's going to go down to Minyok and Complex there. Could this be an end? They're pinging towards the end. TP's out from the side of UW as Red Snow with the Tiamat is going to be able to decimate this wave.
I mean, it's 40 seconds on everybody but Vlad. What are you supposed to do to defend this? They've got Baron, they've got everything they need, and they're going to flash on in.
Minyok getting the flash there, going to get a little bit low from Tringe, going to get popped, but Red Snow just trying to end the game. He does not care. They're going to go for the win. I believe UW is going to win this set. And they've done it. Ladies and gentlemen, the University of Washington is your Xfinity Run It Back 4 champions 2-0. Congratulations.
There is a reason they are named UW, because they only take dubs. Not a single map loss across the entirety of the tournament. And boy, two completely different games. You go to that first one where they had so much control. Their solo lanes were winning. That second game was getting out of control. The scaling felt really good from Cal. And then all of a sudden, it was Minyok, who didn't have a great first game, stepped back in, scaled silently like you mentioned, and then was just one-shotting anybody that stepped up to him.
Yeah, no, that was just incredibly played into the scale. It really went opposite how we expected it, you know. Cal was able to take that early advantage, and Fizzbot stumbled a little bit, just like game one, but really found his place within the team fight, within the mob, within the pack, just 3v1ing, 4v2ing all across the map. And Mullen being able to establish that speed and being central to that squad was just, it was very beautiful to watch.
It was exciting, and I'm glad we got to see 2 games of it. I wish we could have gotten a best of 5 to see how the Fearless would have adapted after that, but I understand for these 2 teams on, honestly, time restraints, and, you know, best of 5s take forever. So getting to see a great series no matter what, and getting to see the best that these 2 teams have. Abocats, you got any final thoughts on these 2 teams in the series?
I think they both played it beautifully. It was really great to watch such close games, such great mechanics from both sides, and you know, congratulations to UW for playing the way they did, and I loved the resilience from both teams. It was incredible watch.
It was a fun watch,
Yeah,
and with
can
UW's victory, they moved to the victors of the tournament, walking home with a phenomenal, awesome trophy on the record books, and of course some phenomenal shirts that FlyQuest is going to be sending them. But with the 2-0, that wraps up League of Legends for the day. I know we've got Rocket League, League of Legends a little bit later, so as much as that's done for Llama77 and Abocats, we're going to hear a little bit more with an interview after this short break at the Xfinity Run It Back series.
Yeah.
Like right when I killed, already playing.
Okay, wait, Ash down, Seraphine next.
We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy. You like that? Don't back down.
Okay, go. Oh my gosh, rapid fire rejected.
Spicy. There's a fat. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. We know how to make it rain in my bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own booth. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got the time for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. When we make it rain in the
There we go. We're back. Had a little bit of a technical issue. A complete wash from Washington in the first game. Dominance on the top and bottom lane, leading to a very quick win. And then in the second game, it gets a little dicey, but Washington is able to completely turn it around and get the win in the end. Like the caster said, not dropping a single match throughout the entire tournament. We will have Red Snow for the interview, the Cassante, and the Fiora on the top lane. It should be some very interesting questions, especially in that first game, because Red Snow was running the show in that first map. But overall, Washington did a wonderful job, especially going for that neutral objectives. We have Red Snow coming on. Very interested to see some questions here. Hello.
Hello.
It seems you guys completely took control of the entire game.
No, I was a little depressed the second game. I'm not gonna lie. The start of the second game.
Yeah, we'll get there. But for the first game, obviously you're kind of the man of the hour. You were on the Cassante in the top lane. What do you think gave you such a massive advantage, not only in that top lane, but also in the bottom lane as well?
I think, like, overall, my team just played, like, insane. Like, they were just, like, so much, I don't want to say so much better, but, like, we were just playing, like, a game today. So I felt, like, very, like, confident in the rest of my team. So I just, like, I just focused on myself, and it made it a lot easier to perform. Like, I think I had slightly better lane, like, understanding of the matchup. I think that was also, like, a pretty big part. I was lucky to be able to, like, play against, like, a challenger player in the Cassante versus Jax just recently, so it helped out quite a bit.
Nice, yeah. Obviously, you know, very easy in that first game, but that second game, ooh, it was getting a little dicey. I mean, you gotta call a spade a spade, but I mean, what was the mindset when they started to get that momentum?
Yeah, honestly, I was a little worried at the start. Once I saw that our bot lane was getting so ahead, I started feeling a lot less scared. I think one of the main issues I had was I was trying to make too many plays. Because I felt off the high of the first game, going into that second game, I was like, I can do everything, and I should have just taken a reality check. I think that was the main thing. I think after Adacom fight though, it became a lot easier for me to play on the side.
And then one last question. Kind of Fizzbot was also struggling in the jungle. How did you as a team support Fizzbot and just kind of completely flip the script?
You see, I disagree. He was playing insane. Fizzbot was my GOAT. No, he was also like, he was great. The second game, honestly, some of the mistakes were kind of on me. Because I should have like a few plays I was kind of like calling for and shouldn't have. So I don't think anyone was really blaming him. No one really blamed him inside the call either. Yeah, like I think he was just playing out of his mind.
Yeah, I know the casters were kind of going back and forth because, as you said, there were a lot of maybe misplays.
Yeah, overall, no, there was definitely some interesting plays.
Yeah, overall, you guys completely turned it around. But I'll give you the floor now if you want to shout anybody out on your team or.
I'm gonna shout out my teammates. We got Angela, we got Jonathan. We got Minyok, DK, and we got Kai. They're great. Yeah. They're the best players in the world.
All right, well, you guys now are the best players in the Run It Back Invitational. So thank you so much for doing this interview with me, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, very nice to kind of take a peek into the mind of one of the players. But that is it for League of Legends. Around the corner, we have Rocket League up next. So stay tuned. You are not going to want to miss that.
guys, I'm Achilles. I play Rocket League for the University of New Mexico, and today I'm going to be playing Valorant.
Yo, what's up, chat? My name is Lightstreaks. I play for the University of New Mexico Rocket League esports team, and today I'm going to be trying Valorant.
Hi there, I'm Jonas. I play Rocket League for Oregon State University, and today I'll be trying Valorant.
No way.
Oh, we're playing Corrode.
Yeah. I've literally only played on this map once. Light,
Playing an official match.
well, if you need any help, Light, just figuring stuff out,
You're on your own. Yeah, no, I know B is a little more simple. A is the one that's a little more complicated.
Alright, well, let's go to the more complicated
let's go
one.
A, yeah.
yeah.
If it's more complicated for us, it is for them. Well. Flash! Okay, thank you, Light.
It's all good, all good. He's practicing the abilities.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what happens when we leave him on his own. Oh, I got one through the smoke. Oh, on site. Got another.
Last one's by me. Oh.
Yeah, I'm in the confusing mid. I don't even know where I am. Oh no way! Oh, we should have told him to say.
Yeah, go get him. No, let's go get him, Light. If
Dude,
something bad
run it
happens,
down.
that's fine.
Oh.
Yeah. Go get him. No, let's go get him, Light. If something bad happens, that's fine. Oh my word.
Or I'll take the Vandal.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, never mind. That was interesting. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really that broke. You know, like I can buy a Vandal if I want, but I'll save with the team. Very good. Flashing out. I'm gonna get dinked through the smoke. That's a nade. Watch out.
Yeah, get him, Light. You spray him.
Oh, I got dinked. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
No.
Last player standing.
All right.
I'm slowly losing hope.
Oh no, he's got.
No.
Oh,
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, the only problem I'm dealing with makes sense for me. So.
Oh my gosh, I'm not going mid anymore. I keep getting destroyed. Our Cypher is AFK. It might be chalked.
Oh my goodness. I'm as blind as a bat, bro. Oof.
You got that Light. Quick scope.
Light. You got it. Oh no.
Never mind. Yeah, let's grab that and dip.
Oh no.
Oh, I didn't even get the Ares. Oh, I'm dead.
Nope. Nope. They met me mid.
Okay. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
They met me mid. You got it. Clovis tagged a hundo.
They don't know.
Just one pop.
He knows.
That one.
He knows. He knows. Oh my gosh.
Nade.
Spike down.
I keep doing that. I need to heal.
Are you talking to Phoenix? Oh my goodness.
I missed.
Oh, Cypher.
Well, he was honest.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, these two are upset.
Well, these are probably some of the most stereotypical solo queue Valorant teammates you could get.
Yeah, from
See,
a Rocket League
they,
player's
yeah.
perspective, these are just all Val players.
Yeah.
Wait.
All right, we can forfeit.
Okay. Yeah, let's just.
That was the.
It was a warm up. It was a warm up.
I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
It's okay.
No, I'm not worried about that. It was the fact that those two just wanted out immediately.
Yeah, we just need to have some people that actually want to play the game with us.
Thank you for watching us try Valorant. Hoping to see you next time.
What's up, everybody? This is Chris.
I'm Michael from OC Varsity.
It's Hams from University of Oregon. I play Scan Initiator for the varsity team.
And today I'll be looking at your guys' Valorant clips.
Let's go.
Oh, he's flicky. Is that a spray transfer? Let's see that. Okay, he sprays that guy. Oh, that was kind of sick. That was a clean spray transfer. Probably Ascendant? I don't know though. I feel like it's just like so short, so I can't really tell. Hey, okay, let's go.
Body shots, okay. And gets instantly one tap there. Of course, saying knife him. Okay, just gets run and gun sprayed. Flash molly. Barking? Bro. Okay, that clip. Dude, that definitely has to be bronze or iron. I'm not gonna lie. That was atrocious. It's so chaotic. I gotta go iron. Go! Dude. You're joking. There's no way that's gold. Okay.
Wait, it's a frag montage? Oh my god, it's a frag movie. Okay. I cannot. Okay. So it's a frag montage. One tap body shot. Okay, bro, we get it, bro. You can flick away quick, bro. We get it. Holy it's like the third time he flicked off him. Do another flick. I dare you. I dare you to do another flick, Raze. Do it. I know you all. Oh my god, he cut in. Alright. This is it's either Platter or Diamond. It's either Platter or Diamond because players low-key grow out of that after like Platter or Diamond of just like hitting the flick. And also surely we end the clip like right here. Got like 5 extra seconds. Ain't no way. Oh, we got Diamond. Oh, silver. God, I thought he was too good.
Okay, looking at the wall. Getting ready. Nice one tap. Here's the Raze. Good map awareness, seeing Raze on back. Nice. Raze is a little lost. Omen's lost as well. Marking. Okay. At the beginning of the round, his crosshair placement is kind of off. He's just staring at the left side of the smoke. Staring at the wall here. I'm gonna go with plat. Close. Okay, gold. Gold again.
Oh, here we go. My shots? Man, I don't know. They're just like all walking out one by one. The util usage wasn't horrible. The shots were alright. It says gold player part 2, so I have a feeling he's gold. Okay.
Wow, there were a lot of unexpected ranks. Anyways, see you guys later.
Hello everyone, I'm Arctic Fall. I'm the UNM University of New Mexico jungler and coordinator for the League of Legends team.
My name is Bybet Don't Tilt, and I play for UNM. My lane is bottom lane.
Hello, I'm Reverence. I play mid lane for University of New Mexico.
I'm Makram, I'm the UNM top laner.
My name is Sparax Fortier, and I play support for UNM Esports.
Ranked is more about luck than skill. You see your teammates every game. It's dependent on the lane, but you know, me when I'm playing top lane and I play ranked, I see my 0-20 bot lane, and I get sad. And if they don't go 0-20, I win. Clearly more about luck than skill.
I think skill matters more in ranked than luck because of the fact that there's more decisions that you could do that are based on like actual factual things instead of luck. If you can move to an objective and help your team win that fight, then that matters more than just giving it to RNG and letting your team fight for no reason and without you being there. You can always be there for your team as long as you actually like move to that side of the fight.
It might be helpful like mid lane, but top lane, you know, I'm on my island. I can't really go to Dragon at minute 5. When my team loses a team fight at minute 5, you know, kind of hard to win.
I guess for his statement, he could just play some Gangplank and be totally fine with ulting at level 6 for the fights. Or TPing to a fight, because he has teleport. So there's no reason to say that you can't influence the decisions of your teammates.
Well, before Grandmaster, it's all about the luck. So, I guess the luck is win.
Okay, so I believe that there is not a single person that exists that is not absolutely tilt-free, because why in the world would you be playing League of Legends if you were completely tilt-free? If you're tilt-free, you'd be meditating under a waterfall, being fulfilled in life, instead of queuing up for League of Legends, running into horrible luck, because as we know, ranked is all luck, tilting off the face of the earth because your team just runs it down, and let's say you feel at peace. Let's say as a player you feel at peace. If you consider a game loss or you make a suboptimal decision because you're not thinking straight, that is a form of tilt. If you in any way make a bad decision because of your mood, that is a form of tilt. If you are like, I am so peaceful, and then you miss out on a good fight, I say that is a form of tilt because you're actively putting yourself in the headspace of I cannot fight, therefore you are tilted against fighting. So obviously there's no such thing as a tilt-free player.
Alright, I think tilt-free players do exist. It's all about your mental perspective on the game. And while I think if I'm playing ranked or something, there's going to be a lot of tilt because it actually matters a lot. But if you look back and you step back for a second and you're just playing norms with like 4 of your friends and you're just all doing whatever you want. I mean, we're playing like Echo support, we're playing like Teemo top, I don't know, whatever you wanted to play in whatever lane, and you're just having fun, then even if you're losing the game, you're not tilted. Because I think your perspective of tilt, while is like sensible, is wrong in a sense of the word. Because sure, you can lose a game and you could say that, oh, it's because you tilted because you didn't want to participate. But if you're having fun, then like, are you actually tilted? You know, and it's just about a mental perspective on how you play the game. I feel like playing ranked can induce stress, and as long as you're not doing that, you can kind of be tilt-proof just by having fun playing the game.
In League of Legends, it's all about the rank, right? If you're not tilt, you're not playing League of Legends. Everyone tilts sometimes. Yeah, that's what I think.
That's right, Juan. That's right. Thank you everyone so much for watching. This was the University of New Mexico's League of Legends team. Make sure everyone boots it up for rank and roots for us in the upcoming tournament for Run It Back Xfinity. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you deeply enjoyed the video as much as we did. Thank you.
Chat, it happened again. Mid-scrim. 1 second I'm clutching up. Next thing you know, silence. They just died on me.
Girl, I feel your pain. I get home, I'm about to complete the game, and boom, battery's at 2%. Totally ruined my night.
Sorry. That is my charge my headset alarm, which also has not been working. Guys, what are we doing? I was in a 1v2 and I cracked this guy and I pushed and he was down, and then I went to take out the very last guy, and that's when it happened. He downed me and we lost the tournament. I think I have to find a new teammate. My teammates hate me.
They just queued up without me while I'm dealing with cables.
And I shouldn't have to think about charging my gaming headset while they're pushing sight.
Why don't y'all just try the Alpha 2 wireless?
Xfinity Run It Back. FlyQuest Thrive is a great way to showcase your career in esports, whether you're interested in growing your career in partnerships, social media, or other aspects, we have it. Mentorship opportunities to be able to grow your career, or if you're just interested in growing your passion in esports, FlyQuest Thrive is the place for you. I personally was able to join FlyQuest Thrive here at EVO 2025 in Las Vegas. We were able to interact with staff members, creators, people who love the game. It was a wonderful opportunity. If you're interested in an opportunity like this, please scan the QR code right here to join the Discord for more opportunities, and we'd love to see you there.
Thank you. My son's already in the cart.
Bye.
I think you're wonderful.
Bring me everything wicked.
The magic of your Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Xfinity. Imagine that.
We've returned from an extended break, some parking issues, technical issues. It doesn't matter. The break is over, and we are here with Rocket League. We've got 2 new casters, 2 new sets of schools, and it is all set to be a wonderful time. I have the lovely Jacob and the lovely TJ, as we can bring them on in. Hello, gentlemen, and we are here to talk about what should be a great game, even though the names on the bottom might be a little bit wrong. The greatest game ever, Rocket League.
What a pleasure it is to be here, first of all. I mean, I will gladly carry Llama's name under my face because I love that guy to death. But no, you said it perfect, Lyros. That it is Rocket League time. It's a best of 7. I have been waiting. I'm in East Coast time. I've been waiting all night for this. It's about 6 o'clock for me, as I know you guys have had a long day. We all have had a long day. But we hope that maybe some Rocket League can be the cherry on top for most of us. Should be a blast.
Yeah. I'm excited to be here as well. Glad to see my school, the Ducks, make it to the finals this time. It should be an absolute banger of a match, an in-state showdown between the Beavers and the Ducks.
Yeah, we'll bring in the brackets. We'll see how these 2 teams got here to begin with. They kind of went through that group stage, and then they went through these semifinals. So, Jacob, kind of break down a couple of these schools.
Right. So, I mean, as we're seeing here, an in-state showdown between the Ducks and Oregon State, but we also have, the Aggies from Texas, UCB, California. We got some schools all over, the Western Coast a little bit. But we see here the Ducks, who, didn't go this far last year, in uncharted territory for them in the run-it-back series with Oregon State, who did make it last year, who did lose to Drexel, who is not playing in the tournament this year. But yeah, pretty interesting bracket here. What do you think about it, TJ?
Well, I'm glad that you end off your point with Drexel. Drexel is a nationally renowned program in many games. Not having them here in Rocket League is a huge deal. And not only is it awesome that we get this in-state matchup, but Drexel, you take out a competitor like that, it's now going to be a real test to Oregon, who unfortunately was knocked out by Drexel last year in Run It Back. This time around, they not only get their run back of Oregon State as these teams played in Pool 1, but they also get it in what is a wonderful best of 7 grand final. Again, the graphic is unfortunately ever so slightly wrong, but the team's doing our best. We're doing our best. And again, we're here to have a great time, and it should be a blast of a matchup, a big deal for Oregon trying to come back.
Yeah, and I kind of want to lead that directly into one of the teams, Oregon State. We'll get to your college eventually, Jacob, but I want to I want to have TJ kind of break this team down for us.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Oregon. Actually, I guess we're gonna talk about Oregon directly, Jacob. Jacob, all you, Jacob.
All right, it's all good. Let's talk about Oregon, the Ducks. We got Aramis, we got Luke, we got Spicy. Spicy, been a longtime player on the team, been here for a couple of years now, a senior. Aramis also, looking new this year. Luck's been around the team as well. These guys, they've played a lot of games together. They're hardcore grinders of this game, and they're ready to make a big showcase on the big stage here.
Yeah, I mean, apologies. I guess we're just going to leave it at that. I also do want to give you a quick correction, Jacob. That is Luke, by the way. Luke, but without the extra letters. Who needs a K and an E when you can just keep it short, right? And I think Oregon, in terms of any aura advantage you can get with a short name, that's a Rocket League special right there. Maybe throw a period in at the end. No, but seriously, I am very excited to see Spicy is the returning member of this Oregon roster from last year's Oregon edition of Run It Back, where they did make that semifinal. Also, he had some help from a guy named Jayway, which for those of you who are familiar with Oregon Rocket League, he was incredible last year. But now with this new roster, Aramis has still been around. He has still played in the Oregon system. Now, granted, Jacob, is he on many hours? Time will tell. We'll see how he shows up in the game. But we expect a lot out of this Oregon side.
Yeah, getting here, but their in-state matchup, their rivals, Oregon State. We'll kind of leave it with you, TJ, to give us the lowdown on this roster and why they can be a decent matchup against the Ducks.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Oregon State. I would say decent, maybe a little light in terms of this team and their performance so far in this event. Again, Oregon and Oregon State both matched up in Pool 1 here. But the difference is that Oregon State went 3-0 in their group, also went 9-0 through games. And I personally look to somebody like Profile to lead this team. Granted, Captain and Lich also very incredible players. I'm excited to see what they can bring. But Oregon State, I think, has the biggest chip on their shoulder coming into this event, because we talked about last year's performances. We talked about how close Oregon got, right? But when you look at Oregon State, they went to Game 6 in the grand final against Drexel, who at the time, once again, were a top ranked school. So for Oregon State, there is even more to be desired. And in their side of things, Jacob, it seems like it should be an easier run.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. They've gone perfect in the group stage. They've gone perfect throughout the tournament so far. They definitely do have that chip on the shoulder, like you mentioned. But I mean, when you got a guy like Profile on your roster, who I've seen time and time again perform on the biggest stages, run it back, the Platypus Cup, all of these big tournaments against Oregon, he has shown up, and I'm sure he's looking to make a huge impact today.
All right, now we've got through both of these rosters. We've hyped up Oregon State, obviously 9-0 in the group stage. And especially you, Jacob, take your, you got to take your school bias out of. Who are we feeling takes this? We'll leave it with you, Jacob, because you got to be the one to kind of remove your own bias from the equation.
Listen, no bias aside, when you look at both of these rosters, you think of what all the preparation they've done, everything that they've done to get to this point. You look at a side like Oregon State. They've got the experience. They've got guys who've played this game for numerous hours, who've logged so much time into this game. But I got to go with the Ducks today. I think it's going to be a close series, and I think that, both teams are incredibly talented, but when you got guys like Luke, like Aramis, like Spicy, dogs, absolute dogs, all three of them, I think it's going to be a great series, and I got the Ducks barely taking it, barely etching it out.
For you, TJ, obviously we've got to get
Oh, man. Well, first off, Jacob has a legal obligation to talk about Oregon in a positive light, so fair play, all right? Also, Jacob, real quick, I'm going to throw it right back to you because you didn't give a score prediction. We're going all the way to 7 here? Are we going 4-0, 4-1? Where are we actually seeing this go?
I think we're going to 7 or 6. I do believe that both sides are... Listen, I think both sides are absolutely phenomenal. And I think that this is going to be back and forth. We're going to see so many great plays from every team. Both these teams, they play kind of positionless. They go with the flow, so to speak. And I think that it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic.
Okay. Well, on that note, now I'll add on my personal take. I think I'm going to have to be a little more on the negative side of things, unfortunately, for your side. Oregon State, again, we're 1 game away or 2 games away, technically, from winning Run It Back Year 3. Here in Year 4, yes, the rosters have changed. Yes, each roster only has 1 remaining starter. But from what I saw in the group stage, looking at a 3-0, looking at their dominance across the entire pool, I'm leaning towards Oregon State. Now, when it gets to the game differential, if Oregon can't pick up game 1 or 2, Jacob, I think it's going to be done in 5. I think Oregon is the team who has everything to learn and absolutely nothing to lose. You've been on the underside of this rivalry, at least here in the Run It Back series of things. And if you cannot take what you've learned from those losses and immediately apply them here in game 1 or 2, I think it's going to be a quick afternoon. But Light, I guess it's time for you to throw yours on if you really want to.
Ooh, I mean, I feel like I've got to stick with you, TJ. Oregon State just looks like the team to potentially take it. It's their performance from the group stage, their previous history. I was kind of on the same page going on a game 5 or 6, a 4-1, 4-2. I think if we do go to a game 7, that's the avenue in which Oregon can take it, but that's a long ways to get there. So as we inch closer and closer to the game, I think I'll leave you two to bicker amongst each other to maybe finally find a way to eke this out as we get so close to the game starting.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I think both, your opinions are both valid. I think Oregon State is phenomenal. Like, there's no discredit to them whatsoever, but I gotta go with my dogs here. I gotta be the on the under, so to speak.
Well, while we're bickering, I will also throw in a massive thank you to both Xfinity for being the official presentation here and Run It Back, but also want to thank HyperX as well. I mean, I got one right next to me, actually right now. So huge thank you to the HyperX crew. I'm not at my home setup. Hold on now. Let's not get personal.
Okay.
No, I'm actually at the lovely Kentucky esports facility, which is why you see this wonderful hex pattern behind me. So that's why. But on that note, Jacob, I'm hearing out of the corner of my ear, I'm hearing rumblings around that I think it may be time for year 4 of the Run It Back Grand Finals to finally get started. Jacob's got Oregon. I've got Oregon State. It's a matter of time till we crown a champion.
All right, I'll leave you two to it then.
Fantastic. Thank you. The brilliant Light Rose, as always.
Well, as we are waiting for the final moments to get this game in, I do want to add some side notes as well. My official prediction was 4-1 Oregon State, but Light Rose brought up a really good point, is that if it does go to 7, I totally agree. I think the Ducks then grab that advantage because, again, they have nothing to lose and everything to gain from their previous matchups with this team. But can we go the distance? I mean, Oregon State, we heard when Light Rose brought in the entire stream for this section of the broadcast, there was parking issues. They were late to this final, Jacobs, and Oregon's been there just getting warm. Yeah, they've just been getting warm.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon has been ready for a while. I actually saw one of the players, Luke, arrive when I was leaving the venue. Off to a hot start already.
All right, we are not going to waste any sort of time. It is a best of 7. Our wonderful production team has made sure that you will not be confused at any means, and it's Oregon who is already putting plenty of pressure on. Profile will try to kick this one all the way down. It's going to be awkward for Luke, but smart to keep it to the corners. Captain, massive strike over to that right side, and Oregon State trying to fight back here.
Right, and this is what we were talking about earlier, the momentum. It's so important for Oregon to get that early momentum, get an early lead here as they're going for the aggressive play, trying to make something happen here.
Again, it's going to be interesting to see how will Oregon take this and go on, and it will be Profile who scores, and I do want to give a quick correction. That is Oregon State who is on the orange team. So, Jacob, Oregon falls down 1 here.
Right. Oregon State does take the first one here in the yellow. Profile with a nasty little shot of middle, looking to set the tone early here, insert the dominance, so to speak. Spicy looking to make something happen here in the air. Aramis as well, going back to the defense.
One thing that we didn't get to really talk about, Jacob, and I had to put a hold on that because Profile once again will keep attacking, and it will be a second goal within a minute for Oregon State.
Profile with the 100 boost is one of the scariest things that you can see on the field right now. Goes up in the air, makes something happen out of nothing. Easy shot, goes up 2-0.
Well, now I'll get to the point that I was going to bring up, is that, Jacob, a lot of these players are in the back half of their college careers. On the Oregon side of things, Spicy, Luke, both seniors, whereas Aramis is a junior. And then on the Oregon State side of things, Jeff, a junior, Profile, a senior, and Lich is a junior. So a very old, very experienced rosters. I shouldn't say the word old. These guys are not old. They're probably only 21 or 22, but you can still see the composure as Spicy strikes back.
Spicy, the unk of the Ducks, saying, you know what? Let me get a shot at it here with the side shot. Makes it happen. The Ducks staying alive. They're not ready to lose. They are ready to take this far. Looking for a battle here.
Man, unk of the Ducks. You know what? He said it, not me, chat. If you're an Oregon fan, don't come attack me. Attack your own student here. But Jacob, a good point, though. Again, that level of composure, it matters in moments like these. Again, not just every day do you get to play in a series like this, ran by Xfinity. We have so many great partners involved in this event. So many great producers, talent, and players are all here for this event right here. And very few players on a monthly or even a semesterly or yearly basis can say they get to play in an event as big as this. Again, Oregon State, they're used to the spotlight. They played in the finals last year in Philly, and Oregon's trying to get their get back. Could have had a redirect there, but Profile will kick it out.
Right. I mean, listen, and I'll say this, and I know it's true, it just means more that it's in-state. Both these teams have played against each other so much, and they both want to take this game so badly. Luke looking for something here, trying to stop this captain strike. Gets the defense, gets the clear out.
Man, we are 2 for 2 on saying Captain Strike, and you know what? So far, he has been bringing that power as Aramis goes to not bring the power, goes for a fake to try and leave that ball for a teammate. Unfortunately, nobody is exactly there to hold it, but Aramis has some room, goes for the 45-degree flick. Can't connect it though. Net's going to be open at profile to get this one all the way down. Shot lane may open up, but only slightly as Aramis is all over that. Luke is as well. Free ball here for Oregon. You're going to take every breathing chance you can get.
And 2 minutes on the clock here. This is not looking terrible for Oregon. They do have the ability to make something happen here. As Lich gets the double demo all up to Spicy. Goes for a shot on goal. Not going to make it happen. Profile with the defense. Looking to turn it into offense here. Up in the air.
And Lich going to work, will find Captain as well, but on the left side, and it will be the 3rd number in Captain's gamer tag. How about the 3rd goal for Oregon State?
Right, Captain there, finding the little needle in the haystack shot, able to make it go through. Great work by Lich on the assist there, making that ball exactly where he wanted to be. OSU up 3, Ducks 1, looking to take 2 more goals to tie it up here.
Got to be careful if you are Oregon State, because yes, you're up 2, but with 90 seconds to go, just about anything can still happen. And Oregon have had their fair share of chances to find attack. And as I say that, they're going to be in an awkward spot trying to rotate back here as Luke not able to find that one. Spicy has to be careful, gives that ball away to Lich. A minute 20 now to go, and Oregon State looking maybe for one more.
Yeah, Oregon State highly aggressive here, looking to, insert that confidence. They know that they have the players to do this. They're trying to make it known early. The Ducks still holding in though. They just got to get some boost up. They've been very low on boost this entire game.
A really great play from Oregon State. Yes, they got caught with a few guys too far up, and then what do? They immediately correct it with a minute left. They say, you know what, let's just play the slower game. Spicy's got to make a touch. Will, for the time being, finds Aramis. Captain won't be able to deny Luke's play here, and Oregon's got a little bit of forward momentum. This ball goes middle. Spicy's right there. Just barely goes off the bar. 40 seconds left. Oregon's still on the attack here.
Yeah, Lich with that man-to-man coverage there, able to stop that ball from being intercepted. Makes a huge defensive play here with 30 seconds left. The Ducks have to get that stop here. Luke makes it, trying to insert anything.
Lich looks for one more. It's still awkward. Potential shot, but Oregon are just all on their back feet. No boost for any of them. Back pass for Oregon State. Again, that composure, that big brain activity coming out from the Beavers, but won't be able to find too much, but it also will not matter. 5 seconds left. Spicy, no consolation goal. How about Luke's try? It will also be denied. It's a statement series of 2 saves, and Oregon State will kick off our grand final 1-0.
Oregon State, they had 2 opportunities to let a garbage time goal in there, but they denied it. They are not looking to give any handouts in this series. The Ducks fall game 1. The Beavers take it in a pretty eventful game. I do think that both sides here are a little bit, nervous. I do think that there was a little bit of misplay at the start there, but as they locked in, Oregon State looked phenomenal. They were able to just, take so many conversions from, defensive plays to offensive setups, and they were able to use pretty much all of them to get those goals. And after that game 1, though, what's the biggest takeaway you think?
The big takeaway is that Oregon State are playing exactly the way that they want to. They're getting a lot of easy possession. They're getting good shots. And Oregon are kind of panicking at times. They're losing a lot of ground, both with their cars, but also with their team positioning. They're not able to grab a lot of their boost. They're losing that battle. And when you lose the boost battle, there's only so much you can do from there. But again, this is what we talked about before we entered this grand final, is that Oregon has to have an answer. If you watch those 3-0 or the 3-0 game in Pool 1 against these 2 teams, I have no idea what Oregon can grab from them. I have not seen those games. I don't know if they were blowouts. I don't know if they were close, but Oregon was in contention. They had a lot of the early pressure, and they could have had a goal here and there. How about an open net to kick this one off? Won't find it, but this is exactly my point, Jacob, is that Oregon are not out of this fight by any means. They've got the pressure. They've got the skill, but you've got to piece it together.
Yeah, absolutely. Oregon, they do have the ability to make some defensive plays here. That is what their kind of team is known for, that defensive identity. But they are going to have to figure out a way to convert that into some offense here as captains trying to make a little clear here. Lich with the backward shot.
This
Aramis
one
with the touch.
I was about to say, this one just awkward as can be right now for both teams. And again, this type of dynamic, I think this is what Light was mentioning. Maybe you would want if you're Oregon. How about a double on Oregon? Won't be found. Luke's got a very critical 1v1. Has to watch out for Lich. Has Spicy who goes for the bump. Captain's there just barely for the save. Spicy almost comes off the backboard to find a touch there, but it is no cigar for now. 4 minutes left. Aramis will flick over one. Profile's in a very awkward spot, but Luke's shot is just ever so slightly off. And here comes Oregon State once again.
Yeah, looking like they have that boost advantage here, looking to make a play, but a low-scoring game does favor Oregon here. If they can make it, a 1-0 type situation, easily be able to sneak out those wins here, but Profile not letting that happen. Playing this midfield beautifully so far.
Profile, no boost, just has to make any touch that they can, but you give Aramis an absolute freebie, and you cannot do that. Oregon, a minute 30 in, an absolute banger.
Aramis gets up there, says, I'll take that one, thank you very much. 3 defenders around, not going to be enough. Takes the first goal of this game, looking to make a different situation happen compared to game 1.
That is exactly what you asked for if you're Oregon. A great kickoff, back-to-back. What a swing for the Ducks.
I cannot believe that. And that just, sometimes that just happens. Rocket League's a crazy game. So many different factors, so many different physics. And just, sometimes that situation can happen. Open net. Oregon gets the easy score off the rip. 2-0 to start this game.
Well, Oregon State will try to immediately get something back. A back pass is attempted, but it will be fairly messed up. Profile, though, has a chance to find a teammate middle, almost finds a reset to themselves, but that slightly selfish play will give Oregon a counterattack. Spicy looks to beat one. Lich is all over it. Luke, careful, though, has it off the hood. Big going downfield. Profile's got to find one. He will do. We called his name in the pre-show. We call his name in game 2.
Profile scoring both goals so far, both opening goals for OSU in this game, both games. Looking like an absolutely dominant player, but I will say this is a situation we haven't seen from OSU very much. They are playing from behind, 3 minutes left. They are going to have to make some aggressive plays happen here, and Oregon is okay with playing defense as long as they can keep that lead.
As silly as it seems, I personally feel like that if Oregon wants to find an avenue into this game, game 2 is what you've got to find, and they will find an immediate tap back in. Here at the halftime point, Oregon grabs their lead right back.
Luke finds a nice little arcing shot in there. No defenders around for OSU. Gets the advantage on that. Able to take a massive goal to bring it up to 2 scores for OSU to tie. Crazy start to game 2.
Yeah, crazy may just be an understatement, as that could have been another one for Oregon, but it will fall away. Aramis is still looking to put pressure on. Things are getting very dicey in front of the net here. And Jacob, one of the big points this game is Oregon is creating opportunity through the mess and the chaos that they have provided. And I don't think it's exactly why Oregon State have kind of seemed almost lost at certain times. It's because things are so chaotic. And look at the bump style. All of that is adding to what is controlled chaos.
Well, I will say, PJ, they are playing in LAN. They typically play online with each other, but they are at the Esports Lounge right now playing together. This free-flowing comms almost makes a play happen here. Lich with the ball, goes for the straight. No defenders there. Lich with the score.
Okay, well, Oregon State, if you're going to find one, you've got to find it off of this. All 3 players commit, and that right there is a statement opportunity for Oregon. You have an open corner, you miss it off the bar, and because of the amount of people that died, you give up a goal. So Oregon State, 2 minutes left, benefiting off of how risky of a play it was. But Oregon, I think, willing to live with that risk when everything's on the line here.
Right, I mean, they have to play like this because so much is on the line. The grand finals, 7 games, they're already down 1. They have to do everything they can to take this. Still up 1 goal here. OSU has to play aggressive if they want to make something happen. Luke tries to get something going here, keeping that ball up high, making it bounce all the time. Keeping it slow. Aramis goes for a little setup, not going to hit it.
Captain has room. Luke is not going to be able to get it. Aramis is there, though, for a play. It's wide open, and Spicy gets the dog block that one in, Jacob.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, that's what happens when you have that 3-layer attack, is that the goal's going to be wide open. Great defensive play by Spicy. They're able to convert that into a nice little goal, up 2 scores with a minute almost left.
Well, if Oregon State were looking for a way to completely flip this series and its expectations on their head, well, they have provided just that by giving Oregon a lot more space than what they were allowed in Game 1, and Oregon have also converted at a very efficient rate. They haven't missed too many opportunities other than that last goal, and with a minute left, Oregon State needs to pick up the pace, has to be more aggressive. How about a potential highlight play from Profile, but it will fall away. Reset for the Beavers once again.
Yeah, and look at this. Profile in the air, trying to make anything happen. Lich gets a nice shot, not going to get it. Aramis with a save. And the Ducks 40 seconds away from making this Game 2 theirs.
Oregon is just trying to keep this ball, but you got to watch out for the bumps. All 3 players have to dive across the net for that one, and Captain is within range to go back middle. Has nobody to pick up the phone, though, as Lich has to try and play for a pass. Profile hits him on the nose. Unfortunately, Lich misreads that one. Aramis looking for a teammate. Him and Spicy link up beautifully. 20 seconds left. How about one more for the road? And no, it will be all 3 members of this Oregon State side diving, but they need to find a demo. They do exactly that, but Aramis is there to cut off all the hopes and dreams for now. It was a 3-0 in group stage, but the second time around, the Ducks are not here to mess around, and they will grab Game 2, and it will be 1-1.
Wow, I mean, what a showing from the Ducks. They actually completely switched up their style of play that game, going for a much more of a, ball-touching style, trying to keep the ball away from OSU, and what a win. I think all players on the Ducks there scored a goal, which is just, exactly a morale boost that you want to see. And they take this Game 2, looking to extend this series, and, I'm feeling good about my prediction. I mean, not to say the Ducks are going to win, but, knock on wood. But they are, 6 or 7 games. It's looking like it might go the distance here. What is your takeaway from Game 2?
Well, first off, both our predictions are still in play. Don't get me wrong. The 4-1 is still possible, but it's not as convincing as I thought it was coming into this one. Oregon have completely flipped all of our expectations on its head, but now this is what Collegiate Rocket League and this is what esports is all about. How can you adjust between the breaks within your game? Oregon did wonderfully. They didn't bring it out in Game 1, but the moment that they settled after the lights got brightest here in the grand finals, they looked like a brand new team. They were scoring efficiently. They were getting their bumps, getting their demos. We saw a goal scored by almost every major virtue that high-level players should be scoring their goals. And for Oregon State, it wasn't a similar issue. You weren't missing shots. You weren't really creating many opportunities for themselves in the first place. They have to pick up the pace. They have to avoid the bumps. Apologies. And they have.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm getting choked up. That's how emotional I am about Run It Back year 4. No, but they have to just bring it all back to where it started for them. It's pure dominance. They were 9-0 in groups, and they kicked off Game 1 fairly competent as well. So you've got to play like it. You got to play like a 1 seed here, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, playing from behind, it can be super hard, especially if you're not used to playing from that position. You have the talent. Do you have that mentality is the question that both teams are asking today. As Yuo looks to take a quick little situation, Spicy up in the air, which denies it, but what a interesting, I mean, every start has been so different here as the Ducks look to make something happen. Aramis, wow, so close there.
Out of left field, a very odd moment for Oregon State in front of their own net. Very uncharacteristically giving them a chance as this one will go middle, but unfortunately for them, it is completely thwarted by the Ducks side of things. Spicy off the ceiling will look to keep that momentum moving, but Aramis will fake out. He'll let Spicy do a little bit of damage before making a big jump onto this one. Oregon, once again, looks like a brand new team. They are all over this orange half.
Yeah, I mean, look at this offensive dominance to start. I mean, no goals scored for either side here, but they're definitely controlling the pace. Looking like, again, a different team than the last game. Keep on adapting, keep on, throwing the kitchen sink against this game because this is what matters. The Beavers had a good opportunity there. All 3 players on the other side, not able to have anything going up. Spicy with the nice touch.
And won't be able to find too much utility out of that touch, though. And it falls to Aramis to try and keep that efficiency that Oregon's brought right back up. Lich is all over that one, and Captain is there to at least give a temporary sigh of relief. A great touch from Lich as well. You force Spicy to bang this one out. Is actually able to follow. Still had a pass, but Oregon State finally making a big adjustment. They kind of got a realize Aramis just barely gets away from that one. Luke almost sends Lich flying into his teammate, but 2 minutes in, this is where Oregon State started to make their statement. Can they do it again? Not just yet. This Lich is awkward, and Captain's all over that ball, but Spicy right back on it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looks like Oregon State is having to use... Whoa! What a score! From halfway... From the entire side! Wow, what a tap. So unfortunate. Profile with a miracle shot to get this game flowing.
It's a golden rule of defense. You cannot let that ball fit, or a golden rule of offense, I should say. You cannot let your attack 50 all the way out. You cannot let it pinch all the way out. And not only did you do both, you gave it a little bit of oomph as well. And that's a huge goal for Oregon State, who I think were slipping, at least in terms of the way they wanted to come into this grand final. But how about a full field cross map goal? How about one more? And that's all it takes to get the Beavers churning.
Profile saying, I can score from far, I can score from close. Give me the ball and let me do my work. 2 goals scored, 2 for Profile in Game 3. Looking to make a statement after that.
And on the Oregon side of things, this is where the game really starts to test you. You have such a good game. You know your foot is right in the middle of this series, but then you give up a goal like that. You almost find one on your own, but you give up a very wild full field, maybe 1 of every 100 attempts type of goal, and then you proceed to fight back. This is the mental ground you have to win, and Oregon knocking at the door of it again.
And that's such an important goal. Quickly reestablish the pace, be like, okay, we're not out of this game, it's not out of our hands. Get that goal. Aramis, one of the rocks of this new roster, been absolutely performing at every opportunity they've had, showcasing it here and now.
I mean, I will not lie, as a non-West Coast caster, the fact that I have heard of Aramis around the scene before he was starting on the Run It Back roster, that's a big deal, and I know how talented that, I was going to say young man, but he is a junior, so I guess in terms of how old or young, it doesn't matter. He plays great. Either way, and now with 2 minutes left, they need to show a little bit more mental resilience. You cannot let Oregon State convert this one. Profile looks middle, Captain's there, and will strike once again.
Captain takes advantage of a disoriented Oregon defense. No one's really there in the right position, with a great shot as well, right next to Spicy. Splits the distance between the side and the goal, makes it happen.
I don't know what more you can ask for if you're Oregon State. You get a goal to give you just a slight step up, and it seems like it's a confidence issue for Oregon State. As it seems like whenever the slate was wiped clean, they were all over it in Game 1. But then when it came back to that, I should say, they just kind of got a little complacent, and they just completely let Oregon start to play the game they wanted to play. But now you get that, I won't say freebie goal, but it was a wild goal at that to kick this one off. And you simply do what you're supposed to do, is use it to your advantage. And a 2-goal lead, that's quite the advantage to have at a really pivotal point here in this best of 7.
Right, I mean, Game 3, both teams have won. Any game here matters, getting that advantage in the series. And OSU has the chance to take that advantage here, up 3 with a minute left.
Spicy, not going to be able to find too much off of this one. Luke has to make sure he finds a conversion. It is a good flick, and it will force a few orange cars awkward, but Aramis gets a little antsy, gives Captain a fair chance, goes for the bump. The drive-through will not find one. They'll actually be demoed themselves. As Profile, great 50. You just have to simply let Oregon throw the ball to you. But Oregon State, you can see by Captain's movement, actually going to do the complete opposite until Lich finally says, all right, let's take a normal 50. Let's slow the pace down. Profile, though, still looking for some sort of flip. No ceiling reset. How about a dunk for Luke? Oregon's got a 2v1. The bump play is exactly what they needed. But again, the conversion is not there. 20 seconds left. And with another dunk here, it seems like Oregon State are going to take the lead once again.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of time left here. They almost get that goal. Not going to make it happen. It's not going to be likely that they can make this game go the way of the Ducks. But the Beavers, happy with the result, looking like their former ways, able to take a nice little 3-1 dub to take Game 3 in the series.
Man, oh man, does it ever get any better? Right now, it seems so. We are extremely back and forth, and I hope it continues to get better because you've mentioned it 1,000 times, Jacob. It is a in-state matchup, and obviously it's year 4 of Run It Back presented by Xfinity. It's a big deal to be the champions of this event, let alone when it is a interstate matchup.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that game was just, it seemed like it was, it could go either way, but going into game 4 quickly here, or it looks like we're going to be starting in a second. I didn't really go into talk. I wanted to say, quickly also, shout out HyperX for the headset, using this microphone, and I get that clear audio of the Rocket League game. It's been phenomenal. I'll show you guys it after this game. But game 4, the Ducks looking potentially keep this thing going. The Beavers looking to take a demanding 3-1 lead in the series. What do you think about this, TJ?
Well, what I think about it is that Profile may have an answer for you, but it will fall away for now. But again, these are the moments in these types of games where teams are truly tested. You can play a regular season best of 5 or a regular season best of 7. You can play in a virtual league, but when you get to a main event, when you get to a big sponsored tournament, this is where you are truly pushed to your limits, not only as an individual, but also as a team. And so for Oregon State, again, they're winning the physical battle, winning the mental battle. Oregon have to show some composure, some poise, and some confidence to try and do what game 2 was all over again. Spicy will try to do exactly that. Nothing is exactly in the tank, though. Profile's been on fire this game. A reset there. Had a double earlier, but gives it away to Luke. Complete miscommunication, and Oregon strikes first.
I will say I am noticing a pattern. I mean, a lot of open goal opportunities when Oregon State is 3-out offense, and the Ducks taking advantage of it when it matters most, taking the crucial lead in this game. This game is so important to take it for the Ducks right now. And right away, getting that advantage, 4 minutes left, is massive.
Well, last time that Oregon seemed to get the early advantage, it was a very controlled Game 2 win for the Ducks. And last game, it took a wild cross-map pinch, as that one is just barely off. It took a wild cross-map pinch for Oregon State to get things going, and now as they are down 1, the test comes up again. Can they find their way back? Can they bring the confidence when they're down? And then can they continue to bring it when they're up? We know Oregon can bring it either way. They've been the quicker team in terms of how they move around the pitch. And right now, Luke is going to try to make sure that that doesn't change anytime soon. A fake over Profile. Down to Aramis. An absolute slot. 2 minutes in. 2 goals for the Ducks.
Luke and Aramis looking like Shaq and Kobe out there. Nice little assist off the wall. Aramis capitalizes it with the left of the car. 2-0 for the Ducks. They are not ready to go home right now. They are ready to keep this series going. What a score. Aramis looking absolutely electric in this series so far.
Well, Shaq and Kobe is a pretty high bar, but they did run it back. They had a few repeat championships. Both of these teams, at least ever since year 3, are hunting for their major titles. Again, Oregon was 1 series away. They fell in the semifinal, as that one will not find the back of the net for the Ducks, but Oregon State was in the final. They went all the way to 6 against a very formidable Drexel Dragons team. Right now, I know they're thinking in their heads that if they went to 6 with Drexel, they should be able to handle a team that they 3-0'd not too long ago. But Oregon is not here to just roll over for the Beavers, and Litch has a chance to maybe try and bring the score tighter, but will fall off. How about a follow-up for Profile? And not before Spicy has more than just an answer. It's a statement to slam that one away. 2 minutes left, and Oregon are controlling everything well.
Yeah, I'm loving how confident the Ducks are playing when they have a lead. Like, I feel like when they have a lead, they're a completely different team in terms of ball control, in terms of offensive attacks. They're so much more balanced, and you're seeing it here, having control of this game so far. OSU desperately looking for a move. Captain's going to try to set it up, but Aramis swats it away.
Once again, in Game 2, Oregon had a confident lead and then proceeded to simply go back and forth and go tit for tat with the Oregon State side. If they got a goal, then Oregon got one, maybe even two right back, and they almost give a crazy one away here, but that one's hit directly into Captain, and now Oregon State, they've been great on their counterattacks. Can Lich find a reset? Yes, he can. Spicy goes middle. He is bumped out for his crimes of hitting that one middle, though, and now Profile needs to try and create something low 50. Does he have another in the tank? Not before Aramis is absolutely all over it. How about a fake? How about Spicy middle? It won't be found. Has the 50 captains, but Aramis is an absolute tank here.
He's brawling him. He's saying, I don't need no boost. I just got my car in front of you. I can stop this ball. And that's what it's going to do. That was a great defensive hold from the Ducks. So much pressure coming on from the Beavers. They're able to hold through. Aramis with a clean shot. Profile with a nice block. With a minute left. 2 goals needed for OSU. Things are looking a little dicey here.
Lich, reset, bold move, forces a double commit. Aramis, no boost. This one's got to find the net, but Luke will read that bottom corner slot to a T. A bold move to go that far. It was a great shot, don't get me wrong, but just a better read. How about a follow-up, though? Nobody's there for either team. Maybe one more. No, Luke is all over it. 30 seconds left, and Oregon are once again in full control. Oregon State need one now.
That defense from Oregon when they have this lead has been phenomenal. Whoa, what a shot. Hits the crossbar, almost gets in. But great defense again. The Ducks holding it through. They're not going to have anyone there, though. Aramis far away, the star of this game so far.
Big play away will be blocked by Aramis, who looks for one more. Spicy for good measure. Game 3 fell away. 3 seconds left. A 3-goal lead. All of it heading into Game 4, and Oregon are loving it.
Game 4, doesn't matter. They get 3 goals scored here. The Ducks looking, and they definitely will, take this Game 4 here. It's going to be a 2-2 in the series. This is absolutely incredible. I did not think the series was going to go this back and forth. I did predict it was going to go the distance, but wow. I mean, this has been absolutely phenomenal Rocket League for both sides, and just incredible work here.
Well, and let's talk about the highlights as well. Luke is on the spearhead of both of these attacks. Aramis, an incredible statement shot to slot that on that far left side. And then that was about all she wrote. So Oregon, this is dangerous for both sides of things, because for Oregon State, they cannot find a way to bounce back when they give away the lead. But when they have the lead, they're a completely different roster. This is Oregon's series right now until the Beavers answer.
Right. I mean, Oregon has like absolutely taken, you know, the underdog status and said, hey, listen, we can compete with these guys. And like, honestly, the work they've done, especially on the defensive end when they have a lead, having all 3 guys there, I mean, it's been a brick wall, honestly. It's been really, really hard for OSU to score. I mean, they did get that lucky one in that game earlier, but the defense of Oregon has really been sticking with me. And I want to give a quick shout out real quick. I was going to do it last time, but you know, we had to go to Game 4. It's understandable. We got to give a quick shout out to HyperX. Thank you so much to HyperX and Xfinity for providing it to the casters. It meant a lot to us. You know, getting some crisp sound here, and that's amazing. That's all you can ask for with a nice headset. As we go into Game 5 here, a crucial Game 5. The series is tied up 2-2. Double demo starting it off.
Well, we'll try and settle into this game, but I also want to add on another thank you as well. You'll notice in the top right that both FlyQuest Thrive and Evil Geniuses are also supporting this event. Though it may not be the Rocket League portion, we appreciate them for their service. You want to talk about being defensive? Almost militant in a way of control. Oregon has done exactly that. They have not missed a beat.
Wow, and going into this game, again, no quick goals scored off the bat for either team. I think both defensive have really been great. As a nice little drop-in from Profile, a dime from up top, takes that lead. Little commentator's curse there, potentially? I don't know.
I mean, hey, it's a dead even series. I'm not sure if any curses are going to work at this point, because this is the matchup that both of these teams, well, one really wanted it, the other one wasn't expecting it. by any means. But once again, if we're going off of the themes of this series, when Oregon State finds the lead, it's not the same. Lich goes top left, it's just barely off, no immediate follow, but that's the confidence that you will only seem to see when Oregon State finds the lead. So Oregon have done the battle, they fought back and forth, but nobody has truly had a comeback story just yet. Only a minute in. What will Oregon do right here? Down to Aramis! Spicy may miss the double, but Aramis is there for the follow.
Right. I mean, so far in this series, the team that has taken the first goal has won every single time. So, I mean, both teams are looking for a comeback win here. 1-1 in this game so far. I mean, we're getting some good Rocket League today, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying at home.
A really good point from you, Jacob, by the way. I actually did not catch that every time the first goal has been scored, the team who has scored it has gone on to win the game. It's not really something that you expect in a series of Rocket League because of how crazy and unpredictable not only this event with these amazing teams, but the game in general. There's not a lot of predictability. There's so much originality in how you decide to play this game. And right now, both teams are finding beauty in their artwork, and it's completely even here in Game 5. I said that 3 and 4 were pretty pivotal, but now you get to the point where it's non-negotiable, where you almost get to match point. Well, somebody's going to be on match point before the end of this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good point, is that whoever wins this game is on match point. They can take the entire tournament if they win this here. So both teams desperate, looking for a goal halfway through this game. Both sides have been playing absolute keep away from each other, but no real offensive attacks have been had. Profile looking to change that. But some good defense from Spicy is gonna... Oh, nice little shot there. Not gonna make it happen. Nice little save there again.
Profile within range to maybe keep the attack going, but right now Oregon State's got a really good system of just grab everything you can, turn back, and then do everything you can. And it's worked for the Beavers because Oregon have, again, they keep losing this boost battle, and it seems like they flip that switch on and off of when they decide to finally win it. Or maybe it's Oregon State controlling the pace. It's honestly hard to tell in a series like this, but Spicy could take control right here. Top left over Profile. Big plays, big lights, big moments, and Spicy's done it all.
Spicy he dunked on the star of OSU. Profile looking to make a crazy save there is unfortunately not going to make that happen, but the Ducks take the lead in the game. 2 minutes left. What a shot from Spicy.
That net was temporarily open. Spicy is immediately there to cover, and now begs the question once again, how will the Oregon defense look? They've been impeccable so far this series, and now when it comes to match point, will they falter? Lich gets a huge clear. What an awful bounce, though, for him. Won't be able to follow that one. Pass middle to Profile will not be answered. Luke in an awkward spot. Aramis has to play slow. Oregon are aware of, I think in normal soccer, you would refer to it as parking the bus. They're not afraid to sit back and just simply let the play come to them. But they can still find another shot right here. Luke decides that, you know what, I'll rather just take my possession, throw this one away, and right now it's still awkward.
Yeah, Profile dancing through the air, trying to make something happen, but Spicy gets up there, gets the block on the goal. In Oregon, when they have that defense, I do think that when they have that advantage, they're able to play slower. They're like, okay, we can take this time to grab boost because we know that we have the advantage in the game. And that's one of the reasons why they feel like such a different team here. A minute remaining in Game 5. Absolutely crazy.
Well, Luke will try to keep that pressure on. 50 seconds left. Spicy goes for a dagger. Won't be able to find much off of it, so Oregon State still has a chance. That's going to be almost all three players committed. Aramis has to be careful how they decide to play this one. A double almost is absolutely slotted bottom corner, but Oregon will take all the pressure they can get. That isn't on their side. As I say that, though, here it comes all the way back. Aramis trying to play the slow game. Profile, pre-jump, won't find a bump. Aramis is playing absolutely beautiful. 50-50 Rocket League. Spicy, reset, looking for a dunk. Captains has an opportunity. Luke does not have a lot of boost. How about a drop middle? Aramis has to win this 50 once again. Calm, cool, and collected with 10 to go.
Wow, 10 seconds left here, and OSU literally throwing the kitchen sink at Oregon, trying to make a shot on goal happen. 2 seconds left. Think the ball's in the air. Can they make it happen?
Still
wow,
up.
Still alive. They just need this one goal here. but it's gonna hit soon. Captains, let's it, and that's gonna be Game 5 for the Ducks. Takes the decider here, 1 game away from taking Xfinity Run It Back Year 4. What a performance from Spicy. You know, the veteran of the team, looking to make his impact lasted on the program, has an absolutely beautiful performance.
Well, let's talk about the highlights. Profile kicks off this game with what we thought was going to be another Oregon State dominating offense type of win, but then Oregon fights back. Spicy absolutely grips and rips this one on that left side, and once again, just like the last game, that was it. It's been a low-scoring affair, which you can argue makes things worse or better, depending on which side of it you are on. And Oregon, after losing 0-3 to Oregon State in groups, are now 1 game away from not only upsetting Oregon State, but then winning Run It Back Year 4. Also, a timeout, I believe, has been called. It's what at least production is telling us. So we get a time to, sit here, breathe, and really break down the action that we've had. Jacob, give me your takeaways from the series so far.
I mean, it's been phenomenal. I feel like it's been going through so quickly here. It's been, it's been great to cast with you, TJ, as well. It's been such a fun series to watch so far. And, as a Duck fan myself, I'm feeling pretty okay. I do think, looking at this game from a neutral perspective here, I'm really, really impressed with Oregon's offense. I mean, they're really a team that, while they can, make it happen, they've been great this year. They are not necessarily known directly for, being this high-flying scoring team. So the fact that they've been able to, put up these goals, put up these wins against such a dominant roster of Oregon State, it's been phenomenal. Shout outs to everyone. They're all doing their things, Luke's got a few clutch saves in there, Aramis has been on both sides of the ball. Spicy's been dominant on the striking side. But I don't want to count out Oregon State so far. I mean, we've got technically maybe 2 games left here. And Profile has been amazing. I mean, he has scored a goal in every single game so far, which I don't think we can say for anyone else. I believe maybe Aramis.
I believe you're right.
Tell you. But absolutely dominant performance as well. What are your big takeaways so far from what you've seen?
Well, I mean, we're pretty allied in terms of our thoughts so far. Am I surprised? Yes. Is it a pleasant surprise? Absolutely. Why not go the distance here and run it back? But also, I'm surprised in a more negative way as well. Legend captains have not gotten as much impact on the pitch as I think we originally expected. And then on the Oregon side of things, it has been everybody stepping up. Spicy comes in from last year. Again, I'm familiar with what Aramis can do in game, and Luke has played a wonderful role in the flow of it all. But there is going to be some tech issues on the Oregon State side of things from what we've heard. And what an awful time in the series for it to happen. Oregon is up 3-2. But when we come back, we're hopefully going to crown a champion very soon. We've got some tech issues to get sorted. We'll be right back.
Not a word about the bangs?
The smartest Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Chat, it happened again. Mid-scrim. 1 second I'm clutching up. Next thing you know, silence. They just died on me.
Girl, I feel your pain. I get home, I'm about to complete the game, and boom, battery's at 2%. Totally ruined my night.
Sorry, that is my charge my headset alarm, which also has not been working. Guys, what are we doing? I was in a 1v2 and I cracked this guy and I pushed and he was down, and then I went to take out the very last guy, and that's when it happened. He downed me and we lost the tournament. I think I have to find a new teammate. My teammates hate me.
They just queued up without me while I'm dealing with cables.
And I shouldn't have to think about charging my gaming headset while they're pushing site.
Why don't y'all just try the Alpha 2 wireless?
My son's already in the cart.
Bye.
I think you're wonderful.
Bring me everything wicked.
The magic of your Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Landed the CC on Ash. Okay, wait, Ash down, Seraphine next.
We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy. You like that? Don't back down.
Okay, go. Oh my god, rapid fire connected.
Spicy. There's a fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. We know how to make it rain in my bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own booth. Coming at the same time, yeah.
Hi, my name is Timothy Morlock. I'm the UNM Esports President. I'm super excited to showcase FlyQuest Thrive here at Xfinity Run It Back. FlyQuest Thrive is a great way to showcase your career in esports, whether you're interested in growing your career in partnerships, social media, or other aspects, we have it. Mentorship opportunities to be able to grow your career, or if you're just interested in growing your passion in esports, FlyQuest Thrive is the place for you. I personally was able to join FlyQuest Thrive here at EVO 2025 in Las Vegas. We were able to interact with staff members, creators, people who love the game. It was a wonderful opportunity. If you're interested in an opportunity like this, please scan the QR code right here to join the Discord for more opportunities, and we'd love to see you there.
What's up, everybody? This is Chris.
I'm Michael from OC Varsity.
It's Hams from University of Oregon. I play Scan Initiator for the varsity team.
And today I'll be looking at your guys' Valorant clips.
Let's go.
Oh, he's flicky. Is that a spray transfer? Let's see that. Okay, he sprays that guy. Oh, that was kind of sick. That was a clean spray transfer. Probably Ascendant? I don't know though. I feel like it's just like so short, so I can't really tell. Yeah, okay, let's go.
Body shots, okay. and gets instantly one tap there. Of course, saying knife him. Okay, just gets run and gun sprayed. Flash molly. Barking? Bro. Okay. That clip, dude, that definitely has to be bronze or iron. I'm not gonna lie. That was atrocious. It's so chaotic. I gotta go iron. Go! Dude. You're joking. There's no way that's gold. Okay.
Double YouTube. Wait, it's a frag montage? Oh my god, it's a frag movie. Okay. I get up. Okay. So it's a frag montage. One tap body shot. Okay, bro, we get it, bro. You can flick away quick, bro. We get it. Holy, it's like the third time you flicked off him. Do another flick. I dare you. I dare you to do another flick, Raze. Do it. I know you all. Oh my god, he cut it. Alright. This is. It's either platter or diamond. It's either platter or diamond because the players low-key grow out of that after like platter or diamond of just like hitting the flick. And also, surely we end the clip like right here. Got like 5 extra seconds. Ain't no way. Oh, we got diamond. Oh, silver. God, I thought he was too good.
Okay, looking at the wall. Getting ready. Nice one tap. Here's the Raze. Good map awareness, seeing Raze on back. Nice. Raze is a little lost. Omen's lost as well. Marking. Okay. At the beginning of the round, his crosshair placement is kind of off. He's just staring at the left side of the smoke. Staring at the wall here. I'm gonna go with plat. Close.
All right, well, welcome back to Run It Back Year 4. We were a little caught off guard by teams getting back into it, but it seems like they were as well. Once again, my name is DJ TJ. I am joined by Mr. Blippy Jacob, but that's just Jacob if you're cool with him. And we got 20 seconds into this one, Jacob, and Oregon is up on match point.
Yeah, I mean, we had a little bit of tech issues. Apparently some Ethernet did go down for OSU, but they're into this game. Game 6 here. The Ducks on series point, ready to take this tournament. But if anything, OSU is going to stop at nothing to get this to go to Game 7.
Well, there's no question about it. Oregon State, I think, are easily the team who gets the most benefit out of this tech pause. But at the same time, apparently we heard that it was because of their PCs, but it doesn't seem like they're having issues now. 1-0 and Profile and Lich link up.
Yeah, Lich and Profile with a nice little assist shot there. No Ethernet, doesn't matter. On the Wi-Fi, they get it done. Take the early lead here in Game 6.
All right, they look for maybe one more, but Spicy is able to control the pace. Again, Spicy is the only returning member of the Oregon roster that made the top 4 in Run It Back Year 3. But whenever he picks up these two, I say young guns because of their involvement, but it's a junior and a senior that he picks up on this team. Well, there was some growing pains, but it didn't seem like it until now. It's just like that. Oregon State is up 2-0.
Right, and I already can see how this might be looking for the Ducks. They come out of the long tech pause, not on their end, and OSU takes 2 quick ones. They definitely have to relock in that mental, and they know that they can win this. They're up in the series right now. They really got to refocus here and try to take a score, try to cut down some of this lead, but Profile looking to make something happen there.
Oregon State looks like the team that we saw at the very beginning of the series, where they were extremely confident, where they had a lot of room. But Oregon, on the other hand, through the tech pause, they just seem like a brand new team. How about a third goal for Oregon State? It will stay away, and that's the defense that you've come to expect this series, as Profile puts on a little bit of mechanical wonder, but won't be able to find too much off of it. And Oregon is stuck in a very dangerous mode in Rocket League where they're just slamming the ball away, giving full control to Oregon State, and just hoping that there's going to be a sliver of a counterattack that's going to start to rear its head. But with 3 minutes to go, Oregon needs to be the aggressors. You can't let that one go in. It will just barely be off the post. Oregon State are knocking at the door of a third goal, but nothing comes through yet.
Yeah, all offense so far for Oregon State. I mean, the Ducks have got to figure out a way to cross this midsection, get something going on the offensive side, and get it over here. Aramis misses the touch. Spicy going to go back, but Profile's in the air. Captain strikes as well. No one's in goal. And that's going to be a third one for OSU.
At the halfway point, Oregon had all of this momentum, but here at the halfway point of this game, it is completely flipped. Oregon State looks once again like the team that 3-0'd this Oregon roster in groups, and they're praying that it stays that way. Still a lot of time left to go, but Oregon's got to find something. It can start with an Aramis double tap. Profile's awkward. Spicy's there. Profile saves. Counterattack will be slightly cut short as Profile and company have to just give this one away. But once again, they are all over the follow-up plays, and Oregon struggling for any sort of momentum right here.
Yeah, Profile has been like an absolute demon on both sides of the ball today. Really, really doing a great job of pounding it down, making sure that they can get that defense and offense there. Looks for something. Profile's going to finish it again. Another one for OSU, and this is all going their way. And all you can do if you're the Ducks right now is all you can do is just sort of regroup, be like, okay, we can get some goals here, but got to focus up for the next game. That's all you can really think.
Yeah, I don't want to be one to give up, especially here in Game 6. But if Oregon cannot find one in the next 30 seconds here, I think I'm right there with you. You kind of just have to say, all right, tech pause. Maybe we weren't ready. Maybe we simply just were caught off guard by the sudden change momentum, which is a totally fair point to bring up, whether you're the Oregon team or a fan of said team. And Oregon State, again, they were a team with nothing to lose. They were down in this series. They gave Oregon match 5. Well, I say gave, but Oregon earned that one to say the least. But they've opened the door, but they've absolutely slammed it shut for all of Game 6. And Game 7 and Champions Field seems to be just a minute 30 away.
Right. I mean, look at this. 1:30 here. OSU up 4 scores to 0. Well, I mean, they can maybe get 1 or 2, but they're asking a lot right now. Profile doesn't even want to let that one through. Being absolutely everywhere in this game, looking to take his team to Game 7.
Litch looks for one more. Slow 50 will at least keep things in the blue half, and Captain now has plenty. We've talked about how quiet both Captain and, well, I'm not going to say Profile's been on one all game, but Litch and Captain have been the quieter members of this Oregon State side. And all of a sudden, a tech pause happens, and they come alive. So maybe it was an internet issue. Maybe something was holding them back outside of their play, because the way that this game seems, a 5-0 will showcase their raw talent, and Oregon's going to be in a really tough spot going into Game 7.
Profile with that nice little air touch, sets it up on a platter for Litch, and Litch not the one to miss those easy shots anymore. Going for that goal, making it 5-0. You know, OSU not letting them, sort of get any momentum going into the next game. They're going to shut all of that down. Ducks here, all you can do is regroup for Game 7. You're probably going to want to start it quick here, if I'd imagine.
Yeah, again, it is just such a hard spot. We don't know if Oregon or Oregon State have coaches with them, or if there's maybe a leader in the comms, but we know Profile is the leader for Oregon State, and if he was telling his guys anything, it is to simply go all out. They lost in Game 6 last year. They will come back into Year 4, and they will force Game 7, and you know how bad they want it. As we do have a pause, we hope that it is not a major tech delay once again, but also I think it's safe to say that this game is Oregon State's, and you know what? We won't even have to go to a mini break. We're right back into the action.
Boom, there you go. I mean, a little tech pause, no problem. Oregon State doesn't mind this one, as they are going to take game number 6 here in the series. All eyes on Game 7, the Ducks versus the Beavers. A legendary showdown going to 7 games here. It can go either way, and wow, what a showing from Oregon State here. They're not letting them get any momentum going into that last game.
I mean, no matter which side of the story that you're on, this is a heartbreaker type of series. Most Game 7s tend to be. For Oregon State, You struggle all throughout the start of this series. You lose grip at every step of the way, and Oregon seems to have full control. But the highlights of this one, Jacob, they were all Oregon State, and they looked to take Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, Profile, like the facilitator, the defensive anchor, the striker, so many different things, so many different roles. Captain and Lich, come alive as well, getting some important clutch plays. And we're going to Game 7 in Xfinity, run it back. Couldn't ask for a better situation if you're a Rocket League fan. And, I mean, going the distance here, a whole different series than what we thought potentially could happen. I mean, I might have said it was going to go to 7, but I didn't think it was going to be like this. And, wow, just incredible talent from both sides. But Oregon State, that's the story right now. They had a huge, huge win in Game 6. Do you think that they can take their momentum into Game 7?
Oh, man. I mean, a tech pause is always so unpredictable because you never know what the mood is on either side. LAN is always unpredictable, and Oregon seemed like they had a full grasp on it. But then the tech pause happened, and I think if that doesn't happen, I think Oregon grabs Game 6, and I think right now we're actually doing the Oregon player interviews, crowning them champions by now. But that is the way that this game goes, the way that LAN goes. And again, I mentioned it already. At events like this, something like the Run It Back Esports Series, presented by Xfinity, when you make a grand final, when you and your team fight tooth and nail to try and call yourselves Run It Back champions, it all must come down to at least 1 point. Would you have rather had it in Game 4 or 5 or 6? I'm sure you would, but instead you get 7 and Profile kicks us off.
Profile, a absolute legendary player in OSU history at this point, sets the tone again. They have scored in every single game in this series, and they are not looking to lose Game 7 here. A massive advantage already. The Ducks have to play from behind. They get a shot, but Profile again there for defense.
This one, gonna be awkward for Oregon. Not to mention, you get 6-0'd, and then you immediately get scored on coming into Game 7. It is not a spot that any coach, manager, or player wants to be, but it's the one that you have been dealt. 30 seconds in, Oregon will at least find another opportunity, but it will fall into Profile's hands, who's been unstoppable, looks to find a way around 3, but it will be delayed for the time being. Captain will look to take a stab at it. Spicy. Great read, but Oregon need to find offense now. You will not get away with a defensive masterclass.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've talked about their defense all series, but the offense really does need to make an impact here. Down 1 already in this game. If it goes this course the entire time, they will lose. They do have to find a goal some way, but the OSU, the Beavers, they're looking to keep that attack going, looking to keep that lead, and at that head of the snake is Profile. The captains sneaks in there with a nice little in-betweener. And that's going to be 2 for the Beavers. Oh, for the Ducks.
Every player makes their dream play. A bump comes through from Lich. Profile finds a wonderful 50, and Captain absolutely slots it. A dream scenario, and a dream is within reach here in Game 7. Oregon State, again, heartbreak, losing to Drexel in 6 last time around. They knew what they wanted. They knew where their eyes were set coming into Game 7, and they're just about a few moments away if this continues.
Captain again slots it in that top left corner. Watch out, Ducks. That is his spot, and he is cooking there. 2 goals in this game so far. Trying to have a legendary Game 7 performance here to take the tournament. But the Ducks still have a lot of time left on the clock. Could make something happen here. Luke trying to set it up here.
Won't be able to find much off of it. Yeah, it's going to be awkward. Net is wide open, looking for one more. Just barely is kicked away, and that's going to matter if Oregon want any chance of a comeback. Demo will come through. Big pinch downfield. Aramis not going to have a teammate there. Captains could set up Lich, but it is read by Spicy. So Oregon, I think, aware they have to ditch their defense and start to bring everything that they can, and they're looking to stay linked up here in the midfield, but that will fall away. 3v1 potentially before Aramis cuts it off. Having a 3v1 going the other way, that will also be cut off. Both teams exchanging blows, but we are still in the midfield.
Right, I mean, this is exactly the game that Oregon State wants to play at this point. Up 3 goals. Lich tries to make a fancy play happen to go forward. Not going to get it done. Oregon has to play some defense here, but they need to convert that into offense if they have any chance of winning this game. There's no other games left. You have to win this game 7.
2 minutes stands between Oregon State beating their fate of last year and having one of the, I think, better comeback stories and run it back history. Profile could have potentially tagged it right there, but it will fall away. 2 minutes left now, but still the Beavers are in a wonderful spot. You've just got to survive.
Yeah, Profile could have hit the dagger right there, but at this point, it's all looking them. Oregon has to score 3 goals to tie at this point, and the defense is all out. It's full frontal. 4 captains here. Looks trying to make something happen. Not going to get it done. Aramis looks for a desperate attack on ball, but Lich is there. Everyone at Oregon State is playing to the utmost.
Captain trying to just keep things controlled, has a full boost Lich to play off of. No reset for Lich, but a really nice 50. I say 50, but that was a dunk. Looking over 1. Spicy has to just give his team some time. Triple commit for Oregon State, but Lich will simply take that opportunity and throw it away because of the way that he gives his team so much time. Again, those are pivotal moments in this. Like right here, you need this to go in. Profile all the way across the line twice to find a huge save. 60 to go, and Profile may have just ironed this one out.
Profile playing the best ball of either team on both sides, on defense and attack. I can confidently say, dominant game here. Profile setting the tone on both sides, looks to get another situation going here. Captains tries to take advantage. There are 40 seconds left on the clock. I don't know if the Ducks can do it. They don't have the time.
30 seconds left now, and Oregon have battled so hard to be here. Once again, 0-3 against this Oregon State roster in group play. They then go to Game 5 in the semifinals. Now in another must-win. They can't find their way. 20 seconds left. You're not going to see a comeback here just yet, unless we maybe see a goal here, but Captain will deny it. And Jacob, it looks like through all of this, Oregon State will roll this one to a halt.
Yeah, 8 seconds left. The clock's counting down. There's no time left for the Ducks to make that comeback. And in the in-state rivalry, it looks like the Beavers are going to take this here. OSU wins Platypus Cup Rocket League.
Well, the Beavers build up.
Run it back, Rocket League.
Hey, close enough, right? It's been a very long series, and I think a very unexpected one at that. I am appalled at the way this one went so back and forth, but at the end of the day, it is a huge congratulations to the Oregon State Beavers. They played a great game. Was it messy at times? Absolutely. Was it entertaining? Also absolutely. But you go to 7, and you do it convincingly. Oregon State, a very deserving champion of Run It Back Year 4.
Yeah, what a series. I mean, even as an Oregon student, even though, it's a heartbreaking loss for them, you can't help but be so proud that they made it this far. I mean, taking it to 7 against such a great team. I mean, but literally all I can think about is how great Profile played for the Beavers. I mean, so dominant on both sides of the ball, specifically in this game, but throughout the entire series as well. Sets the tone here on the replay. Wow. I mean, what a series. I do have to give credit to the Ducks. They had such great defense when they were up. They couldn't get it done in that Game 7 here.
I mean, you're going to see all these replays. We can talk about how we got to where we are. Oregon right here, Spicy, an absolute ripper left side. I thought that was the moment for certain that we were going to see Oregon go into Game 6 and take it. But then as I say that, Tech Pause rolls in, forces us to go on about a 5 to 7 minute halt. And it seemed like that completely threw off the Ducks in their game. And this right here in Game 7, it just seemed to come time and time again. The pressure never stopped, and Oregon kind of got over-flooded by this Oregon State defense. And again, you hate that a tech delay came at such a pivotal moment, but at the end of the day, the more deserving team will always find their way on top. Oregon State today was that team.
Yeah, here's a stat for you. Game 6 and Game 7, the score was 9-0. I mean, the Ducks did not score since the tech pause, and 9 goals scored for OSU. They definitely had that regroup ability, and, that is just the credit of what it takes to be a champion. I mean, the long series, the ones that go this many games, you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to deal with everything. And today, the Beavers showed that they're able to keep it together and take a crucial Game 7 victory.
It is just overall absurd that, first off, that Xfinity and Run It Back have partnered together to make such an incredible series of tournaments. League of Legends was right before us. We obviously get the pleasure to bring you Rocket League, and then Valorant will close the rest of the night out. So, Jacob, before I do all of our closing remarks, what would you like to add to cap off Rocket League?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to just say, first off, Rocket League's a great game to just cast and just watch. It's just so fun. I hope that the viewers at home had a good, enjoyed the series, because it was a fun series both ways. I mean, it could have gone either way there in Game 7. But yeah, seriously, shout out to Xfinity, shout out to HyperX again, shout out to all the sponsors of the stream. It's so cool that, they get to come to, all of these different colleges around the West Coast and be able to provide this huge, fun tournament. I know on campus right now, we have a pretty awesome watch party going on. So yeah, it's just so cool to be a part of such a fun event, and results regardless, it's been great.
Yeah. Well, I will say, as an outsider coming from the East Coast, I'm from Georgia, for any of you who may be wondering. It is really cool to see the West Coast side of college esports get so much love. It's a part of the community that doesn't seem to get too much attention because of the amount of colleges, but at the end of the day, there is still raw talent on this side of things, and you have to make sure that you can showcase it, and we are so forever blessed that Xfinity is able to come in and lead the charge alongside HyperX, Evil Geniuses, and FlyQuest Thrive this year to make Year 4 so special. I mean, I'm wearing my shirt here, and I'm wearing it with pride. These shirts are awesome, by the way. So a huge thank you to Xfinity for even having me, for having Jacob, and for having our entire wonderful talent crew. But at the end of the day, we really appreciate your time. There's going to be some player interviews coming up soon. So again, we wish a huge congratulations to Oregon and Oregon State for making it this far. Oregon State are your Year 4 Run It Back champions. It's been Jacob. It's been DJ TJ. See you next time.
All right, peace out, guys. See ya.
Chat, it happened again. Mid-scrim. 1 second I'm clutching up. Next thing you know, silence. They just died on me.
Girl, I feel your pain. I get home, I'm about to complete the game, and boom, battery's at 2%. Totally ruined my night.
Sorry, that is my charge my headset alarm, which also has not been working. Guys, what are we doing? I was in a 1v2 and I cracked this guy and I pushed and he was down, and then I went to take out the very last guy, and that's when it happened. He downed me and we lost the tournament. I think I have to find a new teammate. My teammates hate me.
They just queued up without me while I'm dealing with cables.
And I shouldn't have to think about charging my gaming headset while they're pushing sight.
Why don't y'all just try the Alpha 2 wireless?
an incredibly tight series between two teams from the same state. Oregon State is able to take it out 4-3. We needed all games in a best of 7. I have profile here from Oregon State. I have some questions.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, I kind of got to ask the elephant in the room from before the tech pause. Some celebrations happening. The tech pause before and after felt like two completely different teams. What kind of happened there?
You guys still having so we were having a lot of issues. We're in kind of weird setups here. We're on laptops, so during the tech pause, we swapped over one of the laptops to Jeff's laptop here, and it was a lot better for some strikes. And then also I messed with Glitch's computer a little bit and made some changes to the settings, and it seemed to help him out a lot as well. So we were kind of able to, reset and play a little bit more comfortably, because it was definitely pretty bad for them at the beginning with the setups here. So we were able to kind of improve on those and able to take it home.
So would you kind of attribute kind of the trials and tribulations? Obviously you had the parking stuff, and we had the delay the game. I think that combined with the setup, do you think that was the reason why this series was so tight?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely pretty stressful. We have like a game day going on here at OSU, and so we thought we were going to get here early, and then we ended up barely getting here for the 3 o'clock match time, and then it was still kind of a manic rush to get everything together. So that definitely didn't help us out. We were definitely not super comfortable. We didn't get to warm up at all. So I'd say so. But once we kind of got into it a little bit, we were good.
Yeah, and then my last question:
flashbang.
Do you think that Oregon's kind of play style, more aggressive play style, especially towards the middle half of the series, and they're off and they're back on?
Okay.
Do you think that more aggressive play style kind of took you guys off guard?
Yeah, a little bit, because we were pretty uncomfortable with how we were playing, and so when the other team's very aggressive, it kind of gets to you a little bit. You kind of get a little bit lost in what's going on. So that definitely probably caught us off guard a little bit. But after we kind of reset and got everything good again, we were able to kind of exploit that and kind of score a lot of overnight goals.
Oh yeah.
Sorry if you can hear the background noise, by the way. I don't know how.
It's all good. We definitely felt that. I think it was 9-0 in the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Just complete dominance. But that was all my questions. I'll give you guys the floor now. So you guys are the champions. So if you want to shout out your teammates, shout anyone else out, now's the chance.
Yeah, big shout out to the team for showing up here today, and also for everyone for hosting this cool event here. We had this last year as well, and I think we came second last year, so it's nice to actually take it home and actually win it this year.
Well, thank you guys so much. Congratulations on your win, and hopefully we'll see you next year.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Bye.
And that is our second game of the night. We finished League of Legends, we finished Rocket League, and just around the corner is our last game of the night, Valorant. It should be an incredibly close series. Make sure you stay tuned. Keep your butts in your seats for that just around the corner.
Hey guys, I'm Achilles. I play Rocket League for the University of New Mexico, and today I'm going to be playing Valorant.
Yo, what's up, chat? My name is Lightstreaks. I play for the University of New Mexico Rocket League esports team, and today I'm going to be trying Valorant.
Hi there, I'm Jonas. I play Rocket League for Oregon State University, and today I'll be trying Valorant.
No way.
Oh, we're playing Corrode.
Yeah. I've literally only played on this map once. Light,
playing an official match.
Well, if you need any help, Light, just figuring stuff out.
You're on your own. Yeah, no, I know B is a little more simple. A is the one that's a little more complicated.
All right, well, let's go to the more complicated
so let's go
one.
A, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's more complicated for us, it is for them.
Well, flash.
Okay, thank you, Light.
It's all good. All good. He's practicing the abilities.
Yeah.
That's what happens when we leave him on his own. Oh, I got one through the smoke.
Nice.
Going on site. Got another.
Enemy remaining.
Last one's by me. Oh.
Yeah, I'm in the confusing mid. I don't even know where I am. Oh no way! Oh, we should have told him to say.
Yeah, go get him. No, let's go get him late. If
Dude,
something bad happens, that's fine.
Oh.
Yeah. Go get him. No, let's go get him late. If something bad happens, that's fine. Oh my word.
Or I'll take the vandal.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, never mind. That was interesting. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really that broke. You know, like I can buy a vandal if I want, but I'll save with the team.
Very good.
Flashing out. I'm gonna get dinked through the smoke. That's a nade. Watch out.
Yeah, get him light. You spray him.
Oh, I got dinked. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
No.
Last player standing.
All right.
I'm slowly losing hope.
Oh no, he's got.
No.
Oh, no.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, the only problem I'm dealing with makes sense for me. So.
Oh my gosh, I'm not going mid anymore. I keep getting destroyed. Our Cypher's AFK. It might be chalked.
Oh my goodness. I'm as blind as a bat, bro. Ooh.
You got that light. Quick
scope. Light. You got it. Oh no.
Never mind. Yeah, let's grab that and dip.
Oh no.
Oh, I didn't even get the Ares. Oh, I'm dead.
Nope. Nope, they met me mid.
Okay. Oh, I'm
Nope.
dead. I'm dead.
They met me mid. You got it. Clovis tagged a hundo.
You don't know.
Just one pop.
He knows.
That one.
He knows. He knows. Oh my gosh.
Nade.
Spike down.
I keep doing that. I need to heal.
Stop using your motherfucking flash.
Are you talking to Phoenix? Oh my goodness.
No, I missed.
Oh, Cypher.
Well, he was honest.
Oh my goodness.
But you know, these two are just upset.
Well, these are probably some of the most stereotypical solo queue Valorant teammates you could get.
Yeah, from
See,
Rocket League
they,
perspective,
yeah.
these are just all Val players. I don't
Yeah.
Wait.
All right, we can forfeit.
Okay. Yeah, let's just.
That was the.
It was a warm up. It was a warm up.
I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
It's okay.
No, I'm not worried about that. It was the fact that those two just wanted out immediately.
Yeah, we just need to have some people that actually want to play the game with us.
Thank you for watching us try Valorant. Hoping to see you next time.
Let me get down.
What's up, everybody? This is Chris.
I'm Michael from OSU Varsity.
It's Hams from University of Oregon. I play Scan Initiator for the varsity team.
And today I'll be looking at your guys' Valorant clips.
Let's go.
Oh, he's flicky. Is that a spray transfer? Let's see that. Okay, he sprays that guy. Oh, that was kind of sick. That was a clean spray transfer. Probably Ascendant? I don't know though. I feel like it's just like so short, so I can't really tell. Yeah, okay, let's go.
Body shots, okay. And gets instantly one tap there. Of course, saying knife him. Okay, just gets run and gun sprayed. Flash molly. Barking? Bro. Okay. That clip, dude, that definitely has to be bronze or iron. I'm not gonna lie. That was atrocious. It was so chaotic. I gotta go iron. Go! Dude. You're joking. There's no way that's gold. Okay.
Wait, it's a frag montage? Oh my god, it's a frag movie. Okay. I cannot. Okay. So it's a frag montage. One tap body shot. Okay, bro, we get it, bro. You can flick away quick, bro. We get it. Holy it's like the third time you flicked off him. Do another flick. I dare you. I dare you to do another flick, Raze. Do it. I know you all. Oh my god, he cut it. Alright. This is it's either platter diamond. It's either platter diamond because the players low-key grow out of that after like platter diamond of just like hitting the flick. And also surely we end the clip like right here. Got like 5 extra seconds. Ain't no way. Oh, we got diamond. Oh, silver. God, I thought he was too good.
Okay, looking at the wall. Getting ready. Nice one tap. Here's the raise. Good map awareness, seeing Raze on back. Nice. Raze is a little lost. Omen's lost as well. Marking. Okay. At the beginning of the round, his crosshair placement is kind of off. He's just staring at the left side of the smoke. Staring at the wall here. I'm gonna go with plat. Close. Okay, gold. Gold again.
Oh, here we go. My shots? Man, I don't know. They're just like all walking out one by one. The util usage wasn't horrible. Shots were alright. It says gold player part 2, so I have a feeling he's gold. Okay.
Wow, there were a lot of unexpected ranks. Anyways, see you guys later.
We are nearing the final stretch of the night, the last esport of the three. We have finished League of Legends, we have finished Rocket League, and now it is time for Valorant. The two final teams ahead of us. You have seen some of these colleges before, and they will be the final ones of the night. I am Light Rose. Joining me for Valorant are two lovely casters, Takeshi and Gompers. They will be the two guiding you throughout these entire games. You can see the lovely faces. I hope... Nope, it's the other side. Hello. I hope you two are having a lovely night, Gompers.
Oh, I am, absolutely. I came from casting some Valorant into casting more Valorant, so we're just Valoranting it up. I guess that's what you could say, throughout the entire day. So I'm super excited, especially it's been a while since I've casted the Collegiate scene, so.
Mm-hmm. And for you, Takeshi's, nice night wherever you are.
Having a fantastic evening already, actually. Cannot wait to get underway tonight.
Awesome. Well, we'll go over the bracket, how these two teams got here to begin with, the teams that they faced, and of course, the matchup leading up to it. The matchup we actually have is going to be Cal versus UC Davis, another interstate matchup. One of these a little bit closer than the others, Gompers.
Absolutely. I mean, for Cal, they were having such a good streak in the grouping stage as well, right? Like they hadn't necessarily lost a game, and you would think the win streak would go on, but did lose one map to UW Esports. But we do get to see a complete win streak come through actually from the opposing team. So it is going to be quite exciting to see, right? A team that did fumble the bag maybe once. But I mean, overall, both of these teams are very, very dominant in their own way.
I mean, it's actually technically UC Davis, even though they are winless, they are the second seed. Do you think that kind of skews things in their favor, not having dropped the map like Cal did?
Did you say winless?
Sorry. Undefeated.
There we go. That's
they
excellent.
have one, yeah.
Yes, UC Davis, definitely riding that momentum, right? You always want to put yourself in a position where you feel like you and your players are absolutely confident in your abilities, and not dropping a single map thus far, leading up to the grand finals here at Run It Back. Pretty fantastic look for esports at UC Davis.
Okay, yeah, but actually, regarding, I guess, we're talking about Valorant and whatnot, and speaking of leagues too, I know we got to see a ton of leagues happen throughout the entirety of the day today, but I did want to let you guys know and give you some Evil Genius lore. There is an Evil Genius League Discord for you guys to join, the Genius League, so you can get some access to participation in community events like career networking and advice, online tournaments, and even casual gameplay with EG's roster, which in itself is super, super cool. I would absolutely love that. And I think the career and networking advice is very well needed for this day and age. So please do it. The link should be in the chat, actually, so you can click on that and do that yourself. So.
Yeah, I think it actually is going to be pinned as well. But that leads us right into our first roster. That's going to be Cal Blue. And Takeshi, I talked about kind of UC Davis. I want to hear your thoughts on the other team, the one that's going to be right in front of us, which is Cal Blue.
Yeah, Cal Blue. So these two teams have a bit of a history. Obviously, you alluded to the NorCal rivalry earlier today, but Cal Blue had a really strong year last year. They finished second in CVAL West Swiss and in the playoffs. So second overall during the regular season, and then the 9th to 12th place finish in the overall CVAL championship bracket. They lost a close game to Winthrop, who ended up being like the second place team in the entire event. So definitely no slouches in terms of competition. The runners-up of CECC West and UCEI last year. They're also the defending champions of the Xfinity Run It Back Invitational. They beat UW Esports last year, so they're looking to truly run it back.
And the same thing for you, Gompers. Do you have any thoughts on this roster before we throw it over to UC Davis?
As far as thoughts on the roster go, I think I'm just pretty excited to see. I mean, they've come this far. I do believe they have a pretty good rounding history within CECC and other tournament works in that regard. So, I mean, this team is strong. They've both played against each other. So in regards to that, I think I'm just excited to see what the rematch holds.
And now for UC Davis, I know we went over it in the bracket. phase, Takeshi, but and do you have any more previous results on what the audience should really know about UC Davis?
About UC Davis, so I, again, have to be completely unbiased here. I've got friends on both sides. I've cast a lot of Northern California collegiate esports here. UC Davis is my home team, and that being said, Davis had an all-right run last year. The CVAL regular season went a little bit rougher for them. They were 5th place overall. They just missed out on qualifying for the championship itself. But they're the semifinalists of CECC West and UCEI, if I recall correctly. So they had a pretty nice showing last year, and they're retaining 4 out of their 5 previous players. So the continuity is fantastic for this roster.
And I'm wondering now, as we start to kind of move towards a little bit of the map band, what are both of your thoughts? And Gompers, I'll kind of go here first. Of which you've had the Cal have dropped a map before. Do you feel like they would have a personal preference on where they could go?
As far as personal preference for Cal, that's a hard one. Not necessarily. I do know that they were previously playing on maps like Haven, Sunset within the tournament. So in regards to like what Comfort's looking like, the warm-ups they've had throughout the entirety of the season, it did look like they had a very, very good standing on a map like Haven. So I feel like they had a pretty strong performance, if anything, on Haven. So for me, I'd go with the Comfort pick and potentially just a map that I know that I can withstand against a pretty strong team. So I guess that would be my pick.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this as well, Takeshi, because the one map that they did lose was in overtime, for a 14-12 loss on Sunset as well. Do you feel like with the most recent experience that they should avoid Sunset?
I think if it's a map that you're confident enough to pick, I think Cal will go back to the well. I do think that they're a strong Sunset team, and they've been a team that's adopted it early and often since the map came into the pool. But that being said, it is still really early in the collegiate season, so it'll be really interesting to see what changes they've made from last year coming into this one.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the most recent UC Davis maps. They've also played Pearl as well, and we don't actually know what the first map that they played up against Oregon was. It's not in the sheet, so definitely feels like kind of anything is up in the air here, and we should have this map roster going on up. You'll see right in front of you, and Gompers, I'll go to you to kind of get your thoughts on some of these maps. Sunset immediately banned, especially by UC Davis, but you
like
kind of called it with Haven.
No, yeah, Haven was a very good showing, honestly, and I like their composition. I thought it was quite interesting, actually, to see Oni on the Yoru previously, but overall, I feel like they held their own. Meliora was very, very good on the KJ, to which I don't typically see a performance like that on Killjoy on Haven, so it really just goes to show, like, the Sentinels are working, everything on this map just really meshes well for this team, so I am pretty excited to see, what exactly they can hold. It is quite interesting to see UC Davis pick this map, especially regarding like the history that Cal has, but I think all in all it works. So,
and I will say the last map is not Sunset, it is Split, so it's not, we're not going to the map that Cal did lose. And Takeshi, anywhere do you think Corrode fits into this at all?
I definitely think that Corrode is a Cal pick. I'm like you guys, I'm surprised that Haven was the pick for UC Davis, but again, if it's something that you're that confident with, you should definitely go with your gut here, especially this early in the season. Comfort over almost everything else. Corrode is a strong map for a team like Cal. There's one thing I'm really going to be focusing on as we take a look at these two teams throughout the day. Whoever is going to control the tempo, the pacing of this game, is really going to come out on top. And Corrode has a lot of ways that the attackers can warp the map, and same with a very aggressive CT side, which I know Cal can definitely bring to the table.
Now, as we slowly start shifting towards the entire game, we can focus on Haven and focus on these teams. Gompers, what are some of these things that you want to see from either end? Let's say for Cal to kind of get an early start, or for UC Davis to get an early start.
I guess things that I want to see.
I mean, especially on like a map like Haven.
I do feel like they're just going to go to what they've been playing compositional-wise on Haven. So I guess what I do want to see, just info gathering always seems to work. And I a lot of cohesive play just to get the lead off on a map like Haven. It is very, very hard to start off on the attacking side. Just simply, actually, apologies, on the defensive side, just simply for the case that A site is a very hard retake. So as long as they're, I do know the Killjoy on Cal is very, very strong. So as long as they're able to kind of preoccupy themselves with that, then I think then we're completely set. So definitely Sentinels starting off going to be most of the win condition here.
Well, we have the agent select starting in, so I will bow out and I will leave you two ready to start the game.
All right, excited and very, very happy. Finally, we get to go into the game to watch some Collegiate Valorant. Those of you waiting, we are here. We're fine. We've made it. And Takeshi, I'm excited. I get to cast with you. So for the best of 3 grand finals.
Yep, I'm super excited to be here as well. And it's great to see these two teams. I have a connection with both of them, so we're going to provide some excellent, very unbiased commentary here. Take a look at these compositions that we have. Double smokes for the side of Cal, as opposed to a double duelist look for UC Davis, actually.
Yes, I love the double duelist. I did see Bay Popper bring out some Waylay in other maps, and they have played spectacularly, so I'm not going to say that it's not something that I don't like to see. Is Waylay a pick that I would assume would be a good one on Haven? I'm very, very scattered. In pro play, I mean, we've seen within World Championships, right, within Valorant, where we did see teams win within the Waylay, and Waylay actually is such a strong agent. In regards to how you played is super, super important. So for me, yes, I love the Waylay. I think the double duelist is great to start off in the attacking side. What worries me is how the execution is going to look, especially because Melior had such a good performance on Haven already. So.
And the utility will be something to watch too as well, because you have the Clove smokes for UC Davis, but you don't actually have any of that same post-death utility for Cal. They're going to have to work the map a lot more, but that really has been their strong suit throughout the tournament.
Yeah, but already getting started. Seems like majority of the players here putting a Viper's wall up. Stain.
Spike down A.
Just waiting for the information in the util. They did hear spike drop, so the information given away. Now just a potential pick to keep it going. Cal Blue.
Enemy remaining.
Already doing absolutely fantastic keeping the site on hold on lockdown. So for a composition that does withstand no Sentinel on the A side, they have been just waiting around towards C and B. I think the way they held this was very, very clever.
Great setup by Cal to open up the round. Flawless pistol round from them. Barely even took damage. Great to see the stack coming through from Cal. Even though they didn't have all the information per se, they had a great read on the play, and the damage that Stain was able to inflict first distracted poor Oni to be able to take contact afterwards. So just fantastic team play from Cal so far to put them up 1-0.
Yeah, good play so far. And I don't think, and I do have to give credit, right? Double controller, I definitely feel like has such good hold potential. So for Cal to bring that out as well, it's just nice. It's nice to see. It's quite refreshing, to be completely honest, especially working in cohesion with the Sentinel. I mean, apologies, an initiator like Sova. Information already given away. And then off that, just listening to see when to put that wall up. So.
It's good to see Cal taking their time and just being very patient on this. Like we were talking about earlier, the tempo at which this occurs is going to be the difference maker, as here comes all the damage coming through from UC Davis. They have made their way into the site, and it's a 3-on-3 now.
Gotta go. I got
spike. Working away. They actually left the spike behind, and that loses some time. That's such pivotal time to just play for the post plant and secure the win. At this point, they do get lucky, though. And UC Davis having their own chamber tried to just knock down at the numbers here, and player advantage is there. So UC Davis is able to potentially keep Jet back. They do have smoke readily available, slowly clearing the angles. I mean, there it is, a 2v1 taken, but Skyzo does get that 3K. So it is going to be that 1-to-1 scoreline here.
And that's a necessary round if you're UC Davis. That force spy coming through means you have to convert this round, otherwise you're going to likely be staring down the barrel of a 3-0 scoreline. Take a look at these duels that Cal are taking. Yes, Oni finds the initial damage, and they have the health advantage, but the trades come through for UC Davis, and once they actually had control of the site, Skyzo went above and beyond to find all the additional damage there.
Yeah, even more potentially coming too. But and just a lot more painful losing out on that second round, especially with that being out of a save route that UC Davis was able to run away with, and potentially more, already pushing themselves up towards site with Bay Popper looking for more. Playing perfectly on the waylay. It's the execution onto site, clearing out for everybody down towards back, and now everyone on the side of Cal gone.
Yep, another clean, very fast round from UC Davis. You've seen 3 rounds so far, and they've been up-tempo with every one of them. That's the pacing of the game that I was talking about in pre-game. When Davis has been going, they've used their momentum really well historically. And so you see them taking over with this T-sided comp, they have the lead already.
Four to 1. Off Sky, so lots of ultimates almost ready as well, I will say. So, I mean, just farming for ult orb on the attack is very, very simple and very easy. So I'm kind of hoping they push more for that. Doesn't necessarily seem like they will, though.
This play by Cal, actually, to gain that mid information before they put the smoke up, Jetcracker's going to get the first one. He's going to get run down by Bay Popper. But equalized into a 4v4. Vary's done a lot to take down Arctic.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
And even more taken down. So Stain doesn't have a lot to work with here. Maybe they could just use a molly to really solidify this one, but you do see Barry not having much to work with here.
This is a very doable clutch, actually. There's low health on Barry, and if he swings wide, he's going to leave Bay Popper in the ISO against Stain. Wide swing. Keeps him alive.
Well, he's still readily available. Stain's not really working towards it, though. Yep, and a perfect hold from Stain. They knew Bay Popper was getting pretty aggressive for the pick, and the clutch comes through. So that's going to be a very, very good play. But 2-2, we're still very repetitive when it comes to, you know, how the win-loss ratio is looking like.
And that's a bit of a throwback, actually, for the CECC tournament where these two teams faced off. There were a number of opportunities where Cal would repeatedly dare UC Davis to peek them, knowing that Bay Popper is much more of a tap and then fight kind of player. He is a very, very aggressive superstar sort of player for UC Davis, but that one did not go his way there, and it ends up swinging back in Cal's favor.
Up towards the B site. This is different. We haven't necessarily seen a B site take as of yet. As they're looking for something more, and with double duelists already, extremities being discovered by Barry.
Gotta go.
And that, I mean, being said, it really is just that. They've searched out to the extremities, and now majority of the players here from Cal are just trying to look for an opening. And it's very quick. It's quite different to see how quick these games are going.
Yeah, this Yoral is finding so much information, body blocking so that the paranoia is actually going to hit, but the crossfire from Davis has been perfect, and a triple kill from Barry shuts it down.
Yeah, spectacular play. With Op actually now being brought up by Skyzo, so there is going to be quite a big difference here. With now being able to see what the chamber can do and how aggressive they can be.
5 rounds so far for UC Davis. What has the tempo been like in every single round so far? It has been choose a site and hit it. And so the amount of information that Cal is able to find early is really going to pay dividends for them. But they have nobody stacked towards the B and C side of the map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is going to be a very promising push just due to that fact alone. And what much is the smoke going to do? Honestly, if anything, it gives them more ground to play with. I know it might have been a scare tactic for clear, but regardless, site completely cleared out.
Taking their time to make sure they get the plant position that they want. Set up perfectly out in the open. Cal would have to play this retake flawlessly. They do have a Sova ult to make use of if they would like to invest it this round, but don't expect that they will unless they manage to get an early kill, and they actually, all the kills go the way of UC Davis early. Flawless, 6th round.
They're already giving themselves the lead for UC Davis, and 4 ultimates on the board. So much to work with here, and I really am hoping that they do bring out some. I don't want like an array coming through where it's like, okay, 4 ultimates are now being expended out onto site. I feel like that might be a bit much. In regards to how the site can really go. But I am excited. I do think there is a lot of potential here for take back here from Cal, especially with the Hunter Siri. It really is just dependent on like what the timing is looking like here.
And if Cal can actually slow down these hits, they definitely have a great composition to take advantage of. Meliora is going to find the first as the ult comes in for backside. Hunter's Fury takes down Jetcracker, equalized back into a 4v4, and Meliora goes above and beyond to find one more.
And even then, Hunter's Fury just won't stop, won't quit. The site completely cleared out just by that alone, and as I've said, it worked to a T. The lockdown from the defending side now continuing through, and they have the spike. All they have to do is just secure the site. Skyzo knows that time is of the essence here.
They've got a minute to play with here, golfers. I think they actually have plenty of time to work the map if they'd like to. Interesting to see how they use the Soviet utility to try and bait out a peek here, but Skyzo has been on one so far.
Yeah, slight rotation, just moving over towards Seaside. And Smoke is going to go down, so Skyzo is going to have a bit more room to work with here. Especially now.
The Cal players... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No.
The Cal players seem like they're pretty keyed in on this flank. It's taken so much time off the clock. 30 seconds left. Stain's going to hold this angle. Oh, back out into the open, but he doesn't get punished for it. Rare miss from Skyzo so far. But they're keyed in on the CT peak, and nice kill from Arctic.
Oh, and that's brutal. Location revealed. Down goes Skyzo. I mean, valiant effort. If they had landed that op shot, it would have been victory. Back over to UCD. But that really just shows, like, you can't miss shots like those. So very, very important. They've lost out on the op. They've lost out on the economic value of having it. So Oni is going to be able to retrieve that. That's going to be very dangerous.
Key ults to watch here. They did invest the Hunter's Fury both sides. They did invest the lockdown as well. But we do have a Viper's Pit available for Stain and for the side of Cal. So if they cycle it right now, there's a chance they can get it back before the end of the half. And it can make these short-range eco weapons very dangerous.
Let's play.
Full force going on to site. It's already too late to kind of utilize the Viper's wall here. So, I mean, regardless, there's not much value coming through from that. They do have a lot of util to work with here. I think Bay Popper's in a pretty good position. Kind of play with the team here, but it does seem like headshot made through smoke, and now majority of the players slowly pushing themselves outwards, and control taken by UC Davis. Majority of the players here still able to utilize, I mean, potentially the Viper's Pit, but Viper goes down, so Cal in a very difficult position to play with this. I mean, we've seen Jet take it 2K before, but is it possible now?
There doesn't seem to be enough time right now. He has a great smoke on it, and Baypopper's going to have to give up the line because of it, but they will just stall out the time. Braz has done more than enough, and the jumping right click seals the deal.
Yeah, good way to end off the round. I mean, they're fighting for their lives. I highly respect it. Skyzo is able to get the op back as well. So all in all, just the transfer of the op in itself does work. But timeout now coming through. And I like this, honestly, Takeshi. I think it's good. They need time to really reconsider what their weaknesses have been looking like. I think it's the Viper smoke, to be honest. It's very late queued. There's not a lot of potential with it because no one's playing around it. I think in regards to like what util can do, having a double controller, you have to kind of play with that double controller. So,
and Davis here has 2 movement duelists, and so you can disrespect a lot of the space that the smokes might be able to buy you against a much more conventional composition that you might see on Haven. But Davis is just going, right? We've had 8 rounds. I don't think they've slowed down once, but if I know anything about Cal here, them and their coach Army, they're going to call a timeout here. They're calling 2 defensive setups. They're going to be different between the 2 rounds. They're going to try and equalize this back into a 5-5 half. But so far, this is really going according to plan for Davis.
oh, absolutely. I think Davis is, I mean, listen, double duelists. They picked it off the rip. They were just looking for something aggressive, and that being said, it's happening. Every single couple seconds of the round, we do see like a very, very secure take onto site, whether it be B, A, or C, and they're able to at least, you know, plant the spike. So in regards to how that's going, absolutely, everything is going the way that they had planned.
And you see Davis not looking to slow down too much. You see the aggression once again towards the B site, but this time Cal actually has 2 players for defense.
Already off the smoke. Somehow the sprays are making it work. And now Barry is just okay, going through smoke left and right, taking out the ultimate from Stain. So what else can Stain do? It's so difficult to try to play against that when you're getting sprayed in a very, very just like exposed position.
That was a great read that Cal had. They were able to fast rotate everyone over toward the B site so that they could have that collapse. But unfortunately, Barry just does them one better and hits two people, one through the smoke, also on Stain's Viper's pit. When he gets the first, has the 1v1 against Kaizo, and he misses the op shot.
Okay, the ops shots are not hitting, but Oni's still gonna try for it. Yep, beautiful. That's a good take. I do think I'm just not too excited about the attacking side up. I don't think it's had much value. Every time Skyzo has had it in their hands, they've lost out on the 1v1. So I just see more value in potentially something else overall. But I am regardless still really liking the way that we do see UC Davis play. I think they are playing spectacularly. It's very uncommon. You know, just the aggressiveness that we get to see from teams like these.
Yeah, this is a great clutch up by Oni. A very necessary round after the timeout. Fantastic job converting. And again, that round, the initial trades went the way of Cal. Davis's superb shooting through the smoke there from Barry really equalized the round for them and put them way ahead in that set.
You know, just looking for some sort of execution down on A. Oni does have the ultimate to kind of just play around. I think might just be better for the retake scenario though. They like this smoke, actually giving Jet the potential to play around it, but Stain gets taken down, and now majority of your players just have nothing to work around here for UC Davis. Which is uncomfortable. What else can you do, right? Skyzo trying to play with the sheriff that they have in hand, but of course it's not going to work in the op shot. Not hitting either. So you are going to be able to go 5-5 here. Just very even.
Yep, and just like we were talking about as the timeout was called, 2 rounds, 2 very different defensive looks from Cal. And great job by Oni of staying alive there long enough for Jetcracker and Arctic to both give supporting fire on the site. Even though Stain gets shotgunned out of short, the push is actually very well stalled out by the rest of Cal, playing around the smokes very nicely and using the crossfire to perfection.
Yeah, leaving the smoke over towards B. I'm kind of hoping they press this early. They kind of just deny some space here, but it's not going to happen. Smoke goes up. Of course, some sort of decay being made, but Jet can't make that connection. And already, Oni's down. So, I mean, UC Davis playing with what they have, but so much util just being expended off of that cut. The moment that they try to make it through that choke point. So, I mean, very difficult to play with. Now Spike goes down and Brazzera loses their life. So 1v2 scenario where Arctic now has to fight this back.
It was a great snipe by Arctic. It's just really unfortunate that Baypopper is able to catch the player out in link. So as that tag comes through, he should have an idea, Arctic should, where both players are. That pre-fire from Baypopper isn't enough, but the repeat sure is. And so Davis about to, they're up 6-5 right now in the half. They have the opportunity to actually take a lead from this back and forth half.
Yeah, I mean, Baypopper is playing spectacular too, so I'm hoping they kind of utilize their Waylay just a bit more. I do think they're trying their best to be as aggressive as possible, but sometimes it's okay to kind of play towards the default positioning. Allow Baypopper to get a couple picks and then they can execute off something else, potentially, but you know, that being said, they are going to go very quickly down towards C site, but majority of this util is standing here, and so are the players.
And there's double survival smokes here for Cal. They have bought themselves so much space on site that if Davis actually decides to hit into this, they have to find the first kill, and Oni's good for it.
Already shotguns connections not necessarily being made. UC Davis having to just continue this fight along with this Hunter Shuri, but I mean, no connection. UC Davis losing out on the potential to bring their half up 1 point for a lead. So Berzero's just trying to save it as much as they can, yeah.
Nice pre-fire from Braz, but it's not quite going to be enough. So we're equalized into the 6-6 half. Quite possibly the worst scoreline that anyone outside of Gen Z could have asked for, because now we head ourselves over to the pivotal 13th round.
They're looking fantastic too for both of these teams. I mean, they're responding very quickly to each other, and I do say their adaptations have been looking spectacular. The only difference is it's just too aggressive. I feel like they're really just expecting it, and on the lucky chances that we do get to see Cal just wait for UC Davis to push onto the site, then that's when, okay, now we've gotten the round back. So it was just quite a pick and choose, to be honest. I do like the fact that we might get slower pacing here from Cal, but I guess we'll have to see.
It's been a very linear pace so far from UC Davis. Every single play that they've made has been very aggressive. They're trying to bring 2 or 3 early with utility behind it. Cal Blue, a lot less linear. And Jetcracker going to find that opening kill on the Sky, so rare you see the Smokes player being that aggressive early.
I mean, very hard to see anything, to be honest, because now I mean, Jet's just pushing up with blinds and making everything very hard. On everyone. So for a pistol round, it definitely, I like the execution down towards sight. I think it was quite odd, you're right, to see a Smoke player kind of just push up that aggressively, but I like it. I think it was a different pace of play here.
Well, that might be a bit of a Cal Blue fallback, or callback exactly to what was going on last year. They had a Smokes player, Sudgebubby, who was very, very aggressive and would often swing rounds based off of his individual performance. Speaking of individual performance, Brass has had a pretty nice game so far, but it would take a miracle for him to rescue this pistol.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to come back from. I mean, ooh, okay. Well, one shot's fine. Listen, economy is economy at the end of the day. And so is Intel, so.
Found them.
Does know where Oni is. Might just try to secure this regardless. I mean, they know they're going to lose the round anyway. So, yeah, gets taken down, leading towards Cal having this 1-point lead.
Yep, and we move, unfortunately, to the 6-7 scoreline if you're watching from the Davis side of things. But ult orbs are pretty cool, actually, so Braz being able to farm a couple more there at the end of things. Davis not going to feel too bad about that pistol, considering how bad of a state they found themselves in at the opener.
Yeah, and big replays now. Taking a stroll down memory lane, shall I say so. Yeah, just now kind of being a two-handed buy here, which is odd. Kind of seeing UC Davis push for more, as well as not even being able to do too much here. They're playing very silently for a team that was so aggressive on the attack, which is quite different.
Yeah, I think it's probably just because of the gun disadvantage. You probably want, if you're UC Davis, you want Cal to walk into you where you have the opportunity to get set up with your likely stingers and maybe even some shotguns, as you saw Davis breaking out on their attack side. They have players burrowed into every nook and cranny of the site, and it will be quite annoying for Cal to flush them out of there unless Davis gets impatient with the pace that Cal is bringing. Notice how much slower these rounds are going with Cal on the offensive.
Oh, this is good, though. That smoke goes up. Oh, no. I would not peek with the stinger. This is such a difficult moment, but they do still run away with one. Of course, retrieved back by Arctic. So I do like the aggressiveness of it. I do think quite a bit of an early peek here.
30 seconds left.
There they are.
Yeah, but quite chilling. 20 seconds left, and now they have to they have to try to find a way onto the site.
Great find by Oni. Can he contain the CT player? Oh, it does look like it. I mean, fantastic change of pace by Cal Blue, right? The moment they actually found the opening kill, yes, Davis does get that man advantage. It's equalized right back, and then Cal has realized, okay, if they have somebody pushed up so far in this short position, maybe we should just overwhelm the site after we get picked. And so, not giving Davis enough time to rotate, even with this movement-heavy composition, they were able to speed up in a flash.
They're trying to get themselves out of the situation that they put themselves in here for Cal, but all in all, both teams' buying was quite bizarre. I do like how Cal got themselves. It didn't necessarily fall into the trap that UC Davis was trying to set up for them, so I do highly respect that. But that does put UC Davis in a very, very bad position. They've lost the second round, to which they could have won the third, but now they are completely just in a terrible economic despair.
But they've done what they need to so far. They found that opening pick on the smokes, but this Cal lineup does have double smokes. You've committed the Viper wall over towards the A side. It's more of a lurk setup so you can work up against the Neon. Be interesting to see what site they decide to hit on and where they actually find the opening. They don't know that the gap is on B with the chamber utility, but there is a chance it could just be shocked down by Arctic.
And this is the first time that we've had some silence in a very, very long time from these teams. It has been aggressive and fast-paced with no time to think. Oh, and a shot has already been made. Yeah, so Oni's going to act on this, which I like. Quick thinking is honestly very, very valuable, but majority of UC Davis have already taken out Cal during that execution. So the choke point, not necessarily working out in favor, but you do have something to work with here. Smokes are still up. And I mean, potentially, if they take away 13 seconds left, Spike's not able to be planted. And now, I mean, Meliora just knows they're going to have to try to fight this. But they can't. So that 2v1 working in advantage of UC Davis.
And that's that opening pick really making matters, really making a difference for UC Davis there. In the previous rounds, when the kill had been traded back into the 4-on-4, Cal actually found themselves on the T side in a better situation than UC Davis, having to scramble to get all their players aligned. But this time, Cal gets stymied, we'll say, at the point of attack, and Davis being able to stall out with the Waylay Saturate, that ability is absolutely bonkers.
Cutting through.
Oh goodness, and now they're fighting kind of scattered and separated. To which I do kind of like. I like the fact that they're trying to just isolate some of these fights so they can pick up where they want to go. But Skyzo taking out the initiator of Arctic is going to lose out on so much pivotal information to get themselves off the site. So they're just going to have to wide swing these angles. And Bay Popper is waiting with a shotgun.
Yep, and that close range combat that we've been talking about this map so far, UC Davis has played these shotguns to perfection. Let's see if Hippo gets cleared out backside here. He sure does.
Hey, Hunter's Fury. No one was really attacking off that, so the Hunter's Fury didn't necessarily give away too much or make enough space, but I do like the fact that drone has been saved for this very moment. The retake has been made, but how does that happen? Already just wide swinging with an Odin. And they do manage to just take this one away, so UC Davis are done. They've brought this all the way back to this 8-8. And it's so difficult to kind of understand who is going to win this. It's been so close so far.
Yeah, it's been really back and forth. You've seen an opportunity for both compositions to really do what they want. When Cal has been at their best, they've slowed things down, they've taken the retakes very methodically, they've been able to hold down sites. And when Davis has been at their best, they've just sped things up in a way that Cal doesn't seem to have an answer for right now. All the utility coming out and the gunplay so far from the heavy hitters of UC Davis. They're doing a great job so far to make this an even game. Very entertaining watch so far.
Teleport's ready.
Honestly, it's just going to get even more exciting. So, especially like Skyzo has been holding down mid with the op alone. And that in itself is such a hard job to do. I'm surprised they haven't necessarily smoked them out yet and just tried to push onto site. I mean, regardless, Hippo is going to be watching just within garage, getting very, very lucky with the spray downs, but potentially looking for more. And I mean, a smoke's still readily available, so if Hippo loses their life, they lose a lot of potential retaking towards C.
That was a great pre-fire from Hippo, and then maybe not even playing off of the sound cues, but going off of the dash from UC Davis. They know that Cal has to flood in, otherwise they're not going to have an opportunity to get onto the site. Nice pre-fire.
Yeah, and they're already just trying their best with the Odin. Maybe just searching for something through smoke, but it's not going to be retrievable, as Skyzo is the only one who is allowed to pick off some of these players here, and a wide swing through smoke is insane to go for. But UC Davis make it work, and they've brought themselves to such a good position where they bring that lead back.
Excellent job by UC Davis so far. They actually managed to slow things down a little bit, waited out that smoke drop, and then Oni got caught out in the open by Skyzo. It's just an unfortunate position to be in. Your teleport isn't fast enough to get you out of there. So an 8-9 score line now, again, showing the replay, excellent job by Hippo. And then just a man advantage retake converted by UC Davis.
Timeout now finally active. And the Cal Blue are really just holding on to with everything that they have. Every single thing that they have is being put into this game. And honestly, you can tell they are playing tremendously. They're thinking on the spot. It never feels like I'm seeing like a deer in the headlights moment with this team, which is very good. Meaning like, the IGL is doing double the work here. So I am excited to see how they're going to handle this, especially as that timeout kind of relieves itself. There is 4 ultimates on the board, potentially just talking about how to handle it moving forward.
And seeing as how both teams have looked so good in the rounds where they're able to play their game, it's nice to see that even though they might be missing 1 or 2 of their teammates from prior years, these new players have been slotted in pretty seamlessly and they're fitting into the system quite well. Be interesting to see what Cal calls out of this timeout.
Yeah, big plays waiting to happen. Honestly, they could just push for another ultimate too with just completely farming these ult orbs. But I mean, mid side, waiting for the op from Skyzo. And again, like there's so much util to use to just offset Skyzo and not have them be so annoying on that op.
Cal being nice and patient here is a good look from them. Even though Skyzo has the op and he's been posted on mid historically, this Dimensional Drift is going to show that there's actually nobody on the B site now that they've forced out Bay Popper. Going to give Cal a lot of space to work with this round.
Oh, and this is unfortunate. Meliora doesn't have anything he can take away with, but Jet is the one to go down. Despite trying to TP out of that situation, they are not able to. And Bay is just playing the best game that I have seen off of Awele thus far. They're looking for more, and more they will get through smoke at that. And now it's just Arctic, so a flawless round coming through from UC Davis, so forget the timeout, it doesn't matter. Luckily enough, not a lot of ultimates off the board for Cal, so they still have a lot to work with here.
Yeah, I thought it was a great, unique, maybe not necessarily unique, but a creative play call from Cal to speed things up a little bit. You drop Oni into the fray with the Dimensional Drift immediately. You clear out the entirety of site. Unfortunately, the Waylay ultimate, it has been nerfed, but that agent is still quite quick. And if you're not able to get out of its range, you're going to be in trouble when she swings with a shotgun.
The story that is told, that's so scary, honestly. I can't even imagine being in a position like that, not knowing what you're going to do next, but they handled themselves the best way they could. And UC Davis now having a 2-point advantage, so they're going to have to fight pretty hard to take this one back. They do have lockdown, but there is no Killjoy within sight.
And the other thing that we're not addressing enough is not just the ult economy, but the actual economy here. UC Davis rolling a few rounds in a row here as Jetcracker finds the first bit of a caster curse. Bay Popper's going to have to go extra here on short, and he does.
Wow. And there may be more, especially now just slowly making their way in. They do know Brass Era is going to be watching. Oh, but they don't do much. One bullet left to this Judge. Having so much trust in it alone is quite scary. And Hippo is back. So UC Davis, despite the fact that they are in fact playing with their lives, they're playing with Cal's lives. So yeah, gonna be a big win coming through. And just one more until we do get to see that match point.
Davis has done a phenomenal job despite the timeout from Cal of rolling 5 rounds in a row here. They have their pick of whatever defensive setup you want, enough money to last the entire rest of the game here. Cal fighting a massive uphill battle if they want to wrestle this one back.
Looking for more and more with each and every turn. I do like the fact that the Odin has been so pivotal into this game, as well as just like a 14 and 13 assists coming through from UC Davis is incredible. So you can definitely see that majority of these players are putting in the work in regards to their util, the information, Skyzo especially. I mean, now holding on to the C site, and I like the fact that they were pushing for the drone, but they're not.
Nice fight to take that one down, and an even better repeat to take down Oni.
Yep, just a repeat again. Skyzo has already taken out 2. and is looking for a third. And I apologize for anything I've ever said about Skyzo not performing on the op, because it has been beautiful on the defensive side. And I think it is exactly what needed to be done to secure this potential win for UC Davis. But of course, already a 3v2, and potential is gone. They could utilize this this lockdown to kind of keep the site underway, but who knows?
Might also look to use the Viper's Pit after the Sova drone, but the timing seems pretty unfortunate for Cal.
Ooh. Meliora! Alright, that shouldn't be allowed, but a 3K just knocked on the board. And the aim is insane. So Meliora was actually one of the players that I had mentioned before, being such an MVP on this map. And now they have finally, their true colors have shown, and we do get to see a bit of a taste of that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to speak over you at all, but that was an unbelievable clutch from Meliora. Just ridiculously well-spaced, able to find headshots on all three of the players, and the margin for error is basically non-existent here. If he doesn't get that kill on the slider, there's no way he has time to react to Baypopper's swing from backside.
Well, that's something to be proud of, and a clip to take home to the family, so... Something that I would definitely be talking about for the ages, but they are still down, realistically, in regards to like what the points are looking like. So 9-11, a couple more rounds that they're gonna have to take underway.
Cal's putting themselves in a fine position to do so, though. They have a number of ultimates still. You have to assume that the Viper's Pit, if utilized correctly, will lead to a round conversion. You would assume that also the lockdown from the Killjoy would also hopefully lead to a round conversion. We could be looking at an 11-11 scoreline here, and that would be a crazy comeback from Cal, considering the run that Davis has been on this map.
They know Skyzo's here. There's like such a fear surrounding the C site, which makes me curious as to why they continue to push up, but I mean, all in all, I guess it works. Skyzo there with another and a 2 potential third. Not just Yuri there to kind of just assist with the hole that the defense is making, but Baypopper is getting friendly fire left and right, so damage is just not working out here.
Bit of a dolphin dive there from Skyzo. Up, down, rhythmically from backside. Hippo's going to clean one up. Meliora back turned. Harry's probably going to put him down. Hippo cleans it up anyway. 12-9, 3 chances at map point for UC Davis.
Match point.
Wow, one more to kind of keep this one. Just finish out the first map of the series. And, you know, we were surprised originally. Oh, why did UC Davis pick this map? I'm not quite sure, but I see why. It seems to work. The chamber gameplay is a bit too strong. And now they're just having to play with the Sova Odin, which always is just a crazy matchup to go against. So all in all, I think they went for the dive comp of a lifetime. And that in itself, it does seem to work the best, but the A site now being preoccupied with an Odin and an op. And I don't know if I like that.
It is going to funnel all of Cal over towards the C site, but they haven't shown a really aggressive straight take on C in quite a while here. Davis, as that smoke drops, might be caught unawares by just how many Cal players are actually here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Drone giving away the location of one, but potentially taking out many, and the Hunter's Fury comes through to create a lot of a diversion here. Well, Cal just slowly work their way in. So we do get 2 players out of UC Davis, but there still is such a big amount. I mean, there's just at least 1 player advantage there, so not too much, but still pivotal enough to change the roundup.
The positioning from Hippo on this fast flank is really going to make the difference here. If he can catch Oni with his back turned, that would be massive towards giving Davis the ability to close out this half. Oh, sorry, close out this game.
Oh my gosh. And it's over. That's, I mean, the ending headshot from Skyzo. And an apology from me, because I did mention in the beginning, okay, well, what could Skyzo do, you know, with the op? Is it really worth it? Is it something that, you know, I feel like they should be playing with? And absolutely it is. So big kudos to Skyzo. I think Skyzo was a really key player here, especially the Sova. So I didn't think I'd see a Sova Odin on a map like Haven in a very long time.
Well, I mean, the wall bangs, just any amount of chip damage you can possibly get on the slow and steady approach from Cal. Davis really took the fight to them, and after a 6-6 half, I was pretty confident that Cal would find some momentum on the attack side. Davis doing a good job to keep them unbalanced, we'll say, on those site takes with the combination of their double movement duelists.
yeah, a fantastic job and a very, very fun game. But guys, don't go anywhere. We still do have 2 more potential maps coming up, so we'll be right back.
Thank you. My son's already in the car.
Bye. I think you're wonderful. Bring me everything wicked.
The magic of your Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Run It Back, presented by Xfinity. I am not your host. I'm Gompers. I know it's so basic of me to say that, but I'm super excited. I'm joining Takeshi, and we're gonna cast that second match. I'm hype after that last match. It was actually pretty exciting to see.
It was super, super fast-paced, Gompers, and we saw so much aggression from UC Davis. Great individual gunplay from both teams, actually. There were a number of clutches. 2 of them went the way of Cal in dramatic fashion. You see the first one from Oni. There's going to be another one later from Ad Meliora. Baypopper and the rest of his crew doing a ton of damage with some of the less conventional weaponry. You saw Stingers taking first bloods across the map. You saw Judges come into play, and you saw Odins holding down sights. So not just the normal rifle and off that you're seeing here, you're seeing the entire loadout from UC Davis today.
Oh yeah, and I do say and I've given kudos to these players before. Skyzo played the best game I had seen on Chamber in quite some time. I think they're honestly just the the adaptability they had with the op was quite interesting. So I am excited for the potential to see an op again today, especially on this second map. But the way that things are going, Takeshi, I want to hear your thoughts. Like, who was your pick to win the series? I know this is kind of like a cheat because we saw the first game, but I want to hear it out.
Well, if you asked me at any point going into this match who I would have favored, just based off of strength of finish last year, I probably would have said Cal. They had the stronger finish to the season. They had high placements in a number of West Coast tournaments. But maybe losing 2 players for them and having to switch up the lack of continuity there, as opposed to Davis getting to retain 4 of their last 5 players, it might have mattered a bit more than I had previously anticipated. So I'm still hopeful we'll see something from Cal here to push us to map number 3. But that first one was so quick, I really think this could be anyone's series as we move to Cal's map there.
I think so too. I don't even know. Like, going into this map, I know controversial Gompers, like, you're casting. You should probably know what you're talking about. But I can't pick who is going to win this. And it is quite difficult to make a decision because both these teams have showed that they are so strong. I mean, what I am excited though is we are seeing pretty much the same comp. I guess the only difference being that Brazzera is not going to be playing the agent that we saw before. So for UC Davis, this is looking very good. In regards to Cal Esports, I mean, Cal Blue, I am kind of liking this. I think Stain was great on the Viper. I really think Viper is amazing on Corrode. I'm just hoping to see a little more gameplay in regards to just playing with the smoke a bit more. They have double controller. Abuse that.
I think you're also going to see a very different look from Cal this game, as you see Ad Meliora switch over from the Killjoy, which is a lot more passive and just, okay, we'll get as much information as we want, we'll hold control of the site. This time he's on Veto. It's a lot more proactive of a Sentinel, gives opportunities to 5-up with the rest of your team, and also, go for those pick plays. You're not blinking out as fast as a Chamber, but you do still have repositions available to you at a pretty decent range.
And Meliora filling in with, just the Veto coming through. If I got that name wrong, guys, sorry. I'm still like, in regards to the names, I'm pretty sure it's Veto, but I always get worried that I mess it up. But I am excited to see the Veto be brought into this game, especially with the util that we do get to see. Like, just canceling out utility being pushed forward onto the site is quite interesting and a different dynamic that we didn't get to see in the last map. So just having that in hand for Cal, especially with the util that we did get see expended from UC Davis in prior times, is going to be quite interesting. But already starting off the second map, if UC Davis run away with this one, it is going to be the series finale for them, and then they do get to run away the victor. So.
Yeah, and you were talking about change-ups, and there is no change-up here. This is the 13th attack round for Davis. It's the 13th round that they've brought pace to the play. Have a chance to take down Arctic as well.
Already feeling good about this one. Oni does try to bring a flash forward, but right-click seemed to be working even better, and running off a victory from UC Davis, I would feel good too. They are just feeling phenomenal at this point. Meliora doesn't really know what to do. They're potentially waiting for their own piece of util, but what much is there? There's no flash to utilize. 83 health left. The spike is ticking down, and there goes. First round.
And when you find yourself in that 1-on-4 situation, unless Davis makes a colossal mistake, it would have been pretty much impossible for Meliora. The thing I would like to highlight there is the flood coming out from Connector was fully contained. You saw 3 dead Cal players all at that choke. So Davis doing an excellent job of keeping the pace, right? 13 rounds, 13 very fast attacks from them, all towards the same site. And as we look towards round 14, it looks like it's going to be more of the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, moving up towards the A site once more. And information given away. And I like this. Again, attacking side just feeling really good. They're pushing for a nice Waylay Neon sort of composition, so it's not like they don't have any aggressiveness to give. They have all the time in the world. My interest is, we don't see too much of a buy coming through from Cal this time, so I think they have learned from their previous mistakes. And that being said, a flawless does come through. So Cal they are going to be able to actually pick themselves up this third round. We did get to see like a little iteration where Cal did like to invest maybe a little too much. And I do like the fact that they did fix that.
Man, and I know that Hippo is very low here, and Barry is definitely doing the right thing, saving his teammate and making sure he doesn't have to rebuy, you know, an entire gun and or armor. But at that point, you know, you've got 4, it's on the eco, might as well give your guy the ace, and then also give him the opportunity to Clovolt here in this round 3, where Cal finally has guns to their name.
And there goes the Waylay looking for something more. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing over and over again, right? Aggressiveness going on towards the A site. Cal looking for some sort of response, but this time they do have Vandals to play with. But how easy can it be? You have so many of these players trying to push forward and take over the side. And there it goes. UC Davis somehow still able to find that. I mean, just anything. Right, advancement onto the site so aggressive that Meliora is left again in the same position.
He does get given that first ISO though, and he's worried about a flank already, which is interesting because Davis has not shown any disguise on their tactics whatsoever. It's just been 5-up hit every single round. Can Meliora piece this together?
It potentially could, but it's going to be such a difficult round to win. UC Davis so confident on Corrode. It's already a given. Like, it's so hard to keep them back. There's not really much Sentinel util to do so. Right? They have Meliora, but what's the most Meliora can do in these situations? It's not like there is Cypher util to kind of hold these players back or scare them off or have to expend util to try to eliminate that util. So it really is just free play onto the site and then deathmatch. So quite difficult to play against a composition like the double duelist here, especially with what's given. But the B site this time around, going to have to be that one. But yeah.
All right, so we see a bit of a change up here as Davis, instead of attacking A like every other round, we're going to hit B this time.
And Interceptor active is actually eliminating a lot of the utility that was being thrown out, and Meliora there to respond and going right back up towards heaven. So with the redirection there, Barry is going to try to find this one. One enemy. Going to be an easy target though to make, and there it goes. Attackers winning this one out and taking it still back to that 4-0. Of course, I do believe that was a save round as well for Cal. So gonna be a little hard to bring this one back, but a timeout that was very, very well needed.
Yes, I think it comes at a good time. You finally have the opportunity to get back on your feet. You have a gun round, and then theoretically, if things go well, you can carry a few of them into the next one. There is still time for Cal to make this defender side work. They just have to correctly guess where on earth Davis is going to throw all 5 of their players at in a line.
It's like a firing squad. I don't know. It's so hard for Cal to kind of secure this one, and I'm sure that they're kind of going over how they can keep this one going. It does seem like they're pinging mid, which scares me a bit in regards to what the push is going to look like. So a bit of unpredictability and for both of these teams moving forward. Like, what's going to happen? What can Cal fix?
I think what Cal needs to do is either they need to have the fade up in an advanced position, or you have to have the Astro utility up at the choke already. If you can actually manage to catch one of the movement duelists and just strand one of the Davis players on site when they're using their double dashes in, you actually give the defense a great opportunity to catch out the one player and then get set on your defense. That's something that's really important for Cal here, is Davis is catching them off balance with all this speed, and this is the first time here where actually it looks like we're going to have a mid lurk here for Skyzo.
There are already toxins going up. Okay, I like this, and this is a big change. There wasn't, I was gonna say there wasn't much aggressiveness coming through before, but it is true. They didn't necessarily play so hard into stopping this push, but it's perfect because UC Davis don't know what to do after the push has resided.
And so Skyzo's lurk here becomes pivotal, but he's chunked down to 1 HP already. Any wallbang is going to take him out at this point. So Stain has to play contact here unless Arctic walks out.
They're already still walking all the way back in towards the A site. Oni knows that they are better in regards to the aim, and I'm proud that they're actually utilizing this confidence and using it as a weapon, because it is. It's quite difficult to play against someone who knows that they are better.
Oni's doing a fantastic job this round. You see those 3 headshots coming in quick succession. This is the first man advantage Cal Blue has had all map after the timeout.
30 seconds left.
Just waiting. In the moment they try to plant that spike, the rotation's going to come all the way back full force towards the A site. They've heard the noise, and now rotation comes in. And a potential, but I don't know if I like how early that was set. It wasn't going to do anything, so they did actually lose some of that Astra util.
Cal's in a pretty awkward position here. Melior is taking his sweet time clearing out the flank, so time's going to boil down. If they aren't able to actually take this first player off the line, take Skyzo off of the back of this flash, never mind, Braz is going to oblige. Skyzo gets the first. That second flash, he eats it directly, and Oni with a 4K gets the first round to make it 1-4.
Yeah, putting a round on the board, which was very much needed, and actually a couple ultimates on the board as well. So based off that, Oni in 1 round was able to settle themselves with their ult. So now they're going to be able to even play further with the Yoru. So that's quite exciting. Potential to kind of bring this one to a 4-4, I think, is starting to get higher and higher. I do like the pause that we did get to see. Whatever the coach was spitting, they were spitting, and that is a fact.
I'll show
And
them.
we'll see if this round continues the trend that we saw from Cal last map, where when they call a timeout, they have 2 round defenses in mind, or 2 round setups in mind. This one, again, a bit of what I was talking about, having the Fade util out and early, doesn't necessarily spot anything because he throws it a little short, but this dog's going to find good info, and they have Astra utility to small out this play.
Oh, and still just trying to figure out what they can do. It does seem like Stain was in a pretty good position to kind of just avoid all the util being put forth, but Oni can't even use the dimensional drift to its fullest capability right now. And realistically, all they're doing is just trying to figure out the information onto the site where everybody is, and how Oni's going to be able to fight this one. And with confidence, make it sure, but the flash comes through, and Hippo is just better.
And I can't believe, actually, that Oni gets the kill, popping out of the dimensional drift directly into line of sight of Skyzo. Melior is going to need to trade off Jetcracker here.
Okay, that's hard. How do you play against that? Bay has just been insane with the shotguns, as we've seen. But I mean, 1v1 is difficult. Sandwich coming in. Brazera is just trying to hold off to make sure that the flank can come through, and there it goes. Hippo is there to respond and save UCD from a loss.
Their teeth.
Davis is doing a great job of, now they actually had the counter, so you saw the utility coming through from Arctic's Fade early, but didn't really get any information out of it. You just heard, okay, well, the dog saw 1 person, where there's 1, there's usually all 5, but then the utility from the Astra of Jetcracker not necessarily utilized at the perfect time to be able to isolate plays, and Arctic gets taken down by that Odin straight through the smoke. The round gets a little chaotic because of what Stain is able to do on the site, but then once you actually have control of it, hey, I have a shotgun, you're playing into a close choke, you do not have a movement ability, there's no way you're going to get past Bay Popper.
And still keeping themselves playing aggressively as they did before, just always taking a fight in a matter of seconds. And I mean, good off Stain to be able to take 1, but it's going to be quite difficult to keep going, right? Cal having so many sheriffs to play with, not a single Vandal in sight. I mean, potential to pick up maybe the Judge, but even then, the moment someone picks that up, they'll know, and Hippo getting a little too into it. Just leaving 1 more person left. I mean, either way, UCD are able to run away with this one.
That would have been a very difficult clutch for Stain. Yes, he hit those pair of 1 digs earlier, and he does manage to pick up a 3rd as well. But it's been pretty difficult for Cal's individuals to get going. Jetcracker and Arctic definitely feeling the brunt of the attack here. Even if the Astra isn't on the same site as the Fade, the utility is coming down at roughly the same time. So if one of them is falling, both of them are, and we haven't seen a round yet outside of the one that Cal was able to, they played fantastic defense together, and there were some individual heroics from Oni. We haven't had an opportunity or a round yet where these two can really play off of each other.
Back onto site, looking for something more. Just a big repetition in regards to what's been going on, but Barry just making it a lot easier with a Neon.
Yeah, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? That's what Davis is thinking right now.
Absolutely. I completely agree. And I mean, 6-1, that's going to be like an impressive scoreline to take on, especially against the team that was really like giving you a run for your money down in the last game.
Yeah, and this is Cal's map pick. It is also a very attacker-sided map, and Davis' composition is very attacker-sided. But this is a little concerning for Cal that they're not able to adapt to the situation at all, really. Yes, you have a couple of different setups. They didn't have maybe perfect buy here or perfect information, but Davis is just walking all over them right now. They're pulling 5 every single round, and they're just walking into one of the sites.
And running themselves backwards here. All right, Barry gets taken out, but that's okay. UC Davis, they are so economically rich that they are maxing out. They don't know what to do, and I like this. I do like the timeout, to be honest, because last time we had the timeout, Cal did manage to fix and do some micro adjustments. So I do think that might just have to come along at this point.
That's both of the timeouts already, though, for Cal. So not having any more until you reach overtime means Army's not going to be able to give his troops any sort of input after this one. So probably another 2 plays called here, maybe the rest of the half if he's lucky. But honestly, there just needs to be something different from Cal. They need to throw a different look at UC Davis. The one round that Cal has been able to win so far, they did it off the back of trading each other and actually playing up on the site, where Davis wasn't actually able to, dig them out of their burrows, really. This Cal roster can definitely get it done if they can get some rounds on the board. But Davis having won the half by the end of round 8 is a little bit concerning if you are rooting for Cal.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard one to... I didn't even think of that, right? Having the fact that you really can't do any more timeouts and talk to your team and give them that feedback, so... Not something that you'd want to really have to handle. I am hoping, we did see Cal on their attacking half, and they are a lot better on the attack, I will say. So hopefully not needing that sort of guidance. But as far as that goes, so much util now being left on the A site, just resorting back to what they did last time, right? Just having so much overwhelming util, but this could go wrong. No util has been used from UCD at this point. They have so much to take up on the site.
But the one thing that is going right for Cal is the fact that they have a 2-man advantage. Again, after the timeout, these man advantages are coming through from Cal. Now it's their job to be disciplined and convert on this man advantage situation, even though Arctic is 1 bullet away.
Still looking for potential for a headshot or something big. Dave Popper slowly working their way up, and now the information and the util has been put in. They're just trying to get away. Dave Popper just shut down, and majority of UC Davis just trying to fight this one back, but I do think this is fine, right? 3v2 scenario, player advantage there, and then 2 ultimates left on the board.
If you're saying you have to be very, very cautious here. If you get caught with your back turned, that opens up the entire opposite side of the map, and he does actually get caught. Unfortunately, that connector push from Hippo frees up the entirety of B site. They're going to work their way over ASAP, leaving Cal in the dust. So that man advantage situation, it looked really good for Cal, but Davis has managed to flip the map, and they have advanced position in CT.
Spike planted.
All the way down towards back site from Barry.
Last player
and I don't know, that was quite a risky play, especially now with 2 flashes still left on Oni. The decoy being made for clear. It worries me quite a bit.
Worries me as well. Did Oni actually spot that? Yes, he did. So another massive clutch by Oni to be able to give Cal their second. The individual heroics so far from Cal have largely come from Oni. It'll be up to the rest of Cal to see if there are any more fireworks in this festival.
Now keeping... I mean, the play intact, it worked. The A site, definitely not the site that I do feel like UC Davis is able to hit at this point, especially with the fact that I mean, they really are just running it with Army's plays that the coach had kind of put forth for them, and they're gonna do it again, which is so interesting as to why UC Davis is just continuously going towards the A site.
I don't hate it, actually, with UC Davis repeating their tactic. Yes, Cal did just have a nice job stopping it, but if you continue to bring the space and you're still finding these openings, it can still look really good for your attack side if you're going fast. Okay, well...
Last player standing.
That's just so unlucky. There's no way. I don't know if the A site was the play here. They lost out on it before. The strats have just been working. If anything, I mean, maybe a good way to just lure out some of the util, but to try to go like that full force attacking side, it really just wasn't pleasant.
That's some great shooting from Arctic, though, so if you're a Cal fan, the individuals coming back into play is something really important. We saw it a lot during last year's run, where rounds that looked like they were lost for Cal Blue would be turned around immediately by a specific player hitting 1, 2, 3 headshots. So Davis has been running really well with strength and numbers, but if they're going to continue to get stopped at the point of attack here, Cal has the opportunity to wrestle this half back.
Oh, no, ready. This is actually brilliant. They've decided to go up towards mid with Barry so they can stop this from happening. And this is beautiful. Actually, such a great adaptation that we get to see from UC Davis, and it really does showcase the on-the-spot thinking from this team. No timeout needed at this point. UC Davis are back on track, so Oni does have an ultimate, though, to be used, as does Stain. I'm not sure when it's going to be expelled. It does seem like it has to be sometime soon, as the rounds are ticking. I do believe only one more round left for them to utilize that, so just kind of going into the next round. It's going to be an explosion of ults.
Last round.
And we're continuing to see just very, very aggressive UC Davis T sides. Look at these rounds that they're playing. They're on the site with about a minute left to spare. Yes, maybe they might be pausing a second at the point of attack to maybe bait out the utility or see if they can line up a play for somebody else. This mid play from Barry here is fantastic to play off of it, and that's a great headshot onto Melioria, boosted up onto that box. So Oni's done a great job so far of actually getting his kills, but the rest of the team is not necessarily in a situation or in, positions where they can actually get theirs.
Interesting wall. Kind of takes away a lot of room for UC Davis so that they can actually walk up onto site a bit more casually, but it's interesting. They do hear Barry go up towards heaven. I'm wondering how they're going to handle this. The resurrection's still readily available, and of course a lot of the util being taken away, but fighting for it goes Hippo, and they're still going to keep it going. And I mean, potentially more. UC Davis down for this 2v2. And Big Popper there just waiting. Oh, I was so worried that the timing wasn't going to be there. But it doesn't matter. Already 2v1, and just playing as a team is going to help this. What worries me is that they won't. I mean, Jet having such a good wall being put up, but Bay does shut it down. So 9-3 half, and we will be switching sides.
Switching sides.
Man, this half, last game was a lot more competitive, we'll say. This map so far has not looked quite as close, we'll say. Obviously, it is an attacker-sided map. Yes, like you were talking about earlier, golfers, Cal did look a little bit stronger on their attack side than they did on their defensive side. But we'll see if them playing it slow and steady here will actually enable them to find some more space. What I'm concerned about is, does UC Davis continue to take this momentum and keep pushing out aggressively towards the edges of the map, trying to pincer Cal into being in only one position?
Yeah, I do think switching sides might be an advantage of Cal, though, I will say. Just because now Oni is able to play to their strengths. We have seen them take out, like, majority of the team with the confidence that they had in the previous rounds, but Barry making the play to slowly work themselves up, and I don't think that was what they needed to do, but of course, Bay Popper trying to get themselves out of the way, and in fact marked, so...
That was a great stun combination there, forcing out the dash from the waylay. You don't always see the dash on round one. I think a lot of people are gravitating towards having that stun. But look at the confidence here. Even though Cal is behind, they're still opting into these fights.
Couple more seconds left too until that spike is going to explode, and Cal are there. They have finally taken it around within this pistol round, and they are feeling good about it, giving themselves potential to take up the next round. What scares me again, and I feel like what the lesson hasn't been learned, but of course, I mean, potential for something to happen is UC Davis buying.
Yes, and we saw it twice last game, right? When Cal had won both pistols, UC Davis was forcing into it. One time it worked great for them, and they were able to snowball some rounds. The other time it didn't go so hot for them, and Cal was able to rally a few behind that. So when you see this force spike come through, it is really, really important from Cal that they're able to trade out each player. But the attacking setup from Cal is so different from what we just saw with Davis. Yes, they're showing the pressure towards the B site, but after Admiliora finds that pick onto Bay Popper, the A site is very, very weak.
I have the spike.
Yeah, and UC Davis, they've already lost one. I mean, that's perfect, though. Potential for a pickup there is big, but Barry is sneaking it up here. Might just be able to get more than
down. Attacker spawn.
He's doing a fantastic job to get one and get out. The changes that have turned the Stinger into a laser, it's really doing a number on Cal right now. Yes, like I mentioned earlier, the A site is undermanned, but now Davis has... Okay, they're in a 2-on-2 situation as Barry gets a little bit overeager. Cal has the positioning advantage, but Davis has the guns now in a situation where they previously didn't have too much to play for.
Toxins going up.
The screens go up. And Stain is lit. 10 health left. And a dream to try to make sure that they can keep this game going. But of course, Skyzo was able to take out the one. Surprisingly, Stain is going very, very strong as well. And this might be huge, actually. Taking it up towards the half and getting off in enough time, but so much damage made, and it might be Stain's win to take over unless a miracle of the sort happens, but it's down towards half, and Stain has cleared it.
That was an excellent clutch by Stain. A bit of a bait and switch, we'll say. Jetcracker providing excellent covering fire, allowing his fellow controller to stay hidden in that corner. But just some excellent shooting from Cal here. You see, once they actually jump out to this man advantage, Barry does a fantastic job to equalize the numbers. And then he goes a little bit too early, and then after Stain is set up in this situation, that Molotov he hits on the bomb, excellently placed by the Viper player.
Well, I give them kudos. Just fighting too hard to try to get these picks, and they're not the most important thing, right? Playing for the site, making sure that everything is looking good. Would definitely be the mainstay here. But just keeping it over towards the A site. There goes Spike. And now Util not able to be used down towards mid, so Brazero's just looking for something with the sniper they have in hand.
An interesting use of the interceptor there from Admiliora. This Davis composition doesn't have a ton of projectiles that you can really break with it. I assume that they were looking more to break the Fade utility, or maybe if there was a Sova per se. I think it's been mostly phased out at this point. But that signature has a long cooldown, actually, and Cal's going to regroup back towards the A site. This is a nice read by them to see, hey, there's actually only 2 people towards the site. They don't know that, but they're hitting towards the correct place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they might have Arctic sell a fake over towards the B site. Look at the mid position.
Oh, but they were holding such a nice cross too for UC Davis.
30 seconds left.
Barry's so aggressive, so I feel like I know that they're just gonna wide swing the angle, and I don't like it. And that they will, and it just doesn't work out, and that's the problem. You just wide swinging without the util, not being patient enough to wait for it to kind of just dispense itself. There wasn't really like a rush to get onto the A site.
And in previous rounds, maybe Stain goes one and done there, but this time he goes above and beyond, and he's able to get both. And the Davis players have been shooting fantastic, but now as Cal actually has control of the site, Skyzo's going to have to be a master marksman with this Eagle. Maypopper's going to get a bunch of damage. How does that follow-up kill? But nicely done by Arctic, and Stain's going to close that with a 3K. 6-9 on the scoreline now. Cal's making a run for it.
Yeah, starting to lose rounds left and right. Cal 3 rounds in a row. So it does kind of feel like a karmic situation where it's just not working out. But Brazier is scaring me. We did see Sova Odin come around in the last game. Now we're able to see the Fade Odin. So for this to be brought out, there has to be some trouble. And we're also seeing Skyzo up. So UC Davis going back to the roots.
Yes, and they're going with a full investment here. So if Cal can actually manage to wrestle this round away, this would be a fantastic shot by Skyzo. He doesn't quite hit it. Davis is going to be broke if they lose this round.
So much happening here. I'm hoping Bay Popper just kind of stays here. They don't really need to go anywhere else, and UC Davis shut this down in a beautiful way and bringing it down to that double digits. So 10-6 for UC Davis, and they have brought it back over to them.
Excellently done, and that is a must-win round. It sounds silly to talk about, you know, round 18 when you're up 9-6 being, round 17 when you're up this much, right? But, gosh, I really can't count, can I? Anyways, let's leave the counting aside. It sounds weird to talk about a round like that being a must-win round when you have the advantage, but the investment that they put in there was so substantial, right? The Odin and the Operator both being invested. They probably would have been mid-2000s on the economy afterwards if they lost that round. It would have set up Cal to be in a position to take this 8-9.
Yeah, and with that being said, I mean, Bay
Poison's on.
isn't going to push it. I'm liking this. They're being a little bit more wary and precautious of the moves that they were looking to push for previously. But of course, UC Davis now having to fight against a wall that was settled down, and Barry definitely knows that was a fake. So now they're might just be able to bring this about, right? Taking out one Arctic and potentially another with a 2K there from Barry. So once again, player advantage on the side of Cal. I wouldn't even say advantage because we've seen this team absolutely operate on crazy. But a pop flash to take Meliora a majority of their health away. That's so unfortunate, but fighting for more. Somehow Cal just always seemed to win out their gunfights.
That was unbelievable, and the play that Oni was trying to set up didn't actually even come to fruition the way that he might have wanted it to. Meliora is able to go above and beyond and actually find 3 anyway. Skyzo being posted up on that angle, the moment he drops off of it and allows Meliora to take that space, now you've left your duelist, your star duelist Bay Popper. Yes, he's been performing very well, but you've put him in a very difficult situation where Meliora has all of the information and a reposition should he choose to use it.
Be hard to bring themselves back onto site. I mean, Melior knows exactly where Bay Popper's gonna hit, but there's not really a lot of time to play with here. That being said, I mean, they really like to shut my mouth, so it does seem like there's gonna be enough time. Bay Popper taking that 1v1 full stride and bringing that next point over to UC Davis.
That's really unfortunate for Meliora. You have to assume he thought that there was going to be the wrap from the right-hand side underneath Heaven, so that's why he's walking along the railing. But, you know, this round gets very, very chaotic. This pop flash and the fact that Meliora is actually able to get that second kill on the spray, get posted up on that line to take down Skyzo, this could have gone either direction. Bay Popper sends it in the way of UCD, 2 rounds away from a Grand Finals victory.
And that's gotta have a lot of just overall fear, right? Of losing out on these rounds. So UC Davis, the tension is on them. Already losing out on one player has to feel incredibly valuable to this team.
Yeah, and it's another man advantage for Cal. They've historically been very good in these situations. Barry does a great job of equalizing, and the jump spot's going to find a little bit more information. So great job from these duelists, kind of pseudo-initiating in this case, right? They're finding as much info as they can possibly ask for.
Oh, and even more. Barry's always good for one. But how many are they going to be good for now? Already losing out on the A site as Cal start to push their way forward, but the Odin never fails to win. And this is just cast or curse at this point, just speaking on things, and the opposite happens, so.
Honestly, at this point, we might as well just like not even talk about how the players are doing because the exact opposite is going to happen. The trade of these AoE ultimates is rather interesting. I didn't think Cal really needed to invest that Nightmare in order to take control of that site, but I do like the little buddy system that they're implementing here, remembering to play with each other and not giving Skyzo the opportunity to pick off isolated targets with that chamber on.
And Chamber Op does come along. Skyzer's just waiting for some sort of peek to come through and actually just trying to wall bang it. I've never seen that before. But of course, smokes come through. I'm surprised that there's not going to be more than that. But 2v1 and potential for Jet to make this work. Skyzo ends it off with Jet taken down. And that is match point for UC Davis. It is trial and error, and they have prevailed. So this is going to feel so good, right? One round left to take this to the victory.
It's been such a difficult map for Jetcracker, and you have to assume that the Astra being slotted into a new team and then also playing one of the more, I would say, game sense oriented, more difficult agents to actually just patch into a composition like this. He's had a pretty rough go of it mechanically. Not a ton of duels, not a ton of opportunities for Jetcracker to get himself going. You see 2 and 18 in this pivotal map. But Cal Blue had a couple of comebacks last year. If Barry's able to get one here, though, that would probably put the nail in the coffin.
Well, they've always pushed for the A site, which, I mean, it seems like it's been the best bet for them thus far. It's interesting, though, because Barry is not giving up. And even then, with the op in hand, they are going to push for this ultimate. It might just be the game changer today already. Headshots coming through from Barry. Potential for more.
Last player standing.
But a 1v2 with an op in hand.
Nicely done by Jetcracker, and there's the reverse caster curse, or a bit of a caster blessing. Gets the 3k there. Yes, he's been down at half this entire round, but he's traded out his teammates perfectly. Leaves Barry in that 1-on-2. And if you're Cal, I mean, obviously it's do or die, but you want to secure both of these guns going into the next round. Both of your players surviving is essential if you want to keep this comeback alive.
It's going to be kind of hard to win this one out. I mean, Stain and Jet definitely having a slight health disparity here. So for UC Davis, oh no, and even now trying to beat this one through, not prepared for it, is going to run themselves out and thinking no one is there. But of course, not even able to get the spike towards half and is just trying to push for this one. But yep, Jet is going to be able to close this one out and allow Cal to have that 7-12.
And the only unfortunate thing for Cal there, yes, you keep your game alive. It is expensive, right? You use the dimensional drift. A lot of your players are going to be on light armor and the rifle, if you're able to afford the rifle at all. So, excellently done by Jetcracker. Davis did a fantastic job making this game, and this round in particular, super messy. And so, them being able to take everyone off the board for Cal, all they have to do, even if they give up another round here, the economy is in such a rough place for Cal. They're going to need to dig super deep in order to make a run here. That's a great step in the right direction.
Yeah, not really connecting, which is unfortunate, but all the way over towards the A side. I mean, UC Davis don't really have too many players that aren't able to execute onto the site. Does seem like, though, Viper's wall is going to be, I mean, apologies, not Viper's wall, Astra's wall is going to be a slight detriment to getting back on the site.
I do like to see the proactivity of that Astra wall. I don't know how many more situations they might have actually found utility with it. And so Cal has themselves in great position to convert this 5-on-4. They just have to trade out their players who are stuck in on site.
Barry actually keeping this one intact, somehow leaving it towards everyone just getting taken down. Honestly, Arctic was just playing deathmatch on the site. Not enough time to even process it, to be honest. But an ultimate readily available on both sides, and I mean, potential for more. UC Davis, they've been just letting these rounds go as they start to get a little more cautious in their gameplay.
And that was a big round for Cal. Look at the economy for UC Davis. After another off investment for Skyzo, 4 players are on triple-digit economy. If they lose this round and they don't take a bunch of Cal guns off the board, the economy actually swings back in Cal's favor.
Not too much of a push just yet. Interesting to see such a passive pace of play come through from Cal, but yeah, that's such a huge pick. Already taken out Brazzera, and it's so interesting the repeat coming through from Hippo, but they do win this out, so it works in favor.
I was very concerned for Davis there actually with that repeat, because if Stain manages to find another 2K there, it's a 5-on-3 situation. You know the AWP is most likely posted up on B. That's why you're throwing the Astra stun to clear it. Cal going to reposition all the way back around towards the A site. Maybe Oni will drop a teleport somewhere, but Davis definitely has players in position to receive this attack. And Oni's going to have to try and sell this fake before moving over towards the A site, where Davis has already rotated 2 players.
Big out play coming through.
30 seconds
UC
left.
Davis, I mean, reaching for some sort of potential. They're fighting everything they have. Headshots not necessarily hitting, but this is so lucky. They still do have the resurrection coming through, and Hippo is alive and searching. They need this pick dire, and surely they will get it. It is over. UC Davis taking in this 13-8, and the victory overall for the entire series. What a game.
And that's heartbreaking if you're a Cal fan, but it is delight if you're a Davis fan. Fantastic job by them. Incredible individual performances from everyone on that roster. Had some great team plays. They were working together as a unit the entirety of their attack halves, and they cobbled together enough on both defensive halves to be able to be crowned the Run It Back 2025 champions.
Knowing that they're champions and kind of just coming into this with a very, very strong start, right? From the bracket stage to the playoffs and now to this, being the victors has to feel so absolutely good. And both of these teams, I mean, again, so much potential. I think the matchup between UC Davis and Cal was tremendous. I really, really enjoyed it. And overall, it was one of the most exciting matches I've gotten to cast so far. So I do give them tons of kudos for that. And tons of kudos to Barry. They were holding it down on the Neon, and I think this was definitely their map.
Yeah, Davis, again, just an excellent job. You might have heard me talking about Cal a lot. I had high expectations for how this roster was going to perform today. But Davis, just incredible, incredible performance from them. Just heads-up plays, lights-out shooting. You can't ask for much more if you're talking about Collegiate Valorant.
And it was very fun. Collegiate Valorant in itself is quite cool to see so many players that are not only focusing on their studies, but also able to play such a good game of Valorant. So all in all, a big congratulations to this team for kind of bringing it out. UC Davis, they played the best game they could, and I'm quite impressed the fact that a double duelist comp both ways could really just work on any map. So.
They did a fantastic job of moving their players into the positions that they needed to be. They did a great job of holding down sites when they had the man advantages. Cal had precious few rounds where they actually emerged with the man advantage unscathed. And so Davis managing to make stuff really messy every single map, really, really nice from them. But I think we're nearing the end of our time here at Xfinity's Run It Back, so did want to thank a couple of people. Obviously, thank you all very much for having me, and thank you very much, HyperX, for providing me with this headset I've been using to cast all day today. I wanted to make sure I could slip that one in before the end of the broadcast. Dolphers, do you have anything else for me tonight?
No, I mean, again, thank you to HyperX. I'm decked out with HyperX stuff. I'm not even kidding. So it is probably one of my favorite. I've also been to, there is, I think, the HyperX, it's like a little thing they have in Vegas going on, and I've been there as well. So overall, just like a kind of a crazy experience to be able to be a part of Xfinity and HyperX as well overall. And thank you to Raidiant for just hosting this event and kind of having us, and the producers for working so hard, as well as everyone else. So yeah, that's pretty much it from us. Thank you guys so much. So we'll have an interview and we will be right back. So please don't go anywhere.
Not a word about the bangs?
The smartest Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
All right, welcome back. We have finished with the entire day. At the beginning, we had League of Legends, a pretty quick 2-0 stomp. Then we had Rocket League, a close best of 7, and now Valorant, a 2-0. We have an interview with Skyzo, one of the members of the winning team. We can talk about a couple of things before we eventually wrap up. Hello, welcome. Congratulations
Hello.
on the victory as well. So I wanted to kind of talk about the maps. You guys played a lot of, I think it was Sunset, or was that might have been Cal, but basically
Haven
you
and
come in, yeah, it was Haven. So you guys take out Sunset first. That was Cal's plan. Going into Haven, how did you feel confidence wise?
We felt pretty good. I mean, recently we found like I guess like a new way to play the game. And it's been working pretty well for us. So it feels pretty good beating Cal, especially because we've had like a over year-long like one-sided rivalry. I think they beat us like 12 times in a row last year. So it feels good to get one. Feels good to get one.
All right. Well, I think part of that probably came down to the pace at which you guys played. It felt breakneck. I mean, the casters called it out a bunch. This was a best of 3 that went by incredibly quickly. Was that the plan from the beginning?
It was a little bit. We were thinking that our fast plays have been pretty good lately because we have good trades and we're like good scaling. So it's just coming together as we go faster. And it's been working out pretty well.
Yeah. So did like the neon and the clove work into that?
Yes, 100%, 100%.
All right. Well, I'll give you the floor now to talk about, shout out your teammates, shout out who's ever watching you.
I mean, I guess shout out all the UCD supporters. Thank you guys. My teammates, all great teammates. Like, we've really like. It feels good playing with them for the past like 2-3 years. It's really great. Thank you, Xfinity. Thank you guys for this tournament. Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations not only on winning Run It Back, but kind of getting revenge for that one-sided rivalry. Now that's 12-1. So.
Yep.
All right. All right. Well, have a lovely night.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Well, like I said at the beginning, we had 3 esports, 3 great matches, and it all has culminated in the end of Run It Back. I was able to host last year. I hosted this year. It all has been an amazing time. Thank you so much. If there are those of you that have tuned in from the very beginning, we appreciate every single one of you. Hopefully we'll be back next year for even more esports action. Thank you and good night.